The House will be in order. The Chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., July 26, 2023. I hereby appoint the Honorable Mike Ezell to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Kevin McCarthy, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order, the House of January 9, 2023, the Chair will recognize members from lists submitted by the majority and minority leaders for morning hour debate. The Chair will alternate recognition between the parties, with time equally allocated between the parties and each member other than the majority and minority leaders and the minority whip limited to 5 minutes. But in no event shall debate go beyond 11:50 a.m. The Chair recognizes a gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Joyce, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, more than 500,000 Pennsylvanians lack access to fast and reliable internet service at their homes, often adding a layer of difficulty to students who are trying to learn, to business people who are trying to have commerce from their homes, or to patients who are trying to connect with their physicians for telehealth visits. As I travel throughout my district, I hear from farmers who struggle to implement precision farming due to a lack of GPS signal. When I visit schools, I hear from teachers about students who struggle to complete their homework simply because they lack access to high-speed internet in their homes. These problems are persistent and each contribute to a larger issue, that rural communities are suffering from a lack of access to broadband internet. To ensure that our rural communities are not left behind, it is time for Congress to commit to building out rural broadband infrastructure as part of the Agriculture and Rural Development Appropriations. Ensuring high-speed internet connections, whether from fiber optic cables, wireless towers, or satellite, will ensure that students are able to learn from home, that our employees are able to work from home, and that patients are able to heal from home. We, as a Congress, must stand committed to rural broadband development. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, right now, nearly 400,000 acres of American farmland are owned by Chinese investors. The increasing reach of the Chinese Communist Party is incredibly alarming, as this land is being purchased near sensitive military installations and other areas critical to our national security. It is imperative that the Biden administration gain a better understanding of these land purchases and develop programs to halt the purchase of agricultural land by those associated with China, Russia, North Korea, and Iran. We must ensure that the USDA is able to improve tracking of foreign land ownership and help to ensure that our communities are protected and safe from the actions of the Chinese Communist Party. This is a national security issue, and it is time for Congress and the Biden administration to take swift and decisive action to protect our American farmland. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield.
The Chair recognizes the man from Illinois, Mr. Quigley, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today I'm reflecting on a moment that occurred just after I was sworn into this office. My former Republican colleague, Mark Kirk, gave me some of the best advice I'd ever received. He said, in the end, anything that gets done here that is any good gets done in the middle through compromise. It begs the question, are we currently in a position to work well together? Can we effectively govern? The fact is, right now, the occasions when we work together are few and far between. No established democracy in recent history has been as deeply polarized as the United States is now. A study from the National Bureau of Economic Research found that polarization in the U.S. has increased more dramatically since the late 1970s than in any other country they have examined. And we are not just uniquely polarized on the world stage. We are also uniquely polarized in the context of our own history. One example, in 1960, 4% of Republicans and 4% of Democrats said they would be displeased if their son or daughter married someone of the opposite party. In 2019, that number is 45% of Democrats said they would be unhappy if their child married a Republican, and 35% of Republicans said they'd be unhappy if their child married a Democrat. Well, the reasons are manifold. Americans today read less print than ever before. They can now pick and choose their own news, their own perspectives, and their own facts. Cable news channels that move further to the extremes keep their audiences engaged. When we all read that news is designed to affirm our own thoughts, we lose empathy and understanding of how other people come to their decisions. We must each take responsibility for broadening our sources. You don't have to seek out the opinions of extremists to do this, but seeking out balanced news sources, supporting local news, and not rewarding so-called hot takes with money and clicks can get us all closer to a return to more fact-based news. The rise of social media has also heightened tensions and encouraged extremism to flourish. In an environment where the loudest voices rise to the top, it is all too easy for politicians and elected officials to begin believing they too must be the loudest, most extreme voice. The words of our leaders have always carried significant weight, but in today's world of heightened tensions, they have even more ability to shape the perceptions of our citizens. As leaders, we have a responsibility to cool the temperature of public discourse. Instead, many conservative speakers have chosen to ramp up the temperature and exploit the tensions that exist. Dangerous, polarizing rhetoric is not the answer. It is poison. Ultimately, we have a responsibility to lead through example in how we address one another. After all, at a time of our greatest division, the President stressed the importance of leading with, quote, with malice toward none, with charity for all. Or else, as John Adams said, I fear that in every elected office, members will obtain an influence by noise, not sense, by meanness, not greatness, by ignorance, not learning. There must be decency and respect. There must be decency and respect on both sides. Gerrymandering has also played a role in our national polarization. Let's look at it. Between our two parties, only about 60 of the 143 seats in this House are truly contested in general elections. A lack of true swing districts mean candidates are driven to the polls to win their primaries, and fewer are concerned about appealing to the center in a general election. As a result, items that were once nonpartisan have become bitterly so. In our lifetime, issues like the government, funding the government, violence prevention, trade, and even raising the debt ceiling now find common ground on core issues can be nearly impossible. Dismantling gerrymandered districts can help put our country on the path of depolarization and produce a Congress and state legislators that are more reflective of the majority of American views. Our country has faced deep polarizing challenges before. To put our current moment in perspective, let's look back at the words of the President who guided our country through the most divided of times. In a January 1838 speech in Springfield, Illinois, Lincoln said, "At what point then is the approach of danger to be expected? I answer, if it ever reach us, it must spring up from amongst us, and not come from abroad. If destruction be our lot, we must ourselves be its author and finisher." We must heed the call to action from these words. We must change how we address our country, how we are elected, how we speak to each other, and how we learn and get informed. We must all learn that empathy and compromise should be commended, not condemned. Our success or failure will determine if we succeed.
Chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Iowa, Ms. Miller Meeks, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a physician, I believe that we must support and utilize available medical breakthroughs. That's why I'm proud to co-lead the Treat and Reduce Obesity Act, legislation that would provide a direct line to chronic weight management medications for Medicare recipients struggling with obesity. According to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, obesity is prevalent in over 40% of adults aged 60 and older. The National Institute of Health attributes obesity to an increased risk for health problems such as type 2 diabetes, high blood pressure, heart disease, stroke, liver disease, and certain cancers. This bill would assist those struggling to lose weight and would help decrease comorbidities associated with obesity. I urge my colleagues to support this important bill. I rise today in support of Accelerating Kids Access to Care Act. Iowa's 1st District is blessed to have the University of Iowa Stead Family Children's Hospital, and this bill would allow out-of-state children to access our top-tier clinical trials, specialists, and care teams. Currently, children enrolled in Medicaid or the Children's Health Insurance Program must have an out-of-state care team be screened by their home state's Medicaid program, even though the providers have already been screened and enrolled in their own state program. This causes delays and can cause a child's condition to worsen, putting their lives at risk. This legislation would streamline the process by allowing providers who treat children and are in good standing to enroll in multiple state Medicaid programs for a period of 5 years. As a mother, physician, former director of the State Department of Public Health, and a congresswoman, I understand the duty to care for our children's health, and I urge my colleagues to do the same. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to remember Burlington Police Department's K-9 PACO. K-9 PACO served with the Burlington Police Department for nearly 2 months and was in the process of being trained for assignment as our 2nd K-9 unit with K-9 handler Officer Gallegos. K-9s are specifically trained to help members of our law enforcement, and their keen sense of tracking and detection are invaluable for officers. This is a sad day for the Burlington Police Department, and I'll continue to keep the Burlington Police Department and PACO in my prayers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Cardenas, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor the life of Gloria Molina, a trailblazer for Latino politicians. Gloria fiercely served and advocated for the communities she represented for the city of Los Angeles, the county of Los Angeles, and the state of California. She passed away in her home surrounded by her loving family on May 14th at the age of 74. Gloria was raised in an immigrant household with her 9 siblings. Her father, Leonardo, was a construction worker born in Los Angeles, but raised in Casas Grandes, Mexico. Her mother, Concepcion, was a homemaker from Mexico, and together, her parents immigrated to the U.S. in the 1940s. Gloria was the oldest of 10 children, and as she did with everything in life, she led by example and helped wherever and whenever she could. Gloria's commitment to public service began during President Jimmy Carter's administration, where she served as a deputy for presidential personnel, and soon after that with the San Francisco Department of Health and Human Services. Gloria's activism was sparked by the Chicano movement, and she was a woman of firsts. Gloria was first elected to the office in 1982, where she became the first Latina elected to the California State Assembly. Some people made the mistake of underestimating Gloria's commitment to her community and her tenacity. She beat the establishment candidate. In 1987, Gloria ran for the Los Angeles City Council, seat that had been redistricted, becoming the first woman council member of Mexican ancestry to serve on the Los Angeles City Council. And in 1991, she was elected and became the first Latina Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors. She was known as a fiscal watchdog committed to governance reforms, protecting public health care, and fighting for quality of life issues for millions of residents. Throughout more than 30 years as an elected official, Gloria changed the landscape of Los Angeles, putting an end to a 100-year pattern of dumping negative land use developments on the east side of Los Angeles. Her work in East LA resulted in Los Angeles Metro Board directors to name a train station in her honor. Gloria worked with Mothers of East Los Angeles, a group that organized against and successfully defeated the proposal to build a prison in East Los Angeles. Gloria valued the power of storytelling through art. She founded the historical La Plaza de Cultura y Artes and the East Side Arts Initiative, which provides financial support to community-based organizations. Thanks to her love of quilting, Gloria founded the quilting group, the East LA Stitchers, so that others could express themselves through this art form. Gloria successfully advocated for increased access to parks and green spaces, as well as culturally engaging recreational areas. The motion to rename Grand Park Gloria Molina Grand Park was approved and will allow Gloria's legacy and impact to live on in projects that she fought so hard to create. On top of green and recreational spaces, Gloria constantly fought for the improvement of women's rights and representation. She would regularly fight against the construction of projects that would disrupt predominantly Chicano and Mexican neighborhoods. On top of her work in politics in the mid-2000s, she would drive around through Skid Row in her free time, looking for children living in unsafe conditions so that she could call the Department of Family and Children's Services to find them a home. She led a program that was later named the Gloria Molina Foster Youth Education Program, with the sole purpose of being able to increase the high school graduation rates of students in foster care systems. As its leader, she and the program did just that and elevated graduation rates from the national average of 58% to an amazing 80%. One of her final statements as she retired was that she only regretted not being able to raise the average even more. Gloria stood as a constant beacon of hard work, perseverance, and strength, a role model to Latinas looking to succeed in politics, and a role model to everyone. Gloria taught us all to fight for those without a voice, to let our passion drive our success. Her impact will be felt for generations to come. Gloria is survived by her daughter, Valentina, son-in-law Brendan, grandchildren Santiago and Jimena, 9 siblings, nieces and nephews, and Ron Martinez, and many, many diehard Molinistas. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Rose, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, House Republicans are fulfilling our commitment to our country's veterans by fully funding veterans' health care programs, veterans' benefits, and Veterans Affairs programs in the fiscal year 2024 Military Construction, Veterans Affairs, and Related Agencies Appropriations Bill. Not only are we fulfilling our promise to those veterans who have served our country, but we're taking our efforts up a notch to go above and beyond what the VA is already doing by increasing funding for the Department of Veterans Affairs Medical and Prosthetic Research Program. I am a proud supporter of this program, and I requested that the Appropriations Committee fully fund this program to the level included in the bill, which is $938 million, which is a $22 million or 2.5% increase as compared to fiscal year 2023 and is in line with the President's budgetary request. The VA's prosthetics and sensory aid service is the largest and most comprehensive provider of prosthetic devices and sensory aids in the world. This funding will go a long way in making sure the VA has the necessary funds to research ways to restore veterans' abilities to function within their families, communities, and workplaces. This increased funding will also help the researchers within the VA research program recover from slowed research because of the COVID-19 pandemic. Sustained and predictable funding growth for VA research is imperative to help ensure the best return on the spending to improve the health of veterans and all Americans. Although the VA's medical and prosthetic research program is specifically dedicated to improving the health and well-being of those who have served the United States in the uniformed services, it has had a tremendous impact on the care of all Americans. The research conducted within this program has led the way in many different healthcare fields, including the treatment of digestive diseases. There is no better way to utilize our tax dollars than by contributing to a cause that will help restore veterans' functionality and also lead to investments in medical care for all Americans. Additionally, the Vanderbilt University Medical Center, which has direct ties to my district and constituents, has a proud, long-standing, and multifaceted partnership with the Veterans Administration in Nashville and the Mid-South across clinical care, medical training, and research activities. They are proud to join me in supporting increased funding for this medical research program within the VA healthcare system. Mr. Speaker, the bottom line is that medical research at the VA not only helps those who have put it all on the line in service to this country, some sacrificing pieces of their body they'll never get back, but it helps all Americans, as I've already mentioned. This is a great use of taxpayer funds, and I couldn't be prouder to support this initiative to fund this program at the level I've already mentioned. I encourage all members on both sides of the aisle to support this provision in the fiscal year 2024 Military Construction, Veterans Affairs, and related agencies' appropriations bills. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Virginia, Ms. Spanberger, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I stand here to recognize some of Virginia's many proud veterans and military families. One of my most powerful memories of my late grandfather is when I took him to the World War II Memorial and had the opportunity to stand with him on the side marked Pacific and hear some of his stories from his time in service, stories that he, throughout my childhood, never shared, but at that memorial chose to share with me. And so as a representative for Virginia's 7th District and as a representative of many military families and veterans, I want to ensure that I am giving voice and putting into the congressional record some of the extraordinary stories of service that we have throughout our district. So earlier this year, I reached out to Virginians across the 7th, asking them to share stories of service, to recognize their loved ones who answer the call or share their own experiences. And I heard from people across the 7th District. I was proud to share some of those stories in May during Military Appreciation Month, and I will continue to do so into the future. Kenneth J. Schmidt from Prince William County shared the long record of service in his family, writing, quote, "My family is a proud military one. Our father served during World War I, 7 brothers-in-law, 2 cousins, and my oldest brother served during World War II. My other brother and I served during the Korean War. Army, Navy, Air Force, we were there. Thank you, Mr. Schmidt, for your family's sacrifices on behalf of our country." We received a story from James Willis, who lives in Fredericksburg. Mr. Willis wrote, quote, "My father, Homer Leroy Willis, served in the U.S. Navy from July 1937 to September 1945, mostly in the Pacific Theater. 4 of his brothers also served in the Navy, and his eldest sister served as an Army nurse during World War II. 3 of his younger brothers served in the Navy during the Korean War, and their youngest sister served as a Navy nurse during the Vietnam War. I'm extremely proud of my father and his siblings for serving their country in uniform during 3 major wars." Neil Hornung from Spotsylvania, a veteran himself, shared with us, quote, "I served in the Marine Corps from 1982 until 2008. Served in Operation Desert Storm, Operation Desert Shield, and Operation Uphold Democracy. My last tour was as the Marine Corps lead for critical infrastructure. Thank you for your service, Mr. Hornung." Mr. Hornung also wanted to recognize a member of his family who's followed in his footsteps, writing, quote, "My oldest son is First Lieutenant Brandon Hornung, United States Marine Corps, currently stationed in Okinawa. Thank you for your service, Brandon, and do stay safe." Paul from Spotsylvania shared his father's story of service in the United States Marine Corps. Paul wrote, quote, "My dad, Ed Sartosieski, was at the Battle of Chosin Reservoir in Korea as a Marine pilot flying Corsair aircraft. He flew out of Hagaru and was surrounded by Chinese forces. He assisted in saving many lives with the advance to the rear as the Marine Corps. He retired as a test pilot for Grumman Aerospace on Long Island. Dad is doing well in Greenport, New York, and soon to be 100. Paul wrote, "I hope to get to the U.S. Marine Corps Museum in Quantico, Virginia." Harry Dull from Stafford sent us a story of his mother, a patriot who stepped up to serve on behalf of our country when it needed her the most. Mr. Dolph wrote, quote, "My mother, Caroline Alva Bush, was one of the first dozen women to enlist in the U.S. Navy during World War I and served in a personnel role in Washington, D.C. And George Ratney from Orange County shared a story highlighting the sacrifices and contributions of military families. Mr. Ratney shared with us, quote, "I was a Marine in Vietnam from April 1968 to May 1969, but this is about my bride of 22 months when I left home, and the thousands of military brides like her who had no one, quote, in their boat back then to share stories, fears, and anxieties. No email then, no social media, only prayers. We owe them, all of them, so much gratitude as they stood by." Thank you, Mr. Ratney, for recognizing the service and the sacrifice of military families like your bride. Veteran service members and Virginia's proud military family members are our neighbors, our friends, and our community members. Their stories are woven into the fabric of our nation and certainly Virginia's 7th District. We owe them a debt of gratitude, and we must thank every American who answered the call and every American who will do so in the future. Because we are undoubtedly freer thanks to the service and sacrifice of Virginians who have answered the call, and Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The chair recognizes a gentleman from Kansas, Mr. Mann, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to discuss the direction of our country. In America right now, we're facing a lot of problems. House Republicans have done our part to pass common sense solutions, but we still have a lot of work to do to get this country back on track. In January, I released my commitment to the Big First, which is a legislative roadmap to create an economy that's strong, a nation that's safe, a future that's built on freedom, and a government that is accountable. Most of the glaring problems in America today fall in one of these 4 categories. And the reality is, House Republicans have common sense solutions to all of them, but the Biden administration is refusing to listen. We need to create an economy that's strong. Washington has a spending addiction. America is $32 trillion in debt, and the federal government deficit spending to the tune of $1 trillion every year. The Biden administration has canceled the Keystone XL pipeline and pushed Green New Deal regulations on small businesses, while attempting at the same time to do away with the stepped-up basis and oppose a new farm killer capital gains tax on agriculture producers. Here's the common sense solution. When you stop the wasteful spending, you don't have to tax people to death. When President Biden took office, inflation was at just 1.4%. Inflation hit 6.4% in 2022. That is a tax on all Americans. In the House of Representatives, we passed the Lower Energy Costs Act and the Rein in Inflation Act to unleash American energy production and revitalize our economy. But the White House still isn't listening. America's position in the global market pace is degrading. The value of the dollar has been plummeting for a year, and it's time to get our economy back on track before it's too late. We also need to create a nation that's safe. Violent crime is on the rise, the suicide rate is climbing, drug addiction and mental illness are spiking, and many parts of our country are basically in chaos. Meanwhile, we're still hearing from calls from Washington Democrats to defund the police, and the Biden administration refuses to address the humanitarian crisis at our southern border, where fentanyl, criminals, and victims of human trafficking come across every day, unfortunately, into our country. Here's the common sense solution. House Republicans passed legislation to secure the border, finish the wall, criminalize all forms of illicit fentanyl, and support the training and hiring of more state and local law enforcement officers. Today, we don't live in a nation that's safe, but House Republicans have already passed bills that would stop the chaos and usher in safety and order. We also need to create a future that's built on freedom. Each year, I host at least one town hall in every one of the 60 counties in the Big First District. As I travel across the state and meet with Kansans, I listen to their concerns about big government, sweeping executive orders, and infringement on basic rights like the Second Amendment and the right to life. House Republicans are standing for freedom in the face of big government overreach. We passed the Born Alive Survivors Protection Act, which would defend the lives of innocent children following a botched abortion attempt. We also passed the Parents' Bill of Rights, which states that parents have the right to know what their children are being taught. These are no-brainers. It's sad that we have to even need to pass bills like this because the rights of life and freedom are supposed to be foundational to America in the first place. On the American farm, we also see freedom under attack. The Biden administration vetoed legislation that would have revoked President Biden's Waters of the U.S. rule because his administration prefers to regulate every puddle and drainage ditch from sea to shining sea. On top of that, the Biden administration hamstrings producers by adding the lesser prairie chicken to the endangered species list. And I'm looking forward to my colleagues and I voting to disapprove that rule as soon as possible. Our message is this: whether you're a parent, a child, born or unborn, a student, a farmer, or a small business owner, you don't need the federal government trying to control your life. Finally, we need to create a government that's accountable. According to recent IRS whistleblower testimony made public by the House Ways and Means Committee, it appears that President Biden was not only aware of his son, Hunter Biden's corrupt foreign business deals, but was also in the room for them. We need to conduct rigorous oversight to root out corruption in the executive branch. We also need to hold the federal government accountable and rein in the White House abuse of power. As the Biden administration has proven time and time again, executive orders are out of control, and there's no way to govern in a democracy. That's why I introduced the More Accountability Necessary Now Acts, which require the president to notify Congress and the public before issuing any new executive orders pertaining to agriculture, energy, natural resources, the right to life, the Second Amendment, and immigration. This is a common sense way to hold the government accountable and stop some of the big government overreach that Kansas and the Big First are sick and tired of. I didn't serve in Congress to be a caretaker for the slow demise of America. I'm here to do my part in making America strong. We need to rebuild our country on behalf of Americans who have had their rights stripped from them, their taxpayer dollars wasted, their values shoved back in their face, and their country's economy brought to the brink of disaster by an administration that isn't getting the message. We need everything from a balanced budget to a strengthened supply chain, from lower taxes to a secure southern border, and a strong farm bill, and a robust police and military force. We have a lot of work to do. If we open our eyes to the real problems that Americans are facing today and look at common sense solutions on the table, we can accomplish real, meaningful change in our country. With prayer and hard work, I believe that America's days are yet to come.
The chair recognizes the man from Massachusetts, Mr. Govern, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I'm deeply concerned about the ongoing political, human rights, and humanitarian crisis in Venezuela and its hemispheric consequences, including the arrival of 187,000 desperate Venezuelans at our southern border last year. This crisis has many causes, beginning with misguided and distorting economic policies implemented by successive Venezuelan governments. But there can be no doubt that the maximum pressure, secondary, and sectoral sanctions policy put in place by former President Trump and continued by President Biden has deepened the economic pain and hardship suffered by the Venezuelan people. The goal of that policy was to remove Nicolas Maduro from power in Venezuela. It has not worked. Rather, as the New York Times editorial board wrote on July 22nd, Maduro instead consolidated his grip on Venezuela, blamed its economic misery on American sanctions, and drew his country closer to Russia and China. Throughout my time in Congress, I have strongly defended the idea that human rights should be at the center of U.S. foreign policy, and I have led many bills to redress human rights abuses, including the global Magnitsky targeted sanctions legislation. But I don't support the use of sanctions to punish entire peoples for the actions of their leaders or to bludgeon an adversary into submission. This is why I have said that the Trump-era sanctions should already have been lifted by the Biden administration, and I continue to believe that. But unfortunately, that has not happened, and it seems unlikely that it will in the near future. In the end, human rights advocacy is meant to improve and restore the lives of victims of abuses and to change conditions so that abuses will not recur. As a human rights advocate, I have a moral responsibility to do whatever I can to advance these goals. That is why I welcome the administration's support for the resumption of negotiations between the Maduro government and Venezuelan opposition in Mexico last year. It is why I believe the social fund for the basic needs of the Venezuelan people, whose creation was agreed to during those negotiations, should be stood up as soon as possible. And it is why I was encouraged to see the statement of principles that came out of the International Conference on Venezuela convened by the Colombian government last April. The statement laid out 3 steps: the establishment of a chronogram for elections, the easing of sanctions in parallel as agreements are reached between the parties, and the continuation of the negotiations accompanied by accelerated implementation of the social fund. That, taken together, offer a real opportunity to begin to resolve Venezuela's crisis. These steps would empower and benefit all Venezuelans seeking to rebuild their country and their future. Everyone who is concerned about the human rights of the Venezuelan people should take advantage of this opportunity. I still believe the Trump-era sanctions should be lifted, and I will continue to urge the Biden administration to do so. Democracy and civil rights will not be advanced by maintaining punishing economic sanctions. All that does is continue to hurt people, innocent people. Nonetheless, we need to find a way to move the ball forward, and I believe there is an opportunity now. Time is short, and there's a lot of uncertainty, but there is also some hope, and that should guide us. Thank you, and I yield back my time.
The chair recognizes a gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Carter, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate a Savannah, Georgia native, a Pooler Packer alum, a Savannah Christian School graduate, an Uga Bulldog, and a current 1st District constituent, and an extraordinary golfer on his first major championship win at the 151st British Open Golf Championship in England, Brian Harman. This win is an incredible honor for the entire 1st District and was a long time coming for Brian, decades in the making. You see, my sons in this picture played youth basketball with Brian. And in fact, my talented wife, Amy, was the coach of that team. We are so very proud of Brian. I remember seeing firsthand the talent that Brian possessed, and it wasn't any surprise when Brian went on to play competitively for the University of Georgia's golf team, or the finished runner-up at the 2017 U.S. Open. You see, this past week, after 4 rounds of golf, Brian's final score at the 2023 Open was 271, 13 strokes under par, and 6 strokes ahead of all other golfers in the tournament. Brian's win was a decisive and hard-earned, and I, on behalf of the entire Savannah community, the 1st District of Georgia, congratulate him immensely for his victory. Brian, you've made Savannah, the 1st District of Georgia, the state of Georgia, the Pooler Packers, the Savannah Christian School, and the Bulldog Nation proud this past weekend. Great work, and I look forward to seeing many more championships from you in the future. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate the local St. Simon's barbecue restaurant, Southern Soul Barbecue, for being named the best barbecue restaurant in Georgia. This year, Yelp searched around the entire country to find the best barbecue restaurants in the nation, and Southern Soul was an easy selection. After serving charities in 2007, Griffin Bufkin and Harrison Sapp launched their barbecue business in a subleased kitchen before moving into an antique converted gas station. They caught their big break in 2010 when Southern Soul was featured on Food Network's Diners, Drive-Ins, and Dives. The St. Simon's community continued to support their favorite barbecue restaurant even after a horrible fire erupted in an establishment in 2010. Southern Soul didn't let this tragic fire stop them, and in the year 2023, they are still winning awards and serving the best barbecue in Georgia. I'd like to congratulate Southern Soul on their sustained success, and I thank them for all they do for our community. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the life of Mr. Ralph Dixon, a loving husband, a humble veteran, and a proud grandparent. Ralph was born in Blackshear, Georgia, in the 1st Congressional District in 1929 and graduated from Blackshear High School with the class of 1949. After graduating from high school, he enlisted in the United States Army, spending 21 years in uniformed service. His official service may have ended in uniform, but his service to the nation did not stop there. After retiring, he began a new 20-year career as a civil servant at Fort Stewart. On top of his work serving our country, Ralph was very active in the First Baptist Church of Hinesville, becoming a deacon and singing in the choir for over 50 years. He is preceded by his loving wife of 66 years, Jacqueline Waters Dixon. My thoughts and prayers go out to his entire family, including his 4 children, 12 grandchildren, 16 great-grandchildren, and 1 great-great-grandchild. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate the local Savannah ice cream parlor, Leopold's Ice Cream, for being named in Yelp's Top 100 Ice Cream Shops for 2023. While it is in the many positive Yelp reviews that landed Leopold's on this list, the parlor's superb reputation has been built on over a century of hard work and success. Leopold's was founded in 1919 by three brothers from Greece on the corner of Gwinnett and Habersham Streets in Savannah. Streetcar riders would reportedly jump off the streetcar to get their super premium ice cream, which is handcrafted and uses the original secret recipes and techniques handed down in the Leopold family. Over the years, Leopold's ice cream has received rave endorsements by many famous historical figures and celebrities alike. I would like to congratulate Stratton Leopold, Leopold's ice cream, on their tremendous achievement and thank them for being a joy and an inspiration to the great city of Savannah, Georgia, in the 1st Congressional District of Georgia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes a gentlewoman from Massachusetts, Ms. Trahan, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today because working families in my district and across the country deserve better than the legislation the Republican majority is forcing through this week. Under the leadership of Speaker McCarthy, House Republicans have drafted a partisan bill that will slash funding for critical food assistance programs that parents depend on to feed their children. In fact, under this extreme proposal, the GOP is defunding hundreds of millions of dollars from the Special Supplemental Nutrition Program for Women, Infants, and Children, or WIC for short. That means that 5 million women and children nationwide, including 74,000 children and 24,000 women in my home state of Massachusetts, are going to see their benefits drastically cut. If you think that sounds bad, just wait till you hear how Republicans are going to do it. For children, House Republicans are trying to reduce the WIC fruit and vegetable benefit from $25 to just $11 to cover a whole month. For pregnant and postpartum women, the GOP is slashing the fruit and vegetable benefit from $44 to $13 a month. And for breastfeeding moms, this extreme proposal imposes a devastating 60% cut from $49 to just $15 each month. Mr. Speaker, these cuts are unnecessary, they're dangerous, and they're cruel. But above all else, this bill is a demonstration of the Republican Party's values. It's a demonstration of what they think life is like for working families, that you can simply tell a mom and her children or an expecting mother to stop being poor, and magically, they won't be poor anymore. But as someone who grew up in a working family that lived paycheck to paycheck, I can tell my colleagues across the aisle firsthand, that's not how it works. In fact, telling families to, quote, unquote, to pull themselves up by their bootstraps while cutting the very program that they depend on to feed their children is going to have the opposite effect. It's going to force millions of Americans, millions of children, into hunger or worse. Now, Mr. Speaker, I know many of my Republican colleagues may not know what it's like to worry about making ends meet. They may not know what it's like to go to bed each night worrying if you'll be able to put food on the table the next day, or have to swipe that EBT card at the grocery store in front of a long line, praying that it will cover everything in your cart. But there are thousands, if not tens or hundreds of thousands of people in your home states who know exactly what that feels like, who experience that feeling every single day. And they're depending on you to stop what you're doing. Stop trying to cut the last safety net that they have to make sure their kids don't go hungry. I urge my colleagues to oppose this dangerous legislation, and I yield back my time.
The chair recognizes a gentleman from New York, Mr. Langworthy, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 4368, the Agricultural Appropriations Bill, which stands as a beacon of hope for our farmers, ranchers, and rural communities. This bill represents a balanced approach to funding necessary agencies and programs, and it also reclaims fiscal responsibility and reins in the wasteful spending that has plagued our government for far too long. We, as stewards of the American people's resources, owe it to them to utilize taxpayer dollars wisely and effectively and efficiently. One of the key aspects of this bill is the redirection of billions from partisan bills that contain Democrats' priorities, such as the Inflation Reduction Act. By channeling these funds towards supporting America's producers in rural communities, we demonstrate our commitment to the heart of our nation's economy, agriculture. Additionally, we recognize the need to address the changing circumstances brought on by the end of the pandemic. The bill seeks to restrict the USDA Secretary's discretionary spending authority on unauthorized, non-emergency programs. We must put an end to wasteful Washington spending and hold our government accountable for every dollar spent. It also seeks to kneecap the bureaucracy in D.C. by empowering state and county offices, by directing USDA hiring efforts to assist producers in rural communities at the grassroots level. We acknowledge the importance of local knowledge in understanding and addressing the unique challenges that they face. Moreover, the bill includes essential clawbacks of prior appropriations, rescinding funds that were allocated for radical Green New Deal initiatives and other programs that have been deemed unconstitutional. I want to remind my colleagues that the fiscal year 2024 Agriculture, Rural Development, Food and Drug Administration, and related agencies bill is not just about funding, but it's about values, our commitment to the American people, and our dedication to a prosperous future for this great nation. And Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 4366, the Military, Construction, Veterans Affairs, and Related Agencies Appropriation Bill for the fiscal year 2024. This legislation reaffirms our commitment to serving those who have served us so bravely, our military veterans. I've recently had the privilege of visiting the Bath, New York VA hospital in my district in Steuben County, where I witnessed firsthand the incredible dedication of the VA staff and the challenges they face daily in providing the best possible care for our nation's heroes. There are clinics across my district that act as lifelines for our veterans, offering crucial services ranging from mental health care to cancer treatment and beyond. These facilities are responsible for serving thousands of veterans and empowering them to heal, recover, and rebuild their lives. They deserve our unwavering support, especially in their darkest hours. And we can agree that caring for our veterans is not a partisan issue. I want to urge my colleagues to pass this legislation and secure the funds needed to uphold and strengthen our VA health care programs. By investing in these programs, we invest in the well-being of our veterans and their families and ensure they receive the highest standard of care that they rightfully deserve. And Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Hawaii, Ms. Takuda, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, since my first day in Congress, access to quality, affordable health care and mental health services has been among my top priorities. I represent one of the most rural and remote districts in the country. I have seen and heard firsthand the devastating consequences of inadequate access to care. On Molokai, a constituent shared with me the weight and the pain she felt over the loss of her daughter. The treatment and end-of-life care her daughter needed wasn't available on island, so she was forced to leave her children and her family behind and tragically passed away without them by her side. On Lanai, a kapuna sat down and said, "I love living here, but it's a difficult place to be born and to die. If you need obstetric care or assisted living or end-of-life care, you've got to board a plane, most often alone." In Waianae, a close friend and a community leader held up a CDC report in his hand and expressed his anger and his frustration that the life expectancy of residents living on the rural west side of Oahu was a decade less than those living in downtown Honolulu. In the small, close-knit community of Kauai, too many people have a family member or friend that took their own life. With limited access to mental health professionals and services, our Garden Isle has historically struggled with high rates of suicide and suicide attempts. And in Kona on the Big Island of Hawaii, a woman cried as she told me that her sister died because she couldn't get the emergency care she needed in time. She then asked me if I knew what the golden hour was, that critical window of time between emergency medical care and a medical trauma happening. I told her I did. My mother missed hers. She was in a car accident, and the hospital in our community didn't have the appropriate trauma services to deal with her injuries, so she was taken to the next town, where she passed away shortly after getting to the ER. For many of my constituents, they are just one diagnosis away from a major illness and the impossible financial and family decisions that will come with it. Yet they live in geographically isolated areas, their homes, where they continue to be denied their right to health care. While Hawaii's geography and demographic makeup are in fact unique, these barriers to health care are similarly felt elsewhere across the country. More than 60 million Americans, 1/5 of the United States population, live in rural areas. Compared with their urban counterparts, rural Americans are generally older, have less resources, and poorer health care conditions. While they require more medical attention and care, rural Americans often have more limited access to care as a result of physician shortages, lack of reliable transportation options, insufficient health insurance coverage, and increased exposure to environmental and occupational hazards. These disparities in healthcare access highlight the need for greater attention and resources aimed at improving healthcare and outcomes in rural and remote communities. That's why I am proud to co-lead the Bipartisan Rural Healthcare Caucus. Together with the gentle lady from Tennessee, Mrs. Harshbarger, we have revived this bipartisan coalition to ensure every American, no matter their zip code or circumstances, has access to the care that could literally save their lives. When it comes to my hope for rural health care, it comes down to the 4 A's. Accessibility, the distance a patient must travel by car, plane, or ferry to receive medical services. Affordability, the cost for a patient to get the care they need. Acceptability, the extent to which a patient receives culturally and linguistically appropriate services in healthcare. And availability, the extent to which providers have the requisite resources, such as personnel and technology, to meet the individual needs of patients. In a time of such deep divisions in our country and in Congress, we must find ways to come together, to recognize the urgent needs of our constituents and do better for all of our people. The Bipartisan Rural Health Caucus will look beyond the partisan gridlock of Washington to tackle the rural health care crisis in the United States. From the pristine sandy beaches of Hawaii to the Great Smoky Mountains of Tennessee, rural Americans are asking Congress to step up and take meaningful action to save their hospitals and clinics, address health inequities, strengthen their healthcare workforce pipeline, ensure fair and adequate reimbursement for providers, and reduce healthcare costs. For the health and well-being of all of our people, I invite my colleagues to join us in this movement to enhance access and delivery of healthcare and mental health services for rural and remote communities throughout our country. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Fox, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of a government that represents the people, not a bureaucracy that represents Washington's interests. Pending on the Supreme Court docket is Loper Bright Enterprises versus Raimondo, a case with the potential to overturn 40 years of bureaucratic overreach and restore the proper role of Congress, the courts, and the presidency. Nearly 40 years of deference by lawmakers and judges to the executive has given rise to the administrative state, sometimes called the fourth branch of government. Over time, this unaccountable bureaucracy has gradually subverted the doctrine of separation of powers laid out by our founders. According to the Constitution, Article 1 vests the power to make law in the Congress. Article 2 vests the power to enforce law in the presidency. And Article 3 vests the power to interpret law in the courts. In no article are all 3 powers to make, enforce, and interpret the law jointly vested in a managerial bureaucracy of 1.8 million civil service employees. The very idea is offensive to our founding. However, at the heart of Loper Bright Enterprises versus Raimondo lies the doctrine of Chevron deference, a legal construct which would make our founders turn in their graves. It is a 1980s judicial invention that shifts lawmaking powers from lawmakers and adjudicating powers from judges to a plenary executive branch. In the 1980s, Chevron deference may have been reasonably supported by those who believed faithful bureaucratic agents could be trusted to fill in areas where the law is silent. In 2023, the Biden administration's relentless pursuit of government power has disabused any dewy-eyed believer in faithful bureaucrats. The 40-year experiment of Chevron deference has allowed the bureaucracy to aggrandize nearly unlimited power, culminating in the Biden administration exceeding its authority from sea to shining sea and from cradle to grave with overregulation. Just recently, President Biden and Secretary Cardona tossed up a Hail Mary when their illegal, economically disastrous, taxpayer-funded student loan bailout for the wealthy arrived at the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court emphatically said no. It also said that such a scheme requires that, quote, Congress speak clearly before a department secretary can unilaterally alter large sections of the American economy, end quote. Nevertheless, the Biden administration continues to claim the power to implement its student loan bailout under even more ambiguous legal pretenses. President Biden's National Labor Relations Board, NLRB, is yet another example of the unforeseen consequences of Chevron deference. Within the NLRB, bureaucrats command the power to create law, execute law, and adjudicate legal conflicts. Under the Biden administration, the NLRB has issued sweeping rules regarding joint employer status and union elections, enforced said rules, and then adjudicated hundreds of cases, overturning longstanding preferences. The Committee on Education and the Workforce is working hard to conduct oversight of an agency that assumes it has lawmaking, law enforcing, and law interpreting power. These abuses and many more are the direct failure of the Chevron deference regime. But for many in this body, fighting back against the Biden administration requires confronting an uncomfortable truth. Congress creates, enables, and abides by the administrative state when it passes statutory language without clear meaning. Congress's illegal delegation of its Article I authority and the accelerated transfer of legislative powers to unaccountable bureaucrats in the executive has been a fault of this body over decades and the fault of both parties. Today, there are over 123 statutes that enable the president and his agencies to circumvent ordinary lawmaking processes upon the declaration of a, quote, national emergency, end quote. The ultimate national emergency, however, is if unscrupulous politicians abdicate the power vested in them by the American people to make laws and indeed make more legislators. Then the people will have no means to hold their government accountable. In fulfilling House Republicans' commitment to America, we're demanding accountability from the federal government. To fulfill the will of the people, the court must repeal Chevron deference in Loper Bright Enterprises versus Raimondo. I pray the next term, the court reclaims and fortifies Congress's rightful powers, and I yield the balance of my time.
The chair recognizes a gentlewoman from California, Ms. Porter, for 5 minutes.
I rise to celebrate a foundational program that has delivered for older Americans and people with disabilities. Since 1935, Social Security has lifted millions of families out of poverty. It has protected seniors' retirement, helped disabled Americans live with dignity, and provided a lifeline for families that have lost loved ones. Over 1 million Californians rely on Social Security. We should build on that success, not dismantle a program that adds $0 to the federal deficit. I'm proud to be an original co-sponsor of the Social Security 2100 Act, which will safeguard this program for generations to come. Workers pay into Social Security. They work hard and contribute to our economy. Congress has a duty to keep this nation's promise and guarantee that Social Security will be there when workers and their families need help. On the 88th anniversary of Social Security, let's recommit ourselves to fulfilling this responsibility. August 5th, 2023 marks the 60th anniversary of the Nuclear Test Ban Treaty, a milestone that shows our commitment to peace and security. The year before the treaty's signing, the world was closer to nuclear war than ever before. By halting most nuclear tests, this agreement cooled the arms race and demonstrated the power of diplomacy. The anniversary of this treaty also serves as a solemn reminder that the United States has never taken responsibility for the harms of the 67 nuclear tests that we conducted in the Marshall Islands. With world tensions heightening once again, the ideals put forth 6 decades ago in the Nuclear Test Ban Treaty remain just as important today. I have introduced bipartisan legislation to formally apologize for the harms we inflicted on the Marshallese people, and I will continue to demand action as a member of the House Indo-Pacific Task Force. We owe it to our kids and grandkids to safeguard this planet for future generations. The Federal Aviation Administration is responsible for keeping Americans safe in the air and on the ground. It should be subject to rigorous and consistent oversight. Our constituents deserve a Congress that does its job of holding the FAA accountable. Too often, the FAA takes months just to respond to congressional inquiries, much less fix these long-standing problems. I'm proud that the House adopted my bipartisan amendment requiring the head of the FAA to testify annually before Congress so that we can get answers about the agency's successes and shortcomings. My amendment also strengthens the transparency on FAA's response time for congressional requests. Holding federal agencies accountable is not a partisan issue. Every American benefits from tough, consistent, and fair oversight. I urge the Senate to include this oversight amendment in its own FAA legislation. Our troops risk their lives to keep us safe. In training and during combat, they can develop health conditions that aren't immediately visible. To repay those who serve our country, we must do all we can to identify and treat these internal injuries and prevent them when possible. In recent decades, we've seen a striking increase in troops with traumatic brain injuries due to blast exposure. I've worked with Democrats and Republicans to deliver help. The House recently adopted a bipartisan amendment that I wrote to gather more data on how routine brain scans can contribute to the diagnosis, treatment, and even prevention of brain injuries. At least one study has shown that regular brain imaging can accelerate patients getting the care they need and put them on the path to recovery. A more complete understanding of this technology will help us get our service members the top-notch care that they deserve. I yield back.
The chair recognizes a gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Collins, for 5 minutes.
Thank you. You know, since I was a little boy, I've been told that a dog that won't bark in his own backyard ain't much of a dog. Mr. Speaker, the number one enemy to the Communist Chinese Party is the United States of America. As a matter of fact, Xi Jinping has clearly stated that by 2049, he wants China to be the world leader, diplomatically, economically, militarily, even in space. As a matter of fact, they're on a pace right now to outperform and pass the United States as a leader in space before 2045. So where are we right now? Well, China owns $870 billion in U.S. treasuries that finance our debt. And they either own or have a huge portion of the Chicago Stock Exchange, AMC movie theaters, General Electric's appliance division, General Motors, and Smithfield Foods, just to name a few. And I want to tell you something, on another alarming note, folks, they own 384,000 acres of American agricultural land. That's a 30% increase just since 2019. And on top of that, they own land near an Air Force base in North Dakota. Now, that's a clear threat to our national security. And that's what the Agricultural, Rural Development, Food and Drug Administration appropriation bill is going to address. See, it's going to put American interests first by directing the Secretary of Agriculture to prohibit the purchase of land by those associated with our foreign interests and foreign adversaries. Mr. Speaker, this dog's barking, and Congress needs to address the threat right here in our own backyard. Thank you, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Khanna, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Recently, I traveled to Lordstown, Ohio, in Ashtabula County in Ohio, in Johnstown, Pennsylvania, Farrell, Pennsylvania, and I saw steel mill after steel mill shut down, including in Cleveland and in Detroit and in Downriver, Michigan. Of the world's top 15 steel companies, China has 9, and the United States of America doesn't have a single one. How did we let this happen as a country? How did we decimate American steel, costing community after community so many good jobs, hurting urban centers with large African American working populations, and hurting factory towns across America? This was a colossal mistake. In the 1950s, we used to make over 50% of the world's steel. That's down to 2 or 3%. Today, China makes nearly 50% of the world's steel. This is a national security issue if we ever have to mobilize for our military. This is a climate issue. China's steel puts 3 times the emission into the atmosphere than American steel, because we use electric arc furnaces and recycled material, unlike the blast furnaces that China does. It's time for America to have a strategy to bring steel production, modern steel production, back home. We can make steel that is cleaner, we can make steel that is at a higher quality, and we can revitalize towns like Johnstown, Pennsylvania, Lordstown, Ohio, Akron, Ohio, Downriver, Michigan, if we build these modern steel plants. I'm going to be working with colleagues on a bipartisan basis to introduce a Modern Steel Act, to say that the government should partner with our steel unions and with our steel companies to build modern steel in the United States of America. This will be clean steel with either hydrogen or electric arc furnaces. This will create good-paying jobs. This will be good for national security, and this will ensure that America leads in steel in the 21st century, not China. My friends, we made a big, big error in the United States of America, losing our lead in domestic production. It's time for our country to become a manufacturing superpower again. It's time to begin that with modern steel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Good, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to recognize the actions of emergency responders in Appomattox and Campbell counties. Recent major rainstorms caused severe flooding that affected many of the residents of these counties. When that happened, the Concord Rescue Squad, the Concord Volunteer Fire Department, and the Appomattox Volunteer Fire Department sprang into action, working around the clock to courageously save many people from the floodwaters. These 3 emergency squads mobilized and volunteered their time once again, as they always do, to help those in need. All their water rescue teams were activated as they demonstrated true selflessness, bravery, and decisive action while making multiple rescues of drivers trapped in submerging cars. In fact, these 3 volunteer squads effectively responded to over 10 calls in one night. They had to navigate dangerous conditions and unsafe roads, helping to clear fallen trees, power lines, and other debris. They also saved many others whose houses were flooded with no other way to escape the flood waters. I'm grateful for the valiant efforts of the Concord Rescue Squad, the Concord Volunteer Fire Department, the Appomattox Volunteer Fire Department, and I'm proud to represent them in Virginia's 5th District. Mr. Speaker, I rise to recognize the accomplishments of 3 fire captains in Danville, Virginia. Few people demonstrate the mental and physical strength, personal diligence, or sacrificial love and commitment to their communities that fire captains do. 3 Danville fire captains recently honed their skills through the Virginia Chief Officer Academy. The Academy is a 6-day training period established to equip aspiring chief officers in overcoming whatever leadership challenges may come their way. During the program, students were trained in personal leadership and other skills needed to lead at the executive level. I'm proud to congratulate these captains on their completion of this program at the University of Richmond on Saturday, July 22. Captain J. Satterfield, Captain W.T. Poteet, and Captain J.P. Haymore have worked tirelessly to effectively serve the Danville community. After completing the program, these men are even more ready to lead as chief officers in the Danville Fire Department. I'm proud to represent these hardworking individuals in the 5th District of Virginia, and I admire their excellent character and determination to help those in need. And I yield back.
The chair recognizes a gentlewoman from Georgia, Ms. Williams, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor my constituent, Mr. Marvin Arrington, Sr., a giant in the Atlanta community, where he served as one of the city's longest-running council members, a father, a friend, and a judge. An Atlanta native, Judge Arrington graduated from Henry McNeil Turner High School and went on to graduate from what was at that time Clark College on a football scholarship. He began his legal studies at Howard University School of Law before returning home to Atlanta and integrating Emory Law School, where he was one of the first 2 black students to graduate from the law school. At age 28, Judge Arrington was elected to the Atlanta Board of Aldermen and continued serving after the city charter amendment changed the board into a city council. In 1980, he became Atlanta's city council president, a position he held for nearly 2 decades. In 2002, he was appointed judge in the Fulton County Superior Court, where he sat on the bench until his retirement in 2012. During Judge Arrington's trailblazing tenure in public service, he helped build and shape Atlanta into the great city that it is today. He left his imprint on the city's public transportation system and expanded Zoo Atlanta into the award-winning attraction that it is today. In the early 90s, Judge Arrington was one of the driving forces on the team who brought the 1996 Summer Olympic Games to the city of Atlanta. While he was at it, he used the lead up to the Summer Games to convert rundown public housing projects to quality, affordable housing. We have a saying in Atlanta, Mr. Speaker, and that saying is Atlanta influences everything. And that is true in part because of Marvin Arrington Sr.'s great work to influence the growth of Atlanta. In fact, in 2019, the City Council chambers were named after him to honor the tremendous impact that he had on our city. Judge Arrington was a member of Big Bethel AME Church, the Gate City Bar Association Hall of Fame, and Kappa Alpha Psi Fraternity Incorporated. For 16 years, he was a member of the Board of Trustees for Emory University. He served in many roles, elected, appointed, and yes, volunteer. But in all things, he demonstrated a deep commitment to equity, justice, and empowering young people. Marvin Arrington Sr.'s life of service and sacrifice is a reminder for everyone of the rent we pay for living in this society. Atlanta is the city that I chose to call home, and it was the work of leaders like Marvin Arrington Sr. that made it the city to choose. I send my deepest condolences to his daughter, Michelle Arrington, his son, Fulton County Commissioner Marvin Arrington Jr., and his entire family. Marvin Arrington Sr.'s legacy will inspire future leaders for generations to come. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess until noon today.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Apart from you, O Lord, anything we have, anything we boast in, anything we hope for amounts to nothing. We draw near to you this day, the source of our strength, for in you only do we trust. As we pray for this country, we ask that you would preserve all that you have granted us, especially the gift of liberty, which protects us from tyranny and oppression. In exercising this gift, may we do so with civility, respecting the rights of those who think differently. As we pray for our communities, we ask that you would inspire in us the commitment to do the common good. In living out this pledge, may our hearts be inclined to find the paths toward peace and security for all our neighbors. And as we pray for our world, we ask that you would give refuge and protection to those who are enduring unimaginable adversity. Answer the prayers of those who call upon you in the war-torn regions and contested areas of Ukraine, Sudan, Armenia, the Sahel, and so many others. In praying for your people around the globe, we ask your counsel that we may have the eyes to see and the minds to discern how you would have us serve you in these places. On this day, stand before us and guide us, and may we prove faithful wherever and however you would have us serve you this day. In your sovereign name we pray. Amen.
The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1, Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentlewoman from Louisiana, Ms. Letlow.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, this week House Republicans are continuing to deliver on our commitment to America, a nation that is safe, by providing the Department of Defense with the facilities it needs to protect us from foreign adversaries. One of the bills we will consider is the fiscal year 2024 Military Construction, Veterans Affairs, and Related Agencies Appropriations Bill, which funds Department of Defense facilities and veterans health care programs. But we don't stop there. This bill prohibits the use of funds to promote or advance the destructive critical race theory and prohibits the Biden administration's executive orders on diversity, equity, and inclusion. There's more work to be done to get our military back to the world's elite fighting force focused on combating adversaries. But by taking these small steps to eliminate fraud, waste, abuse, and unnecessary programs, we're taking the right first steps. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the great tenure of Reverend Ralph W. Emerson, Jr., who will be conducting his last sermon at Rising Star Baptist Church on Miller Avenue and Avenue M in Fort Worth this August before he kicks off his retirement. Reverend Emerson, better known as Pastor Ralph, was first called to preach in 1978 and was ordained that very year in December. He became the assistant pastor of Rising Star Baptist Church in 1989 after only 1 year, and he was called to be the senior pastor in 1990. And during his illustrious tenure at Rising Star, he has really served the community well, made sure that kids know how to read, that souls are fed, and has done a tremendous, tremendous job. Reverend Emerson has worked dutifully in several different capacities and in several cities, including Compton, Houston, and Fort Worth. And prior to coming to Rising Star, he was an active member at Mount Moriah Baptist Church in Los Angeles and Faith Baptist in Houston. Reverend Emerson is involved in so many different endeavors in the community, from JPS, our public hospital, to AIDS outreach, the different food banks, and again, he does a tremendous reading program
Gentleman's
for
time has expired.
kids in the summer. Reverend Emerson, congratulations on your retirement. The community thanks you for your service.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Louisiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate and honor the remarkable life of Herschel West.
Does the gentlewoman request to be recognized?
Sorry, yes. I'm sorry, I request.
Without objection, the
Sorry.
gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate and honor the remarkable life of Herschel West, who has left an extraordinary impact on our community and outstanding legacy across the state of Louisiana. Herschel is known as a role model across the state, most famously as one of Louisiana's great sports heroes, as a true legend in the world of college basketball. Herschel was a respectful community leader across the state of Louisiana, serving as a mentor and teacher to generations of young Americans. Most notably known for his selfless spirit, he had a unique ability to inspire others to action. Throughout his career, he has displayed an unwavering commitment to bettering the lives of those around him. He had outstanding accomplishments as an athlete and coach, including the Louisiana State AA Championship in 1959, the NAIA Championship in 1961, and elected as one of the first 25 members of Grambling Legends Sports Hall of Fame in 2009. We remember and celebrate his extraordinary life, his skill, his honor, and his legacy. Mr. Speaker, today the House honors an outstanding Louisianan, Herschel West. Thank you. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and edit my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
I rise to honor Erin Doty and celebrate her great accomplishments as my legislative director for the past 8 years. She led my legislative strategies to great success, and under her leadership, we passed 47 bills into law. Some of our most memorable bills are the Safe Step Act, the Protecting People from Surprise Medical Bills Act, the Humanitarian Standards for Individuals in Customs and Border Protection Custody Act, and the Honoring Our Pact Act. Erin has a heart of gold, a relentless commitment to social justice, and a special talent to make sure I never missed a vote. She was unwaveringly dedicated, often staying very late for votes, despite me insisting she go home to rest. Erin, you are a wonderful human being, a good friend, and a trusted advisor. Thank you for your service on behalf of the American people, especially the people of California's 36th and now 25th District. We miss you dearly, we wish you luck, and look forward to your future endeavors.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Consent to address the House for 1 minute, Mr. Speaker.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Julie Su has now exceeded the previous record for the longest duration between a presidential cabinet nomination and a confirmation when the same party controls the White House and the Senate, since 1887. It's no surprise that Axios even dubbed her as, quote, Biden's forever nominee, end quote. That's not a title and certainly not an accolade worthy of a gold star or a pat on the back. For months on end, her nomination has languished before the Senate. This is a telltale sign that she does not have the votes. One doesn't need to be an expert in reading tea leaves to see that her nomination is on life support. I'll offer some much-needed advice to the Biden administration. Rip the Band-Aid off already and pull Julie Su's nomination. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today out of concern for the ongoing shortage of primary care physicians at the Stockton VA clinic in my district. There are nearly 30,000 veterans that live in San Joaquin County. But earlier this year, the Stockton VA clinic went from 8 doctors to just 4 in the span of just a couple months. A 50% reduction of full-time in-person physicians, completely unacceptable, leading to a caseload of over 7,000 veterans for every doctor that we have. My constituents have been telling me that they have to wait more than 90 days to get an appointment. Men and women who risk their lives for our freedom deserve better than a months-long wait times to see a doctor. As we consider the VA budget this week, it is clear that we could do so much more to address the workforce shortages in my district and across the country at the VA. Our veterans deserve better. Primary care is an essential part of every veteran's medical care, and it is on us to make sure that care is never in jeopardy. And I'll continue to fight for the funding to fully staff our clinics until we get this done. I yield back.
Gentleman's time's expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I seek to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman from New York is recognized for 1 minute.
Both fiscal year 24 appropriations bills we're considering this week will ensure that the federal government fulfills one of its main duties outlined in the Constitution, providing for the common defense of our nation. Until our Republican majority took over, this body neglected this duty and failed to prepare our nation for the threats posed by China and Russia. Our military construction, Veterans Affairs, and related agencies appropriation bill will provide our military with the resources they need to succeed. This funding will be focused on investments in the Pacific Theater, barracks, and other quality of life projects so that our men and women in uniform can be ready to meet any challenge that they face. Additionally, our agricultural appropriations bill will invest in strengthening our supply chain so we don't have to rely on foreign adversaries for necessities like food and medications. In passing both of these critical bills, we provide for the safety and the prosperity of our great nation for generations to come. And I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Maine seek recognition?
Address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize and congratulate a great Mainer and a longtime public servant, Leslie Merrill. Leslie is retiring this month after 22 years of dedicated constituent service to the people of Maine's 1st District, having served under my predecessor before joining my office. I believe that the majority of us who work in this institution do so because we want to improve the lives of those around us. Leslie has committed her career to doing just that. Whether guiding asylum seekers and refugees through the immigration process, securing passports for many anxious travelers, or assisting Maine youth with the Academy nominations process so they may pursue a career in the military. Beyond her considerable skill as a caseworker, she's been a mentor to countless staff, sharing a Rolodex, her institutional knowledge, and her relationship with those agencies across the country, all of which have been invaluable to constituents and colleagues throughout the 1st District. And importantly, she's been a treasured friend to so many of us in and out of the office. Leslie, the lives of Mainers have definitely been better for you serving as their advocate, friend, and neighbor. We'll miss you dearly. We wish you and Peter the very best in your next adventure. Thank you for everything.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
To address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to celebrate the 50th anniversary of the annual Blue Tip Festival in Wadsworth, Ohio. The Blue Tip Festival is a long-standing community celebration. The festival's name pays tribute to the city's former largest employer, the Ohio Match Company, and their famous Blue Tip matches that we all know very fondly well. Each year, the Blue Tip Festival begins the Tuesday after Father's Day with 2.5-mile parade. The parade leads to the ceremonial lighting of a 17-foot blue tip match, sculpture that holds the record for the world's largest matchstick sculpture. The next 5 days are filled with family fun like amusement rides, carnival games, festivals, food, and a lot more. I commend the City of Wadsworth and the Blue Tip Festival Committee for their commitment to make the Blue Tip Festival one of the best celebrations in Ohio's 7th District. Year after year, their dedication has created a space for our community to recognize and enjoy Ohio's rich history. Here's to another safe and fun 50 years of the Blue Tip Festival. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to celebrate the historic labor deal reached between the Teamsters and UPS. This is a monumental achievement for organized labor, underscoring the power of unions that make up the backbone of our economy and our democracy. I would especially like to recognize Teamsters Local 348, which represents UPS workers in Ohio's 13th Congressional District. These hardworking, dedicated union members were on the front lines throughout the entire pandemic, keeping our country running by consistently delivering essential supplies, food, and medicine to communities across our district as well as throughout the country. This historic contract acknowledges their hard work and sacrifices and raises the bar for all workers in all industries. I was proud to join my Labor Caucus colleagues last week in sending a bipartisan letter reaffirming my constituents' right to collectively bargain, and I will always stand with workers to support higher wages, safer working conditions, and better benefits. Congratulations again to the 340,000 Teamsters at UPS. And thank you for your dedication to setting a new standard to workers across the country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Will the Speaker ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute?
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, it's Fried Chicken Wednesday in Longworth Cafeteria, and I'm here to speak about the FY24 Agricultural Appropriations Bill, specifically how this legislation supports American farmers and ranchers by slashing regulations and reducing spending back to pre-pandemic levels. Georgia is the top poultry producer in the nation. Our poultry industry generates an economic impact of $28 billion for our state. This bill eliminates harmful regulations that are unnecessarily dictate how to raise and market livestock, which negatively impacts Georgia producers and consumers alike. It also cuts spending to the account for the end of the COVID pandemic emergency by saving $32 billion in taxpayer dollars. My colleagues and I in the House are going to have the opportunity to discuss and debate this legislation and support our rural communities and farmers. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Guam seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to recognize Irene Paris Polk Scambaluri, a proud mother, grandmother, and a great-grandmother, and World War II survivor, are just some of the words used to describe Miss Irene Polk Paris Scambaluri, or as many called her, Auntie Irene. Auntie Irene has been a fighter for World War II survivors, a champion for Guam's greatest generation, and one who has worked tirelessly over the decades to ensure that those who endured the atrocities of the occupation are recognized by the federal government. Auntie Irene advocated for the payments of World War II reparations for decades, and the fruits of her labor were rewarded when former President Donald Trump enacted legislation to ensure these reparations were fulfilled. During the month of our community celebrates Guam's liberation, and I would like to honor her for her years of advocacy. Thank you, Auntie Irene, and may God continue to bless you and your family. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to congratulate the Northside High School women's softball team on winning a Class III state championship, the program's first state title since 2010 and its second win in history. Beating the York Falcons by 3-1, the Vikings delivered strong performances needed to win. These talented athletes include Bailey Compton, Mackenzie Taylor, Leila Aguilar, Sydney Jordan, Carly Austin, and Abby Caldwell. Bailey pitched a 5-hitter for the Vikings, striking out 16 of the Falcons players and walking 1. The Vikings scored twice in the top of the 5th to grab a 2-1 lead. In the 7th inning, the ladies scored another run, then held strong on defense to prevent the Falcons from catching up. All these young ladies are a true testament that with hard work and determination, you can achieve your dreams. Congratulations again to all of the players, Coach Cassie Bramer, their families, and Northside faculty and staff. Virginia's 6th Congressional District is incredibly proud of your accomplishment. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. By direction of the Committee on Rules, I call up House Resolution 614 and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Calendar Number 31, House Resolution 614. Resolved that at any time after adoption of this resolution, the Speaker may, pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 18, declare the House resolved into the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for consideration of the bill H.R. 4366, making appropriations for military construction, the Department of Veterans Affairs, and related agencies for fiscal year ending September 30th, 2024, and for other purposes. The first reading of the bill shall be dispensed with. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. General debate shall be confined to the bill and shall not exceed 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations or their respective designees. After general debate, the bill shall be considered for amendment under the 5-minute rule. The bill shall be considered as read. Points of order against provisions in the bill for failure to comply with Clause 2 or Clause 5A of Rule 21 are waived. Section 2A. No amendment to the bill shall be in order except those printed in the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution. Amendments en bloc described in Section 3 of this resolution and pro forma amendments described in Section 4 of this resolution. B. Each amendment printed in the report of the Committee on Rules shall be considered only in the order printed in the report, may be offered only by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, shall not be subject to amendment except as provided by Section 4 of this resolution, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question in the House or in the Committee of the Whole. C. All points of order against amendments printed in the report of the Committee on Rules or against amendments en bloc described in Section 3 of this resolution are waived. Section 3. It shall be in order at any time for the chair of the Committee on Appropriations or her designee to offer amendments en bloc consisting of amendments printed in the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution, not earlier disposed of. Amendments en bloc offered pursuant to this section shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for 20 minutes, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations or their respective designees, shall not be subject to amendment except as provided by Section 4 of this resolution, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question in the House or in the Committee of the Whole. Section 4. During consideration of the bill for amendment, the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations or their respective designees may offer up to 10 pro forma amendments each at any point for the purpose of debate. Section 5. At the conclusion of consideration of the bill for amendment, the committee shall rise and report the bill to the House with such amendments as may have been adopted. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the bill and amendments thereto to final passage, without intervening motion except one motion to recommit. Section 6. Upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the joint resolution, Senate Joint Resolution 9, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code of the rules submitted by the United States Fish and Wildlife Service relating to endangered and threatened wildlife and plants, lesser prairie chicken, threatened status with Section 4D rule of the Northern Distinct Population Segment and endangered status for the Southern Distinct Population Segment. All points of order against consideration of the joint resolution are waived. The joint resolution shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the joint resolution are waived. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the joint resolution and on any amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Natural Resources or their respective designees, and 2, one motion to commit. Section 7. Upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the joint resolution, Senate Joint Resolution 24, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code of the rules submitted by the United States Fish and Wildlife Service relating to endangered and threatened wildlife and plants endangered species status for northern long-eared bat. All points of order against consideration of the joint resolution are waived. The joint resolution shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the joint resolution are waived. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the joint resolution and on any amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Natural Resources or their respective designees. And 2, 1 motion to commit.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 1 hour.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker. For the purpose of debate only, I yield the customary 30 minutes to the distinguished gentleman and my good friend from Colorado, pending which time I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
During consideration of this resolution, all time yielded is for the purpose of debate only. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that the resolution be amended by striking the last sentence in the first section of the resolution and inserting, quote, all points of order against provisions in the bill are waived, end quote.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of this rule and in support of the underlying legislation. House Resolution 614 provides for consideration of 3 measures, H.R. 4366, S.J. Res. 9, and S.J. Res. 24. The rule provides for H.R. 4366, the Military Construction, Veterans Affairs, and Related Agencies Appropriation Act of 2024, to be considered under a structured rule with 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member on the Committee on Appropriations or their respective designees, and provides 1 motion to recommit. The rule makes in order 41 amendments. Additionally, the rule provides for consideration of S.J. Res. 9, a resolution of congressional disapproval related to the lesser prairie chicken under a closed rule with 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Natural Resources or their designees, and provides 1 motion to commit. Finally, the resolution provides for consideration S.J. Res. 24, a resolution of congressional disapproval related to the northern long-eared bat under a closed rule, with 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Natural Resources or their designees, and provides 1 motion to commit. Mr. Speaker, H.R. 4366 fulfills our commitment to America's veterans by fully funding their health care programs and benefits, providing robust funding for mental health services, and rejecting the Biden administration's efforts to insert far-left policies into the VA. As a Navy veteran, I'm proud that this bill improves the quality of life for service members by investing more than $17.6 billion in military construction and family housing for our heroes. This includes critical investments in child care development centers, upgrades to barrack housing, and billions to counter China in the Indo-Pacific. Additionally, H.R. 4366 includes a provision prohibiting the closure of Naval Station Guantanamo Bay, Cuba, and also prohibiting the use of funds to build detainee facilities on U.S. soil. As a veteran of the global war on terror, someone who prosecuted terrorists in the Iraqi court system, I saw firsthand the destruction and chaos caused by these radical extremists. Bringing these terrorists to U.S. soil is unthinkable to me, and many of these terrorists were directly involved in the September 11th terrorist attacks. Mr. Speaker, the underlying legislation also provides important congressional oversight of the Biden administration. S.J. Res. 9 and S.J. Res. 24 utilize the Congressional Review Act to nullify the Department of Interior's rules related to the lesser prairie chicken and the northern long-eared bat. In both instances, bureaucrats from the Biden administration are placing red tape on economic development and private land use and without warrant. These rules expose farmers to litigation and lawsuits for routine farming activities. They shut down existing conservation efforts from private industry, and they impose new restrictions on farmers and ranchers. This is just another example, another instance of far-left extreme Democrats in Washington, D.C., making it more costly for Americans to make a living, put food on the table, and develop our rural communities. For these reasons, I urge my colleagues to support this rule, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the distinguished gentleman and my friend from Pennsylvania for the customary 30 minutes, and I too ask unanimous consent to revise and extend my remarks, and will yield myself such time as I may consume.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, as the gentleman said, today's rule provides for consideration of 3 bills. The first of those bills is H.R. 4366, the Military Construction, Veteran Affairs, and Related Agencies Appropriations Act of 2024. Now, Mr. Speaker, as you know, this bill typically is a bipartisan bill, one of the most bipartisan bills that we consider in the United States Congress. That is not the case this year. Why? Because House Republicans decided to inject extreme policy riders into this bill that threaten the freedoms of each and every American. They have kicked off appropriations season by doubling down on funding bills that endanger essential services. And just to speak frankly, this bill, nor any of the others that they will bring to the floor on the appropriations side, have any chance of becoming law. And my colleagues across the aisle know that. Today, they come to the floor and proudly tout a bill that would slash $1.3 billion from military construction. Not my number, their number. Programs that support quality of life services for members of the armed forces and their families. Democrats fight against cuts to vital programs that help the American people. Unfortunately, House Republicans are doing the opposite. We have seen this cycle many times, Mr. Speaker, throughout the last several months, 7 months. It has been hard to understand what my colleagues across the aisle truly want. At the beginning of this Congress, the other side of the aisle voted for a House rules package that promised an open rules process for amendments. Yet here we are debating another rule structured by Speaker McCarthy and Republican leadership. And now House Republicans threaten to shut down the government in order to fulfill an unpopular agenda full of far-right policy riders that undermine equal opportunity, restrict access to abortion, and more. We're going to hear a lot from my colleague, my friend on the other side of the aisle about what he claims this bill will do. But it is important for the American people to understand 3 simple things. It cuts military construction by $1.3 billion. Think about the impact that will have, Mr. Speaker, on service members across the country. It funds no infrastructure backlog for the Department of Defense. Mr. Speaker, we have a $100 billion infrastructure backlog in the Department of Defense. Installations across the world, across the country, in our districts. The President asked for $2 billion to start to address that backlog. House Republicans said no. How much did they give? 0. And finally, the bill does nothing to address toxic PFAS contamination. Not a thing. Last year, House Democrats, under President Biden's leadership, appropriated $200 million towards PFAS remediation to address the toxic chemicals that are literally killing people across the country. This bill appropriates how much? None. Those are the facts. If that weren't enough, as the gentleman said, we're considering 2 other bills today. Now, the American people watching this might think that perhaps House Republicans would decide to bring a bill to the floor to lower costs, address inflation, try to reduce the cost of health care, grow the middle class, build safer communities, address school safety. No. House Republicans have declined to put any of those bills on the floor. Instead, what are we left with? Hearings and bills on gas stoves, and today, bills on the lesser prairie chicken and the northern long-eared bat. That's what we're here to debate, Mr. Speaker. I think the American people would be deeply disappointed at the choice and priorities that House Republicans are pursuing. Let's get back to the core issues at hand. Let's negotiate in good faith. Let's do the people's business. With that, Mr. Speaker, I'll reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let's just go back and look at what's been said over the last few months. For the last few months, the administration and extreme congressional Democrats have been spreading lies that House Republicans were cutting veterans' benefits. These lies were merely designed to score cheap political points at the expense of our veterans. Let's go through a few of the quotes from extreme Democrats. President Biden stated on May 4th, and I quote, "Republicans in Congress propose budget cuts that would threaten veterans' housing services, medical care, and mental health care," end quote. It didn't stop there. Ranking Member Takano stated on 26 April, and I quote, "They are holding veterans' benefits hostage by again pointing to their concerns about fiscal responsibility," end quote. In the Senate, you had Senate Majority Leader Schumer state on the 1st of March, Republicans' proposals would narrow health care eligibility for veterans and cut VA mandatory funding, end quote. Now we get to this week, where House Republicans will pass a bill that fully funds veterans' benefits, fully fund veterans' health care, fully fund all other veterans' programs. This bill provides the VA $16.4 billion over the FY23 enacted level and matches the president's budget request for FY24. So there is no question who was and who was not misleading the American people. There's no question that our actions today support veterans. And just watch to see how many of those Democrats will vote no tomorrow. With that, I yield 3 minutes to my good friend and member of the House Rules Committee from the state of New York, Mr. Langworthy. I yield him 3 minutes.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from New York is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the gentleman from Pennsylvania for yielding me time to address the House today. I rise today in support of keeping the promises made to our nation's veterans. Millions of men and women have served this nation in uniform, bravely, and they've been failed by the Department of Veterans Affairs. Too often, the VA has left veterans and their loved ones with long delays, substandard service, and neglect. And now, rather than continue the Trump administration's work to hold the VA accountable, the Biden administration is instead focused on promoting divisive ideologies and radical leftist priorities. Mr. Speaker, the VA should be focused on the needs of our nation's veterans, not promoting a political agenda. The legislation before us today puts the VA back on the task at hand, caring for the men and women who gave it their all for this country, like finally pushing the VA to fix its electronic health record system, where patient safety issues have been so dire that they've even resulted in several deaths. Now, let me say that again. The inability for the VA to do its job has resulted in injury and death to veterans. Sadly, this isn't the first time we've heard such negligence. We need to do better. We owe it better, and this bill will help accomplish this today. And I think I speak today for all the veterans in my district when I say that they're sick and tired of indignities and substandard care due to electronic records. I strongly support the underlying legislation before us today, and I hope my colleagues can overcome partisan outrage to stand with our nation's veterans. And I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, let me just say, only in Washington can politicians demand recognition after being shamed into doing the right thing. That's what we just heard. The Default on America Act that House Republicans pursued, we all know, was primed to cut veterans' benefits. House Democrats, President Biden, Senate Democrats led the charge to convince our colleagues to come back from the brink. And now they have the audacity to demand that we thank them for it. And by the way, Mr. Speaker, this comes from the same party that overwhelmingly voted against the PACT Act, the most comprehensive health care legislation for veterans in my lifetime. The proudest vote I have taken since I was sworn into the United States Congress. 174 of them voted against it, including the gentleman from Pennsylvania. And now you have the audacity, folks, to claim that they are fighting for veterans? Mr. Speaker, I yield 5 times with great honor to the distinguished assistant leader, Mr. Clyburn. 5 minutes.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman is recognized.
I thank the gentleman for yielding me the time, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to take note of the sad irony that the extreme Republicans' majority is bringing this appropriations bill to the floor on the 75th anniversary of President Truman's desegregation of the armed services. President Truman's heritage would suggest that he'll be an unlikely champion for civil rights. He grew up in a segregated town in Missouri, in a family that owned slaves and defended slavery. But when our 33rd president heard of the blinding of Sergeant Isaac Woodard, Jr., a decorated Black World War II veteran who was brutally attacked by a police officer while traveling home to Winnsboro, South Carolina, on a Greyhound bus, still in his uniform, after being honorably discharged, Truman was moved to forsake his upbringing and desegregate the armed forces. President Truman courageously recognized and acted to further our nation's fundamental obligation to our service members and veterans, regardless of their backgrounds. We should be working to build upon the progress he made, but regrettably, the Milcom VA bill that the majority is bringing to the floor today would constitute a significant step backward. This ill-conceived legislation, in addition to reducing funds for the military construction projects that are fundamental to our service members' quality of life, is also an attack on the dignity of our veterans. It attacks the dignity of women veterans by blocking reproductive health care when their health is endangered. It attacks the dignity of veterans in need to gender-reaffirming care by blocking the VA from providing it even if it is recommended by a doctor. It attacks the dignity of veterans and all Americans of color and others who have been historically underserved, marginalized, and adversely affected by persistent poverty and inequality by blocking the Biden administration's ongoing efforts to advance equity. President Truman recognized that our national security is enhanced by respecting the dignity of all American patriots who sacrifice to defend it. This legislation being brought today by the extreme Republican majority is at odds with that principle. If the members of today's extreme Republican majority were in office in 1948, I fear they would have attacked President Truman's desegregation order as an unacceptable diversity, equity, and inclusion measure, which Section 417 of this legislation would ban. I fear that if this bill were enacted into law, it would prevent the military from discussing the blinding of Sergeant Isaac Woodard as its influence on President Truman, because the topic would be deemed critical race theory, which would be banned by Section 415 rather than the historical fact that it was. Will this section ban our military from making repairs to the GI Bill benefits that were denied Black World War II veterans? Mr. Speaker, when President Truman was informed of Isaac Woodard's blinding, he reportedly exclaimed, and I quote, "My God, I had no idea it was as terrible as that," We have got to do something. Sadly, this extreme Republican majority seems to find ways to be terrible every week. I rise in opposition to the consideration of this awful bill because Democrats know we have got to do something to prevent them from pushing us off the track toward a more perfect union. President Truman so courageously advanced 75 years ago today. And I'll yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman reserves. Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Since we're discussing the Department of Interior's out-of-touch rulemaking decisions this week, let's talk about last week with the Department of Interior. The department issued they proposed a new rule adding barriers to the future of energy production. This decision will drastically impact oil and gas investment and will raise energy costs for hardworking Americans. Let's not forget that under the last administration, under the Trump administration, our nation was energy independent, and this rulemaking will only deepen our reliance on foreign adversaries for energy. Now, according to a recent poll, a Morning Consult poll, 88% of Americans believe we should produce oil and gas here in the United States. 88%. 85% agree domestic energy production counters China and counters Russia. Again, that's 85%. And 88% believe that domestic energy production will help lower costs for families. That's 88%. Seems to me like pretty overwhelming numbers. But we have a bunch of unelected career bureaucrats who are accountable to no one that are making these decisions. It's clear that Biden's Interior Department rulemaking continues to hurt our national security, our economy, and our energy independence, not to mention how wildly out of step this administration is with the American people. It's time that extreme Democrats stop the war on American energy, and with that, I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from New Mexico, distinguished member of the Rules Committee, Ms. Leger-Fernandez.
The gentleman yields. The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I really wish I could say that caring for our veterans is a bipartisan issue, something we all agree on. Instead, for the first time in years and decades, the appropriations for military construction and VA will not be partisan because my colleagues across the aisle have not put veterans first. Instead, they've tacked onto their VA bill a kitchen sink of culture wars. H.R. 4366 would trample on our veterans' freedoms. It would slash access to reproductive care, slash access to gender-affirming care. It would prohibit training that helps people from different backgrounds work together, that addresses the inequalities that still exist in our military. It would allow homophobia to run rampant. This legislation makes our VA facilities less welcoming for the thousands of diverse New Mexicans that receive care there. Every homeowner knows that it's better to fix a leaking roof right away, because if not, it's going to be really expensive. Well, guess what? This bill cuts $1.5 billion for military construction. Our military housing and health clinics are leaking, but these cuts will cost us so much more in the future. We must do more than just thank our veterans for their service. We can't just use words. We must actually back it up with resources. When Democrats led the House, what did we do? We passed the PACT Act to expand health care coverage and compensate veterans exposed to toxic substances. 174 of our Republicans voted against that. But Democrats listened to the needs of our communities and passed legislation that makes an actual difference in their lives. Now, veterans have until August 9th to file a claim to receive retroactive 2023 benefits. To make sure our veterans know about these veterans benefits, I'm hosting a PACT Act town hall this Friday. That's what it looks like to not just thank veterans, but to truly care about the patriots who served our country. That's the difference that Democratic leadership makes. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields.
I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman is recognized.
Reserve.
The gentleman reserves.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I understand it's a little empty on the other side of the aisle. Perhaps not many members who want to come to the floor to defend the propriety of this bill that cuts military construction funding, and I don't blame them. My colleague and my friend from Pennsylvania, whom I respect, has the unenviable task of trying to make the case for a bill that cuts military construction funding, does nothing to address the infrastructure backlog, cuts PFAS toxic exposure remediation, to say nothing of the many other ills within the legislation. And, we heard a lot earlier about the supposed work that House Republicans are doing on the appropriations front. Of course, this is the first appropriations bill that has come to the floor. But we still can't get House Republicans to commit to protecting Social Security and Medicare, as House Democrats have championed. And of course, we know why. It's because they have been unabashed about their efforts to cut both vital programs. And so, Mr. Speaker, if we defeat the previous question, I will offer an amendment that we've offered before to the rule to provide for consideration of a resolution which unambiguously states that it is the House's duty to keep our solemn promise to American workers and seniors to protect and preserve Social Security and Medicare and reject any cuts to these critical programs. And, Mr. Speaker, I would ask unanimous consent to insert the text of my amendment into the record along with any extraneous material immediately prior to the vote on the previous question.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With that being said, and to discuss our very important proposal, I yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentlewoman from the state of Michigan, Ms. Scholten.
The gentleman yields. The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle may not have something to say today, but I surely do. I rise today to express my profound disappointment in House Republicans' decision to prioritize their extremist agenda over passing a strong, bipartisan appropriations bill. I pride myself on always looking for ways to find common ground with my Republican colleagues, and the bill to fund the VA and military construction usually provides ample opportunity to do so. We need to do everything we can to ensure that our current and former service members are provided the best possible care. I was hoping I could count on my friends across the aisle to put forth a bill that we could all support, just like we have done time and time again. Instead, extremists in the party have hijacked this bill and removed dedicated funding for PFAS cleanup, eliminated funding for climate resilience during a time of increasingly severe weather events, and put women and families at risk by restricting access to potentially life-saving health care. By including these provisions, extremists on the right have decided that playing partisan politics is more important than improving the lives of our nation's heroes. Mr. Speaker, unlike our colleagues across the aisle, Democrats are focused on delivering results on the things that matter to our communities. For this reason, if we defeat the previous question, we will bring up a resolution affirming our commitment to protecting Social Security and Medicare. Why don't Republicans want to do the same thing? These programs are critically important lifelines for tens of millions of Americans across the country. In West Michigan, my home district, Medicare provides life-saving health care coverage for over 100,000 seniors. Additionally, nearly 150,000 recipients receive $264 million in monthly Social Security benefits, including over 110,000 seniors, nearly 10,000 children.
I'm sorry, 30 seconds?
Yes.
These are the sorts of programs, thank you, we should be spending our time working on and strengthening, not unserious messaging bills, which will be dead on arrival in the Senate. We're just wasting time. I urge my colleagues to defeat the previous question so we can bring up this important legislation, and I yield back the remainder of my time.
The gentlewoman yields.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, we reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's amazing. If you say something enough, people, you just assume they're going to think it's true. But let's talk about the facts. Let's talk about the numbers. This bill provides the VA $16.4 billion above FY23 levels. We're over the levels that the Democrats passed last year. We're actually at the levels that the president wanted, that he put in his budget request for FY24. We are fully funding the VA. And, my crystal ball is broken today, but I'm willing to bet that every single Democrat will vote no on this bill, which again fully funds the VA and all the programs that they're talking about. So let's just see where they vote tomorrow. So it's quite amazing. The talks about DEI in the military. Under the Biden administration, DEI created a recruiting and retention crisis without any reason for doing this, and that has weakened our military readiness. I was in the Navy. I lived through this. I can tell you that DEI and CRT is plummeting our recruitment numbers. And for what? From 2015 to 2020, the Army went on a witch hunt. The Army reported 21 of roughly 1 million soldiers were subject to disciplinary actions due to participation in extremist organizations. 21. And that was in 2020. They said 1 million soldiers were involved in this. In 2021, the DoD did a study on that, and it reported that less than 100 of the over 2 million service members actually participated in prohibited activity. So for those of you without a calculator, that's roughly 0.00005%. That's what we're fighting over here. The underlying legislation that we're talking about actually eliminates wasteful spending for DEI and CRT, puts it to where we really need it in veterans programs and military construction. And it also does a lot to reverse this negative impact on military readiness and what's driving down our recruitment, just one of the many things that's driving down our recruitment. But with that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman is recognized.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I thank the Speaker. And the gentleman talked about facts. Again, these are not my numbers. These are their numbers. This year, in this bill, House Republicans appropriate $17.5 billion for military construction. That is $1.5 billion less than the current level. In other words, it is a decrease. It is a cut of $1.5 billion to military construction, which is used for what? Housing for our service members. Under current levels, there is $200 million dedicated to PFAS remediation. In this bill, there is none. President Biden requested $2 billion to address the infrastructure backlog in our military. Under this bill, there is none. Not my numbers, their numbers. Mr. Speaker, I also just want to enter in for the record, unanimous consent rather I would seek, to insert into the record an article from The Hill today entitled, quote, "Senate GOP fears House actions could lead to shutdown. It's going to be a problem."
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That article is quoting a Republican senator from the gentleman's region, his neighbor, Senator Shelley Moore Capito. When House Republicans shut down the government in 66 days, which they seem committed to doing, the American people will be right to ask the question, they will be justified to ask the question of why House Republicans decided to focus their time on the northern long-eared bat and the lesser prairie chicken. It's a fair question for the American people to ask. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee.
The gentleman yields. The gentlewoman from Texas is recognized.
I thank the gentleman from Colorado for his leadership and the manager of our friends on the other side of the aisle. The United States military, each and every soldier, each and every member of every single branch take an oath when they leave their loved ones and accept the responsibility of dying for this country. And if you have been able to fight on a battlefield and become a veteran, you still have taken that oath and you were willing to die for this country. With the enormous cuts that are facing our soldiers, our families, in this military construction legislation, let me make it plain for my colleagues. They will deny those who take an oath active duty, their families, job opportunities, They will deny them housing. Has anyone been to bases and seen some of the military housing that needs absolute either rebuild or rehab? Have you understood the importance of food assistance, particularly to veterans, families depending upon that? Do they know how important it is for their soldiers to feed their families, to keep roofs over their heads? Do they know how important it is to provide education and training opportunities for those who leave the United States military? Let me remind you of the importance of their oath. And then let me remind you of the hard-earned work that this Congress did with President Biden to provide the PACT Act. And the proposed cuts would have drastic consequences for the PACT Act, and that is the bill that recognizes the toxicity that our brave men and women were in while they were fighting battles, and that exposures fund could lead to slashing the medical care resources in the fund by 86% and fully abandoning the toxic exposures fund next year. Are we defaulting on our commitment to those who took the oath to die for this nation? I think that is worthy of shame. And cities will be vulnerable when their veterans do not have the resources that are necessary for them to have. And I have
an additional 30 seconds.
I thank the gentleman.
30 seconds.
Can you imagine the burden on local cities? Our veterans are homeless. Our veterans are suffering many times from PTSD, and if we do not have the kind of support services for them that this legislation provides, where are we in terms of the kind of housing and other assistance that they may need? So I just simply ask my friends on the other side of the aisle, we stand here on the floor, I'm fighting for the cities and the states that receive these dollars ultimately, because that's where the people are. And I do want to oppose the bills that are endangering our endangered species, S.J. Res 9 and H.R. 4366. I oppose endangering our endangered species. I yield back.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman reserves. The gentleman is recognized.
We can sit here and talk about the numbers all day, because the Republicans, we have actually increased military construction $800 million over what President Biden requested in his budget. We're $800 million over what the president wanted. And where are we using that money? Well, we're using it in places like the South Pacific. Today, China is the global leader in human rights abuses. In 2021, the Trump administration determined that the CCP is committing genocide against the Uyghurs. In the South China Sea, China is militarizing disputed territory and growing their malign influence. In 2020, let's not forget that China ended Hong Kong's longstanding autonomy and a democracy came crashing down. In 2019, a man-made virus escaped from a Chinese lab in Wuhan, killing tens of millions around the world. And in the near future, the CCP plans to invade our ally, the free and independent democracy of Taiwan. That's why I support the underlying legislation, which focuses investment in the Pacific Theater by providing $1.425 billion for infrastructure related to the Pacific Deterrence Initiative and $131 million for U.S. Indo-PACOM, that's the Indo-Pacific Command. So again, think about those numbers. Think about combating China and their malign influences. When the Democrats sit here and say they're going to vote against this bill, they're voting against strengthening our Pacific Theater against the malign influence of the CCP. I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, it feels like Groundhog Day. I mean, I have great respect for my friend from Pennsylvania, but I don't understand what numbers he is looking at. Does he deny that in statute we appropriated last year $19 billion for military construction? He is an appropriator. I'm happy to engage in a colloquy with him to the extent that he wishes to clarify that. Last year, military construction was funded at $19 billion. This year, it is funded at $17.5 billion. Not complicated. And of course, the gentleman knows that because half of his caucus is bragging about the fact that they have cut military construction and a variety of other programs juxtaposed against the levels that were set by congressional Democrats. This is not disputed. anywhere but apparently during this particular debate. They are cutting military construction. They are not funding military infrastructure backlog needs that the President has requested of this Congress. And they have zeroed out any dedicated funding for PFAS remediation. Those are the facts. Mr. Speaker, with great honor, I'd like to yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. McGarvey.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to the rule on H.R. 4366 and the underlying bill. I oppose this bill because it hurts our service members, it hurts our veterans, and it weakens our military. This bill fails our service members and hurts our military readiness. It cuts over $1.5 billion for military construction projects all over the country and includes no funding to make military installations like Fort Knox and Fort Campbell more resilient against climate change and the natural disasters that have ravaged my home state in Kentucky. Instead of writing a bill that strengthens our military or will improve resources for our service members, my Republican colleagues are bringing to the bill a floor riddled with partisan provisions to get rid of diversity, equity, inclusion programs, restrict women's access to abortion and reproductive health care, and make VA facilities less welcoming for all of those who served our country. These are distractions. We shouldn't pick and choose which service members we honor. Anyone who answers the call to serve our country deserves to be treated with dignity and respect, and they deserve to have access to quality health care, food, housing assistance, and more. Mr. Speaker, this bill does nothing to actually support our military, our veterans, and our service members. I yield back.
Gentleman's time's expired.
Speaker, may I inquire how much time remains on both sides?
The gentleman from Colorado has 5.5 minutes remaining. The gentleman from Pennsylvania has 18.5 minutes remaining.
Mr. Speaker, we're prepared to close at the gentleman's convenience.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers at this time, and I am prepared to close, so I would reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, I want to thank my friend and colleague from Pennsylvania for the respectful debate. I understand that we don't see eye to eye on the bills that this House will unfortunately be considering this week, but nonetheless appreciate his courtesy. Mr. Speaker, today marks 200 days since House Republicans gavelled us into this 118th session of the United States Congress. 200 days that they have been in control. 200 days that they have had the gavels here in Washington, D.C. The American people be justified in asking, how have House Republicans spent those 200 days? Any bills to address inflation, to lower costs for working families? Any bills to grow the middle class, to build safer communities? The answer is none. Instead, they have pursued extreme policy after extreme policy. And this Milcon appropriation bill is no exception. Gas stoves, the northern eared bat, the lesser prairie chicken, and whatever other issue House Republicans conjure up when we are back in session. That's how they have chosen to spend their time and taxpayer dollars. When House Democrats were in control, working with President Biden and our colleagues in the upper chamber, we focused on issues that mattered to the American people. A bipartisan infrastructure law that unfortunately most of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle in this chamber voted against, that is rebuilding bridges and roads and highways across this country from Pennsylvania to Colorado, ensuring folks have clean water to drink and clean air to breathe. The PACT Act, the most comprehensive veterans health care legislation enacted in my lifetime, that 174 Republicans in this chamber voted against. The Inflation Reduction Act, capping insulin costs at $35 for seniors participating in Medicare across the country. That is how we spent our time. As I said earlier, we know that in 66 days, House Republicans will shut down the government. They are telegraphing that. Many of their members have said publicly that they want to shut down the government, that in their view, a shutdown of the government is the desired outcome. 66 days. And in 72 hours, Republicans will gavel this chamber out of session. They will adjourn this chamber for a 45-day recess. 45 days. 66 days until the government runs out of funding. 45-day recess. 72 hours until that recess. And we're here debating the lesser prairie chicken and the northern long-eared bat. It's deeply disappointing, and it does not comport with how the American public expects us to operate here in Washington, D.C. We can do better. And I would challenge my Republican colleagues to come back from the brink that I described earlier, work with us in good faith, help us deliver for the American people. Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to vote no on this rule and to vote no on the underlying bills. If you support cutting military construction, if you support not addressing military infrastructure backlog, if you support zeroing out PFAS remediation, then by all means, vote for the Milcon bill. But if you oppose those draconian cuts, as I do, then I hope you'll vote no. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I will yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm prepared to close, and I yield myself the balance of my time.
The gentleman is recognized.
I want to thank my good friend from Colorado for the spirited debate. Always enjoy it. We're here today because the Biden administration wants to tell the American people what they can do, how they can live. They want to tell you what kind of car you have to drive. They want to tell you what kind of stove that you can buy. They want to tell you what kind of energy you can use to heat your home. Now, under these Department of Interior rules, Biden bureaucrats want to place further burdens on our farmers and ranchers, our rural communities, on economic development, on public and private land. So instead of focusing on the lesser prairie chicken and the long-eared bat, maybe the department should focus on securing our domestic energy supply chains and supporting American energy independence. Maybe that's the real purpose of why we're here talking about these issues, to force this department to actually focus on what matters to American security and the American economy. So I urge my colleagues to send that message to the Biden administration and support the underlying legislation. Additionally, as a Navy veteran, I support the underlying legislation that fulfills our commitments to America's veterans, our service members, and their families. Let's not forget that this Milcon VA bill is $800 million over for military construction, what President Biden requested in his budget request for FY24. It's also at the president's requested level of FY24. So maybe instead of attacking these numbers, my Democratic colleagues should be attacking their far-left Democratic president, who wanted numbers below what the Republicans wrote for these numbers. And again, we're fully funding Biden's requested VA numbers. It's simple that a no vote on this is a vote against our veterans. And that's absolutely horrifying. Our country has sent generations of heroes around the globe to defend our freedoms and the freedoms of others. It's essential that we now take care of those who took care of us. For those reasons, I urge my colleagues to vote yes on the previous question and yes on the rule. I yield back the balance of my time, and I move the previous question on the resolution.
The gentleman yields. The question is on ordering the previous question on the resolution as amended. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
I'd ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess for a period of less than 15 minutes. The House will be in order. Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order. Ordering the previous question on House Resolution 614. Adoption of House Resolution 614 if ordered, and the motion to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 3395 if ordered. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question on ordering the previous question on House Resolution 614 as amended, on which the yeas and nays were ordered. The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Calendar Number 31, House Resolution 614, resolution provided for consideration of the bill H.R. 4366, making appropriations for military construction, the Department of Veterans Affairs, and related agencies for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2024, and for other purposes, providing for consideration of the joint resolution, Senate Joint Resolution 9, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title V United States Code of the rules submitted by the United States Fish and Wildlife Service relating to endangered and threatened wildlife and plants, lesser prairie chicken, threatened status with Section 4D rule of the Northern Distinct Population Segment and endangered status for the Southern Distinct Population Segment, and providing for consideration of the joint resolution, Senate Joint Resolution 24, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title V United States Code of the rules submitted by the United States Fish and Wildlife Service relating to endangered and threatened wildlife and plants, endangered species status for northern long-eared bat.
The question is on ordering the previous question. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote.
members voting. Does any member wish to change a vote?
On this vote, the yeas are 208 and the nays are 191. The previous question is ordered. The question is on adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, we ask for a recorded
For
vote.
what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, we request a recorded vote.
Recorded vote is requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 217, the nays are 206. The resolution is adopted. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question on suspending the rules and pass H.R. 3395 as amended, which the clerk will report the title.
Union Calendar Number 116, H.R. 3395. A bill to direct the chairman of the Federal Maritime Commission to seek to enter into an agreement with a federally funded research and development center to evaluate foreign ownership of maritime terminals at the 15 largest United States container ports and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 3395 as amended? So many as are in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question on suspending the rules and pass H.R. 3399, as which the clerk will report the title.
H.R. 3399. A bill to study the security of the Soo locks and effects on the supply chain resulting from a malfunction or failure of the Soo locks and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 3399? So many as are in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. No, you're right. I say it every day. He's a different Joe Biden, and it's a different America. Still gotta be. Just telling us how sad. The House will be in order. The House will be in order. Will members please move their conversations off the floor? For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on H.R. 4366, and that I may include tabular material on the same.
Without objection. Pursuant to House Resolution 614 and Rule 18, the Chair declares the House and Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for the consideration of H.R. 4366. The Chair appoints the gentleman from California, Mr. Issa, to preside over the Committee of the Whole.
The House is in the Committee of the Whole House of the State of the Union for the consideration of H.R. 4366, which the clerk will report the title of.
A bill making appropriations for military construction, the Department of Veterans Affairs and related agencies for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2024, and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the bill is considered read for the first time. General debate shall be confined to the bill and shall not exceed 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and the ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations or their respective designees. The gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Granger, and the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Debbie Wasserman Schultz, will each control 30 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Granger.
Mr. Chair, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 4366, a bill that will provide funding for military construction in the Department of Veterans Affairs. During the last Congress, $3 trillion was spent outside of the normal appropriations process. As spending soared, so did inflation. There was damage done to the economy, and the work of the Appropriations Committee changed significantly over those 2 years. That's why earlier this year I asked subcommittee chairs to evaluate all of the funding in the pipeline. When the President's budget finally arrived, I directed them to review each agency budget line by line. I want to thank the subcommittee chairs for their work to identify ways to save hard-earned tax dollars. These savings have allowed us to reduce overall spending without shortchanging, which is most important, national defense and homeland security and veterans. The bill before us demonstrates our commitment to reduce overall spending and still honor our commitment to our veterans. This bill makes good on that promise by fully funding veterans' health care. It will ensure our veterans get the medical treatment and benefits they deserve. Specifically, the bill prioritizes our nation's heroes by providing critical funding for military bases and facilities, improving the quality of life of our service members and their families, and ensuring our veterans are appropriately honored in our cemeteries and battle monuments. The bill also prohibits funding to be used for biased and controversial programs. I want to close by thanking the member and staff on both sides of the aisle for their hard work. This is a strong bill, and I look forward to supporting it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back my ballots. I reserve the balance of the time. Mr. Chair, I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentlelady from Florida.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield myself such time as I may consume, and I rise in strong opposition to H.R. 4366 with great respect to both of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, Chairwoman Granger, Chairman Carter, who are friends, but with whom we strongly disagree on this legislation. The FY 2024 Military Construction, Veterans Affairs, and Related Agencies Bill is sadly not one that I can support.
Back in May, the subcommittee mark of the Milcon VA bill cut the Cost of War Toxic Exposures Fund by $14.7 billion in 2024 and completely eliminated the Toxic Exposures Fund in 2025, less than a year after we passed the bipartisan PACT Act that promises dedicated funding for veterans of all wars exposed to Agent Orange, burn pits, and other toxic substances. This was in addition to the Default on America Act introduced in April by Republicans, which included a $2 billion rescission to immediately cut critical funding for VA and included no protections for veterans funding. We pushed back hard on these cuts as Democrats, and we were successful. Thankfully, as part of the Fiscal Responsibility Act of 2023, President Biden was able to undo that grievous harm by delivering the promise we all collectively made to our veterans by fully funding the Toxic Exposures Fund. However, the problems did not stop there, and Democrats made significant efforts to right the other major wrongs in this bill, but unfortunately to no avail. The Milcon VA bill is traditionally one of the more bipartisan bills, actually so often that it's almost indistinguishable who is in the majority and who wrote those bills. That is not the case, sadly, this year because it is riddled with partisan riders coming out of full committee on a party line vote significantly worse off than it started. Riders that include preventing VA from implementing its interim final rule that provides access to abortions for the life or health of the mother, and in the case of rape or incest, as well as abortion counseling, to provide health care services for women who desperately need it, and importantly, to ensure that veterans have equal access to health care regardless of what state they live in, because they get their health care from a federal agency. It includes riders that do everything from prohibiting VA from implementing diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives, as well as training, prohibiting VA from flying the pride flag over VA facilities, creating a license for people and organizations to discriminate against LGBTQI+ people under the guise of religious liberty, and prevents the federal government from adequately responding, and prohibiting access to gender-affirming care, further disenfranchising veterans from VA. VA is a place where all veterans should feel welcome, included, and cared for. All veterans means all veterans, and what this bill does is shameful. On the Milcon side, this bill cuts funding for service members and their families by $1.5 billion compared to the enacted level. Compared to current services, the Republicans have cut military construction funding by $1.5 billion lower than the current funding. In fact, this bill is $200 million lower after the full committee markup than when it was first introduced in subcommittee. Even after the agreement with President Biden that was signed into law, this bill cuts even more. We have a recruitment and retention problem, Mr. Chairman, and this bill cuts funding for military construction. We have major quality of life issues for our service members, and this bill cuts funding for military construction, cuts funding for things like child care centers and training centers and airplane hangars that house and protect our billions of dollars of military equipment. This bill cuts dedicated funding for PFAS forever chemicals remediation and cleanup, which is a cut of $200 million from the current level, and dedicated funding for military installation, climate change, and resiliency projects, which is a cut of $90 million from the current level. There's an enormous need for funds to clean up PFAS forever chemicals contamination at BRAC sites, as the services are still in the early stages of dealing with PFAS forever chemical contamination. Dedicated PFAS forever chemical funding has previously been provided in this bill, so we can ensure continued progress in remediating contamination at closed bases and to minimize the impact for those surrounding communities. This is critical funding needed to fulfill our commitment to ensure those pieces of land are safe for future use and for people who live nearby. This is poison that Republicans are refusing to provide funding to clean up. Furthermore, neglecting to continue investing in protecting our installations from climate change is a national security risk. We all know how extremely costly disaster assistance funding is. I'm from Florida. I certainly know about that better than most. Last year, we provided DoD with $90 million, a comparatively small sum of funding now, which will pay huge dividends in the future and ensure our national security in the face of our changing climate. By eliminating the dedicated resilience funding this year, this bill would threaten future military readiness. Cutting military construction by $1.5 billion slows our historically bipartisan efforts to reduce the infrastructure backlog, to strengthen our national security, and to improve the quality of life of our service members and their families. We're backtracking on our commitment to our service members and their families. To make matters worse, veterans rely on programs throughout the federal government, not just programs in this bill. Instead of honoring the bipartisan budget agreement that this chamber voted into law just last month, the FY24 House appropriations bills collectively break the commitment that was negotiated, agreed to, passed by a majority of Congress, and signed into law by President Biden to adequately fund critical domestic investments. And instead, these bills are written to the same exact number used before negotiations even began. These drastic cuts diminish access to education, transportation, job opportunities, and food assistance that veterans and their families rely on. Is there no line that Republicans won't cross? Is there no population that is off limits? The Milcon VA bill is just one piece of the puzzle, Mr. Chairman, and gutting all the other programs that veterans and their families rely on throughout the federal government breaks our promises to veterans, pulls the rug out from under those who served our country and whom we promised to take care of upon their return. I cannot and will not support it. The House Milcon VA bill, as well as all 11 other appropriations bills, are headed for a collision course with the Senate, who got to work in a bipartisan manner. By the way, this bill, their version of this bill, passed unanimously out of full committee. They got to work in a bipartisan manner to complete appropriations bills on time, consistent with the Fiscal Responsibility Act. These appropriations bills renege on the agreement and risk an automatic across-the-board cut with a CR towards which we are clearly headed, or worse, towards a government shutdown. I will follow, Mr. Chairman, one of the first tenets that I learned as a legislator many years ago. Your word is your bond. And I will stand by our veterans and our service members by opposing this bill that deprives them of the services, care, and quality of life that they have earned and deserve. I urge my colleagues to oppose this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentlelady from Texas.
I yield to the gentleman from Texas, the chairman of Military Construction and Veterans Affairs Subcommittee, Mr. Carter, for 5 minutes.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
I'm honored to present, the FY24 Military Construction, Veterans Affairs and Related Agency Appropriations Bill to the House today. This bill is special because it supports our troops and their families and the nation's veterans. The bill provides $17.5 billion for military construction and family housing projects. This is less than FY23 enactment account. However, it's nearly $800 million above the President's request. We focus this investment in the Pacific to deter China's aggressive and coercive actions. We also provide significant funding for new barracks and child development centers. This bill fully funds veterans programs at levels requested by the President. It keeps our promises to veterans, and we do more to help veterans in the Pacific. We also ensure taxpayers' funds will not be used appropriately and effectively by increasing oversight of the federal programs. I'd like to thank my subcommittee ranking member. Although she disagrees with this bill, she's been a joy to work with, and our partnership has been good. And I want to thank all the people who have worked on this bill and all of their families and the families of the veterans. I urge your support for H.R. 4366, and I reserve my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentlelady reserve. The gentlelady reserves. The gentlelady from Florida.
Mr. Chairman, I yield 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from Connecticut, Ms. DeLauro, the ranking member of the House Appropriations Committee.
Gentlelady is recognized for 3 minutes.
I rise today in opposition to the Military Construction Veterans Affairs Appropriations Bill, which falls short of our commitments and backtracks on our promises to our veterans, our service members, and their families. This bill cuts funding for critical military construction by over $1.5 billion compared to its current level. It is built on a house of cards that will crumble as this body and the American people come to realize the full scope of cuts the majority is pursuing. This is not the only bill that supports programs and services that our veterans rely on. Republicans cannot credibly claim to fully fund veterans programs. The American people can clearly see how veterans are being treated when they look at the rest of the majority's domestic funding bills. Make no mistakes, if it were not for the Democrats, this bill would have decreased funding for veterans' medical care by $2 billion. In addition to which, the funding for the PACT Act would not have been there. In 2024, they were going to underfund it, and for 2025, they completely eliminated it. We should not be in this position, and the global economy should never have been used as a bargaining chip to extract cuts to domestic spending. But to prevent a catastrophic default, the President reached a deal with the Republican Speaker to lift the debt ceiling and to set spending levels. We have a path to fund the United States government on time, a path that this Congress agreed to on a bipartisan basis, and we ought to take that path. Instead, the bill offers cuts to vital programs our veterans, service members, and their families depend on. It cuts $200 million in dedicated funding for PFAS remediation and cleanup. These chemicals do not easily break down in the environment. They're a source of groundwater contamination on military bases, which can lead to serious health problems. And failure to quickly clean up contaminated areas puts the surrounding communities, including military families and civilians, at risk. This bill ignores the national security risk that will directly affect all of our bases at home and abroad: climate change. Additional dedicated funding for resilience projects is leaving America's service members and veterans completely exposed in the line of fire. Instead of responsibly funding our veterans in a bill palatable to both sides of the aisle, this bill is loaded up with hateful riders that have no business in appropriations language. Prohibitions on equity and inclusion programs and flags demonstrate grossly misplaced priorities, fighting culture wars, leaving our veterans, hardworking families, and the economy out to dry. The bill places the federal government in the room with women and their doctors. By making it harder for veterans to access health care, we take a step closer towards a national abortion ban. Our veterans did not serve this country and defend our freedom, and they volunteered to do it, to have their freedom and their autonomy stripped by this Congress. I urge my colleagues to oppose this bill, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from California is recognized and controls the remaining 26 minutes. The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. I would like to yield to the gentleman from Texas, the chairman of the Committee on Budget, which I have the honor of serving with him, Mr. Arrington, for 2 minutes.
The gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
I thank Mr. Valadao, Mr. Speaker. I'm grateful to my appropriator colleagues for right-sizing the bureaucracy after this government grew 40% during COVID and reining in the spending, the wasteful and unnecessary spending. The taxpayers deserve fiduciaries that spend their money like it was our money. That's really the prevailing philosophy we should all embrace. And I, again, commend the appropriators for the painstaking efforts to rein this in. But I want to highlight, I support the bill, but I want to highlight in an amendment one of the most egregious and largest wasteful spending categories, and that's improper payments. The federal government wastefully and fraudulently spends taxpayer monies at an alarming rate. Last year, it was almost $300 billion. Actually, in 2021, last year, it was $245 billion. Mr. Speaker, that's money you could spend on a soldier or a sailor or on a safety net or on infrastructure. It is going nowhere. It is larger than the Department of Energy and Commerce. It's larger than the Department of Justice. It's a third of our defense spending. And the VA is not the only problem, it's pervasive. But at the VA, there's a long-term care category that has an improper payment rate of 47%. Think about that. Almost 50 cents on every dollar is wasted in this program. It's unconscionable, Mr. Speaker. And if you look across the board, the earned income tax credit, 30 cents on every dollar wasted, $18 billion. The Medicaid program wasted $80 billion last year. The child tax credit wasted $5 billion. The list goes on. If we're going to rein in spending, if we're going to save the country from a debt crisis, we got to get our fiscal house in order and focus on improper payments. It's not right. And I thank you for the indulgence.
The gentleman yields back. The gentlelady from Florida.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Florida, a fierce advocate for our community's veterans and a member of the Appropriations Committee, Congresswoman Lois Franklin.
The gentlelady is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Madam Representative. Well, my. Here we go again. The Republican attacks on access to legal abortion never ends. And today, the target, women veterans. Women who left their loved ones, trained hard, sometimes risked their lives to stand up for our freedom, and now it is time to stand up for theirs. All women should have the freedom to make their own personal decision about when or whether to start or grow a family. And this bill would undermine the current Biden policy that allows veteran medical centers to provide an abortion when the life or the health of the pregnant veteran is in danger. Republicans are willing to force women to wait until they are on death's door to receive the health care that they need. Really? This is how we thank veterans for their service? I urge my colleagues to vote no on this bill, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from California.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to yield some time to the gentleman from Virginia, a member of the Appropriations Committee, Mr. Klein, for 2 minutes.
The gentleman's recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, years of out-of-control government spending has fueled inflation and skyrocketed our federal debt, and it's far past time we prioritize those most important core functions of government as intended by our founders in the Constitution. The fiscal year 2024 Military Construction and Veterans Affairs Bill does just that. It prioritizes programs for those most important, our nation's veterans, and facilities for our men and women defending our country. And my, what do we hear from the other side? Complaints about not being able to fly certain flags at military bases. Complaints about not being able to fund climate change bureaucracies in our veterans facilities. Complaints about actually not being able to use taxpayer dollars to fund abortion services. You know what? This bill focuses on core government functions. It fully funds veterans' health care, veterans' benefits, and VA programs. It ensures our veterans get the medical treatment and benefits they deserve. It provides funds to the agencies that ensure our military and veterans are appropriately honored in our cemeteries and battle monuments. And it prioritizes our nation's active duty service members and their families by providing nearly $800 million above the President's budget request for military construction and family housing. Let me repeat that, $800 million above the President's budget request. We can and we must support our nation's heroes who have sacrificed so much to defend our freedoms and protect our homeland. That's why we must pass this strong legislation and make clear that we stand with our brave men and women in uniform. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentlelady from Florida.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield myself such time as I may consume to say that, you know, the gentleman from Tennessee and California, they understand what kind of money really matters here. It's very nice to say that you're $800 million above the President's budget request. The money that matters is where we are now and what Republicans are proposing to spend going forward. And Republicans are cutting, which of course Mr. Klein neglected to mention, Republicans are cutting from military construction $1.5 billion below what we spend now. That is a cut by anyone's definition. So they can play games with the language and the way they describe things, but there is no getting around that they are cutting $1.5 billion from military construction. And what does that mean? Because that might just sound like, oh, we're just not going to build, we'll build a few less buildings, it's not going to be that bad. Understand that DOD has assessed that our military infrastructure around the world, that 30% of it is in fair or poor conditions. Now, if you traveled to a military base, like many of us have when we travel around the world to inspect military bases and talk to our troops and pledge to our service members how much they mean to us and how we have their back, I know that I have had an opportunity to be shown where our hangars, particularly in places like Okinawa and places where there is a lot of erosion and metal rusts more quickly. I live in a coastal state and I have a coastal district, so I understand what happens there when you're on the coast from the salt air. You'll see hangar doors, like I have, that have to essentially be held together with wax and spit. But in reality, I watched a service member try to pull closed a hangar door that was jerry-rigged with a coat hanger, because they couldn't get the door closed the way it normally should, and we did not provide them funding, anywhere in the near future to ensure that we could keep billions of dollars worth of military equipment safe. But they are standing here and saying things that absolutely do not pass the straight face test when they're trying to suggest that they are doing right by our service members. We have a retention problem in our military. We have people who have testified to the Milcon VA subcommittee who are current service members who intended and talked to us about how they intended to spend their careers in the service. But because of the way they and their families felt treated, the decrepit housing that the military can't seem to get straight when it comes to dealing with mold and broken items and repairs that are necessary. So if we continue in the path that Republicans have proposed, then what that means is that we are going to lose service members like we are already losing. That's irresponsible and unacceptable. And Mr. Chairman, I reserve the balance of my time, but I'll have more to say. Thank you.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to yield to the gentleman from Mississippi, a member of the House Appropriations Committee, Mr. Guest, for 2 minutes.
The gentleman from Mississippi is recognized for 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of 4366. The Veteran Affairs, Military Constructions, and Related Agencies Appropriations Act for FY 2024. I'm proud that this legislation fully funds programs to care for our nation's heroes, and it ensures that our military infrastructure needs are met to address critical national security priorities. This bill focuses on the important work of these agencies while also preventing the radical woke policies of the Biden administration from distracting these departments from their primary responsibilities. A recent example of these policies can be seen in my home state of Mississippi, where a VA facility chose to replace an American flag with an LGBTQ pride flag. The mission of the VA is to fulfill President Lincoln's promise, a promise to care for those who have served in our nation's military, a promise to care for their families, their caregivers, and their survivors. The work and the message of the VA should not be divisive, but rather respectful toward our veterans and consistent with the purpose for which the VA was created. I'm grateful that language is included in the bill to ensure that the only flags flown over VA facilities or national cemeteries are government, military, or POWMA flags. I'm proud to support this bill. We owe our veterans a debt of gratitude, not a political message. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentlelady from Florida is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I yield 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from Nevada, Ms. Lee, who represents tens of thousands of military service members as well as veterans and is an incredible advocate on their behalf.
The gentlelady is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the ranking member as well for yielding time. I rise today as a representative from Southern Nevada, where we have Creech Air Force Base, Nellis Air Force Base, and hundreds of thousands of veterans that call Southern Nevada home. And as their representative, it was with extreme disappointment that we have this bill before us, the Milcon VA bill. As a member of the Milcon VA subcommittee, I take great pride in our work. This traditionally has been bipartisan and laser focused on the needs of our veterans, of our service members and their families, on the military's construction requirements to meet global security challenges facing our nation not just today but in the future. And unfortunately, this bill is not a reflection of that Milcon VA tradition of putting politics aside and putting our military, our service members, our veterans, and our nation first. Instead, this bill sacrifices our promises to veterans, our military readiness, and our national security, honestly, in favor of meeting the demands of a few extremist Republican politicians. Instead of ensuring our nation provides for Americans who have sacrificed to keep our nation safe, this bill focuses on picking culture war fights, banning the VA from flying certain flags or from banning them from taking steps to advance equal opportunity and health access for every veteran. Instead of focusing on preparing our military to protect U.S. interests, the bill would prevent the VA from providing life-saving reproductive health care to female veterans. As my colleague just said, the mission of the VA should be respectful to our veterans. And I say to every woman veteran who has put her life on the line for our freedom, that we should show them the respect that they can make their own choice and be free to make their own choice for their own health care. And I want to be clear, as a woman who has undergone a DNC, that abortion care is health care. And I'll say that again. Abortion care is health care. And women who have put their lives on the line for our country, for our freedom, should have the ability to make that choice. And the policies that extremist politicians, in addition to that, have tacked onto this bill prevents the VA from providing that type of care, even in the case when a pregnancy is the result of rape, incest, or the life of the mother is at risk. I don't find anything.
Mr. Chairman, I yield the gentlelady such time as she may consume.
The gentlelady is recognized.
The policies that extremist politicians have tacked onto this bill are offensive to men and women who serve our country, including my constituents at Creech and Nellis Air Force Base. I'm especially alarmed at the $1.5 billion in proposed cuts to military construction. I'm supportive of being thoughtful and responsible with our federal spending, but at a time when our nation faces mounting security challenges across this globe, I cannot understand how we can stand here today and cut nearly 10% of funding that would ensure that our military bases are fully equipped to handle global threats. This bill would increase the backlog of projects at bases like Nellis and Creech, where I've heard directly from my airmen and women working out of temporary, cramped, and outdated, unsafe facilities. And this at a time when our military is already struggling with recruitment and retention. Full military construction funding is key to enable that our service members meet national defense strategy demands. So we must invest fully in critical facilities like Nellis's Communication Support Centers and the Weapons School campus, We also need to support mission-critical reconnaissance operations training facility and to repair the base's taxiway at Creech. We call on our men and women in our military to make our nation and keep our nation safe. But this bill does not meet the demands of our service members and instead abandons men and women who we should be supporting most in Southern Nevada and beyond. I urge my colleagues to vote no, and instead, please, let's get back to working together to get service members and our veterans the resources that they need, that they have earned, and give them the respect and the freedom that they have fought for. And with that, I yield the balance of my time.
The gentlelady from Nevada yields back. The gentlelady from Florida reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized and controls the time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield to the gentleman from Florida, a member of the Appropriations Committee, Mr. Rutherford, for 3 minutes.
The gentleman from Florida is recognized for 3 minutes.
I thank the chairman, for yielding. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of this fiscal year 2024 Military Construction and Veteran Affairs Appropriations Bill. Listen, despite some of the allegations from my friends on the other side of the aisle, this is a good bill. The budget process is not about how much you cut. It's about where you cut. That's what's important. This bill is a good bill because it supports our veterans and our service members. In fact, this bill fully funds President Biden's request for the VA and even exceeds the administration's request for military construction. On top of that, the VA funding in this bill is $16.5 million more than the fiscal year 2023 enacted level, the enacted level. Let me repeat, this bill fully funds veterans' health care programs, period. This includes keeping our promise that we just made to provide care to our toxic exposed veterans, as we did last year through the PAC Act. I'm also proud that we robustly funded military construction projects across the world, focusing on our barracks, our child development centers, to the tune of almost $800 million more than the administration's request. This bill cuts wasteful spending. Wasteful spending for programs that my constituents back home do not support, like critical race theory and DEI. Now, they want to say that we've politicized the issue of abortion within this bill. Fact of the matter is, President Biden's administration, through rulemaking in DOD, put in this language. That's why we're taking it out, because they put it in, that they were going to use taxpayer dollars to actually facilitate someone getting an abortion. That is not what the taxpayers want. That is not what the Hyde Act allows. And the partisanship that they referred to earlier is their partisanship. This administration and almost every executive agency in this government now legislates by fiat. They pass rules, 100-page rules. Those aren't rules. That's legislation. That's law. And so we got to stop that, and we're doing that in this bill. I'm very proud that in this bill we prohibit the VA from continuing to implement their abortion policy that they put in, nothing more than this administration's way of circumventing the Dobbs decision. House Republicans are delivering on our promise to care for the men and women who have served this nation. I commend 30 seconds.
I yield my friend another minute.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And House Republicans, we are simply delivering on our promise to care for the men and women who serve this nation. I commend Chairwoman Granger and Chairman Carter for having put this bill together in a fiscally responsible manner. Yes, we've made some cuts, but they were responsible cuts. They were cuts that needed to be made. We cut the waste so that we could help our men and women who serve this country in uniform. I urge support on this bill, and I yield back.
The gentlelady from Florida is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania, Ms. Dean.
The gentlelady from Pennsylvania is recognized for 2 minutes.
I thank the Speaker, and I thank the good lady for yielding. I rise in opposition to H.R. 4366. PFAS contamination is in my district, as in everyone else's district across this nation. In my case, it is largely as a result of the legacy of firefighting foam used at what was Willow Grove Naval Air Base. My own brother worked there. PFAS contamination, we know, is extremely dangerous, and I will say those who produce these chemicals for 6 decades have known of their danger and hid it for many, many years. The brave men and women of our military were disproportionately highly exposed to rates of PFAS. More than 700 military bases have been contaminated with PFAS. The service members that call these bases work or home have been continually exposed to these forever chemicals, as have their neighbors in the surrounding area. We are still learning more and more about the health effects from this level of toxin. Decreased fertility, increased risk of cancers, obesity, thyroid hormone disruption, just to name a few. Congress and the White House have a responsibility to protect our current and future service members as well as their neighbors. Protect them from these toxins. That is why the FY23 appropriations bill included an additional $200 million in dedicated funding for PFAS remediation and cleanup. Unfortunately, this bill has no dedicated funding for PFAS and does not meet the President's funding request. Failing to address this widespread, nationwide PFAS contamination on our military bases and the surrounding areas is failing our service members. Our military members stand up for us every single day. We must stand up for them and all of our citizens by investing in PFAS research and remediation, and today by rejecting this bill. The Pennsylvania Constitution, Article 1, Section 29, provides that we have a right to clean air, clean water, and the preservation of our natural aesthetic. Let's live up to that right. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. Gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I yield to the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Allen, 1 minute.
The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of H.R. 4366, the fiscal year 2024 Military Construction and Veteran Affairs Appropriations Bill, which honors our veterans, supporting our national security, and cuts wasteful government spending. And I say again, cuts wasteful government spending. Last November, when the American people entrusted Republicans with the House majority, we made a commitment to a nation that is safe. Today's legislation delivers on that commitment and ensures the Department of Defense has the resources and facilities it needs to protect our homeland from foreign adversaries. H.R. 4366 provides nearly $800 million above the President's budget for military construction, including $80 million for the first phase of construction for U.S. Army Cyber Center of Excellence Signal School at Fort Gordon. Building a 21st century military is crucial to fielding threats in the ever-evolving cyber environment, and that starts with these critical investments being made at Fort Gordon. Madam Speaker, I urge a yes vote on H.R. 4366, and with that I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman reserves. The chair would advise all members we are in the committee of the whole. The gentlelady from Florida is recognized.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
At this time, I yield to the gentlewoman from Georgia, Ms. Green, 1 minute.
The gentlelady from Georgia is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And first, I'd like to acknowledge all the amazing women that serve in our nation's military and the mothers that serve in our nation's military. But I'd like to respond to something I heard a few minutes ago here. The pronouncement, the actual statement that abortion is women's health care. I would like to state for the record, abortion is not health care in any way. Abortion is the murder of the unborn child in a woman's womb. Abortion is defined as taking a life. It doesn't save a life. It kills a life. Abortion methods are brutal, horrific, absolutely some of the worst things in today's times. Ripping the limbs off of an unborn baby, ripping its head off, killing it with chemicals inside of its mother's womb. This is not something that taxpayers should have to ever pay for. This is something that honestly should not exist. Abortion is murder and it's evil. We should be supporting mothers in the military. We should be supporting women's actual health care, and that is not abortion. And I yield back my time. Thank you.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentlewoman from Florida is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, can I inquire on how much time each side has remaining?
The gentlewoman from Florida has 8 minutes.
And
the gentleman from Texas has 15 minutes.
Has how much?
15.
15. Thank you. We'll continue to reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves.
We have nothing further.
One reserves.
Yes, sir.
The gentlewoman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm prepared to close. We have no further speakers in general debate.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, as the expression goes, show me your budget and I'll show you what my values are. It is very clear with the lollipop tree of culture war riders that this bill that funds the quality of life and the national readiness and security of the United States of America and the protection and quality of life of our military service members, it is clear that because this bill cuts $1.5 billion below what we are currently funding in military construction, the Republicans have shown where their values are. They can put all the lipstick on the pig that they have developed in this bill that they want. But at the end of the day, they are still cutting $1.5 billion from military construction. That is cutting funding from airport hangars, for training centers, for child care centers, for infrastructure that ensures that we can keep our service members safe when they are serving overseas, while they are serving in the United States. And that is something that we have not done in modern times in this bill. Why? Because generally, the Military Construction Veterans Affairs Appropriations Bill is on a bipartisan basis, written as a commitment that we make to take care of our service members while they are serving in the military on active duty, and to take care of our veterans when they transition to retirement and spend the rest of their lives as veterans. This committee has a special responsibility. We are the only committee in the Congress that is responsible for the entire time, the entire life cycle of a veteran of an individual from when they start their service on active duty, all the way through active duty and through their life as a veteran. So we have a special responsibility to make sure that we are taking care of them. And cutting $1.5 billion is the opposite of that. The values that our friends on the other side of the aisle have shown is very clear. What they were more interested in doing and the priority that was at the top of their agenda included riders that prevent all veterans from getting equal access to health care no matter where they live. And what they want to do in this bill, and you'll see in subsequent amendments that will be offered, is they want to take away women veterans' right, their ability to make their own reproductive health care decisions. And because veterans get their health care from the VA, it is essential that we not discriminate against those veterans, those women veterans, no matter where they live. That they be able to get that access to health care whenever they need it, to ensure that they can make their own reproductive health care decisions, regardless of the state they live in. It also includes riders. This was really what we spent the bulk of our time debating in the subcommittee and the full committee. It includes riders that do everything from prohibiting VA from implementing diversity and equity policies so that all veterans, no matter their religion, their culture, their ethnicity, their sexual orientation, that all veterans are treated equally. That we can ensure that no one feels alienated when walking through the doors of the VA's facility. The Republicans zap any program, any policy related to treating veterans equally and making everyone feel welcome when they walk in that door. It was a top priority for them to prohibit VA facilities from flying the pride flag over VA facilities. If that is one of their top priorities, it is no wonder that they are cutting $1.5 billion out of military construction, because our friends on the other side of the aisle have their policies backwards when it comes to taking care of the people who have served our country and continue to serve our country. They have given a license to discriminate against people who are LGBTQ+ AI under the guise of religious liberty. They're preventing the federal government from adequately responding to that and from VA to provide health care services to everyone equally. And they are prohibiting access to gender-affirming care, which, no matter what you might like to believe on the other side of the aisle, there are people who have served our country who deserve those services. All veterans should feel welcome, included, and cared for. The fact that they are cutting funding for PFAS forever chemical cleanup means that we're going to be causing cancer and severe illness, which people are already getting by being exposed to these forever chemicals. We're going to ensure, because of the Republican values that are reflected in this bill, cutting funding for PFAS forever chemicals, we're going to ensure that more people who served our country and who live nearby facilities that need to be cleaned up from these chemicals get sick and eventually die. That's on them. So there's an enormous need for more funding to help make sure that we can do right by our veterans. This bill does the opposite, and I stand in opposition to it and urge all members to join me in voting against this bill so that we can go back to the drawing board, and which we will likely do, I'm quite sure, when this bill is on a crash course with the Senate bill, which does a much better job at living up to the values that we all should adhere to, and that's taking care of people who have served our country and who are serving our country nobly now. I yield back the balance of my time, Mr. Chairman.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. All time for general debate has expired. And pursuant to the rule, the bill shall be considered for amendment under the 5-minute rule. The bill shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill are waived. No amendment to the bill shall be in order except those printed in House Report 118-158, amendments en bloc described in Section 3 of House Resolution 614, and pro forma amendments described in Section 4 of House Resolution 614. Each amendment printed in House Report 118-158 may be offered only in the order printed in the report by the member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, shall not be subject to the amendment except as provided by Section 4 of House Resolution 614, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. It shall be in order at any time for the chair of the Committee on Appropriations or her designee to offer amendments en bloc consisting of amendments printed in House Report 118-158, not earlier disposed of. Amendments en bloc shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for 20 minutes equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations or their respective designees, shall not be subject to amendment except as provided by Section 4 of House Resolution 614, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. During consideration of the bill for amendment, the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations or their respective designees may offer up to 10 pro forma amendments each at any point for the purpose of debate. It is now in order to consider amendment number 1, printed in House Report 118-158. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 1, printed in House Report number 118-158, offered by Mr. Ryan of New York.
Pursuant to House Resolution 614, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Ryan, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield myself as much time as I may use. I rise in support of my amendment, which increases Army construction funding by $103 million to address extensive flood damage at the United States Military Academy at West Point. A few weeks ago, on July 9th, New York's Hudson Valley, along with other parts of the Northeast, was devastated by a once-in-a-millennium flood that saw nearly 10 inches of torrential rainfall arrive on the Hudson Valley in just a few hours, washing away homes of our military families, devastating roads, businesses around in the surrounding community, and tragically costing one life of a young woman in the surrounding community just outside West Point. My alma mater, the United States Military Academy at West Point, was hit particularly hard. I've been on the ground multiple times seeing the damage firsthand, along with colleagues from both sides of the aisle, to assess the extent of the damage. We have decimated roads, collapsed cliffside routes, compromising damage to barracks, bridges, and facilities critical to carrying out the vital mission of the United States Military Academy at West Point. In particular, I want to draw attention to the fact that all of the enlisted soldier barracks, serving hundreds of enlisted soldiers at the garrison, have been completely destroyed. There's nowhere for these soldiers on post to live, causing a cascading effect and a real housing crunch across the post. As of this moment, the cost estimates to rebuild are increasing each day, presently topping at over $100 million. As we know, West Point serves a mission-critical role in our nation's national security, the world's premier leadership institute, creating leaders and shaping the future of our nation's Army. This institution made myself, many of my colleagues across the aisle, and many other of our nation's leaders, and we cannot stand by during this time of need for such a critical national security resource. Allowing West Point to be hamstrung by such significant damage imperils our military readiness, and we must ensure the institution has the resources it needs to urgently repair and rebuild and get back to their mission. I urge the support of my colleagues throughout the Congress and reserve the balance of my time, Mr. Chair.
The gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek
Mr. Chair, I
recognition?
rise at this time in opposition, although I'm not opposed to this amendment. And
Without objection?
I
The
support
gentleman
the
is
amendment
recognized.
and urge its adoption and yield time to Ms. Wasserman-Schultz.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I strongly support the gentleman's amendment, even though I am being yielded to by the gentleman who's claimed time in opposition, although I am also not opposed, and commend him for his efforts to address the severe flooding problems that have occurred in and around West Point. And I yield back to the gentleman.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized. The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back.
Yes, Mr. Chair, and I thank my colleagues for the bipartisan support of this critical amendment. Thank you.
So the question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from New York. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. For what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
I request a recorded vote on the amendment.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from New York will be postponed.
Thank you.
All right. Order to consider amendment number 2 printed in House Report 115-158. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 2, printed in House Report number 118-158, offered by Mr. Ogles of Tennessee.
Pursuant to House Resolution 614, the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Ogles, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As we attempt to cut spending back to top line fiscal year 2022 levels, we must address the glaring $32.6 trillion in debt. We must commit in this Congress to significant spending cuts. And if we don't, we will be mortgaging the futures of our children. We will perpetually hobble long-term economic growth by not only destroying our future borrowing power, but by forcing our Treasury to dedicate much of its future spending to debt repayment, rather than meeting the needs of the American people. If we fail to tackle runaway spending now, we're compromising the well-being of future generations. Is that the legacy we want to leave behind? We have an obligation, a moral one, to ensure that we leave this country better off than we found it. In an appropriations bill that's supposed to be focused on supporting our veterans and their families, we're sending $293 million, taxpayer dollars, abroad to support NATO. That's an increase of 33% from FY 2023. Now, there will be some that argue that the $293 million figure is a commitment that the United States made at the June 22 NATO summit. And while Congress has largely abdicated its role in foreign affairs to the executive branch, it was the intent of our founding fathers that this institution provide a robust check on the executive. It's why we have the power of the purse. Ultimately, given Congress's massive spending habits, there needs to come a time when we say enough is enough. And that the perfect purpose for offering this amendment today, I'm asking all of my colleagues if they could spare just a 1% cut to NATO's security investment program. That's just 1%. Mr. Chairman, I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas
I wish
seek
to be
recognition?
speaking opposition to this amendment. The NATO security
The gentleman's
investment.
recognized for 5 minutes. The gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you.
From Texas.
The NATO Security Investment Program is NATO's military construction program. The U.S. contribution supports projects needed by the alliance that also supports U.S. strategy in the nation, in the region. It does not finance other countries' construction costs, and the cost share is favorable to the United States. The increase included in the bill this year is needed to reinvest infrastructure in the region to deter Russia's aggression. Literally, this program is a concrete investment in deterrence. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I reserve my time. Grant 2 minutes to Ms. Wasserman Schultz from Florida.
The gentlewoman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I thank the gentleman for yielding. I strongly oppose this amendment to cut the NATO Security Investment Program. It's hard to imagine a worse time for us to be cutting funding from our international obligations when Russia has illegally invaded Ukraine, and our international obligations and cooperation are so essential in order to ensure that Ukraine can maintain its sovereignty and ensure that Russia is not allowed to be successful here and then repeat the same thing across the globe. The program, also known as NSIP, is a core part of America's contribution towards shared territorial defense with its allies. Moreover, the projects that NSIP funds often are already aligned with U.S. European command needs. Our NSIP contributions often closely align with U.S. requirements, like projects for safety and runway upgrades at airfields that our planes use and fuel and dock improvements at ports that our ships use. The program is experiencing a period of growth as the alliance seeks to address necessary deferred infrastructure needs. This amendment would cut funding for the program below the requested level, shortchanging America's commitment to its allies and instead moving it to the spending reduction account. Military construction programs are already funded at $1.5 billion below the enacted level, as I've talked about, and this amendment is seeking to cut it further. The United States contribution to NSIP as a percentage of the overall program is already much smaller proportionally than the United States' share of the alliance's gross national income. Simply put, our allies are more than paying their share in the security investment program. NSIP funding is necessary for NATO, and it is necessary for American national security, and we should not jeopardize it with this amendment. And I urge my colleagues to oppose it and yield back to the gentleman.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I yield back.
The gentleman yields back.
Reserve.
The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
To clarify, sir, I think he wanted to reserve.
All right, the gentleman from Texas does reserve.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a great deal of respect for my colleagues, but let's talk about America's contribution. We've already spent roughly $42 billion in equipment and support for Ukraine, in addition to these monies. When you think about NATO, our allies are supposed to hold up their fair share of the bargain, 2%. We're meeting our obligations, but only 7 of the countries meet their obligations. Keep in mind, they're supposed to be at 2%. Luxembourg is at 0.62. Canada is at 1.29. Turkey, 1.37. Norway, 1.57. Germany, 1.49. France, 1.89. So before we start talking about the United States of America doing its job and having to defend the rest of the world, how about our allies do their job and uphold their obligations? Mr. Chairman, I'm only asking for a 1% cut. I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Texas.
I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Thank you. I'll just say it's hard to justify sending hard-earned dollars, taxpayer dollars, to NATO when most of our allies don't uphold their end of the bargain. When they look to us to be their defender. They look to us to fund their security. Meanwhile, we have a porous border. Every community in this country is a border town because of fentanyl, overdoses in the streets, trafficking run amok, and yet we're going to spend more money overseas. How about we secure our country? We take care of our country, our people, our needs, and we secure our border. Mr. Chairman, it's just a 1% cut. I encourage all of my colleagues to send a message to NATO to start and our allies to do their fair share. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The question now is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Tennessee. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
Mr. Chairman.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida?
I asked for the ayes and nays. Or asked for a recorded vote.
The gentlewoman requests a recorded vote, and pursuant.
I rise for the same purpose.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Tennessee will be postponed. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 3, printed in House Report 118-158. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 3, printed in House Report number 118-158, offered by Ms. Green of Georgia.
Pursuant to House Resolution 614, the gentlewoman from Georgia, Ms. Green, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to ask the House to support my amendment number 33, which will cut the $73 million increase in funding for the NATO Security Investment Program. This is simply keeping the NATO funding at the same level as last year's appropriations level. I think this is very important. The United States overwhelmingly contributes more than our fair share to NATO for Europe's defense, and it's time for European countries to pay their dues. While our own border is overrun by border crossers and deadly poisonous fentanyl daily, we continue to send hundreds of billions of dollars to NATO to defend Ukraine's democracy, even though they aren't even a NATO member nation. Investing in NATO security is an America Last policy. All increases in funding should be investing in the United States of America's security and the defense of our own border. President Trump was exactly right when he called on European nations to put the required minimum of 2% of their GDP towards NATO defense spending. Most NATO countries still don't meet that requirement, and the U.S. ends up paying for 70% of the alliance's defenses. This is outrageous. The American people do not like paying for other countries' defense when our borders are overrun daily. The current 2023 defense expenditure for NATO countries has the United States at $860 billion. The United States of America's military is not meant to be the world's police. And as we find ourselves funding a war in Ukraine, when the United States' position should be pushing for peace, not paying for and not funding war and death of innocent people, we should not increase our spending and increase the amount of funding by $73 million more dollars to the NATO Security Investment Program. Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves. Who claims time in opposition?
Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from
I
Texas
claim time
seek?
in opposition.
The gentleman's recognized.
My arguments are the same. NATO Security Investment Program is NATO's military construction program. The $73 million increase this year is needed to reinvest infrastructure in the region to deter Russian aggression. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment, and I reserve my time.
Gentleman,
sorry. I yield my time. I yield 2 minutes to Ms. Wasserman Schultz.
I thank the gentleman for
the
yielding.
gentlewoman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you. I thank the gentleman for yielding, and I rise in opposition to this grossly irresponsible amendment. This amendment would take a huge cut, $73 million, from the NATO Security Investment Program during a time when increased funding is essential for long-deferred projects. Cutting funding for the NATO Security Investment Program is not only short-sighted from a national security perspective, but it isn't even sound long-term fiscal policy. These investments ensure a robust American and NATO presence to deter hostile nations and prevent even greater costs to American taxpayers down the road. And one has only to look at the news to understand that we have hostile nations who wish to do us and our allies harm. And a $73 million cut from the NATO Security Investment Program would put us more in jeopardy alongside our allies. The Russian invasion of Ukraine shows that international cooperation and strong alliances are as essential as ever. These projects are not America paying other countries' bills. In fact, America pays a proportionally small amount to the program compared to the size of our economy in relation to the rest of NATO. Regardless of your stance on overall defense spending levels of various NATO countries, it's simply not true that the United States is paying more than its share of this direct contribution program. These projects are agreed upon NATO requirements and oftentimes have a direct benefit to supplement existing U.S. requirements. These sites include ones directly benefiting U.S. forces through the use of upgraded ports, airfields, and communications. Our contributions to NATO represent only a small portion of overall defense spending, but the strength of the alliance is an outsized and irreplaceable part of American national security. This amendment would not even reinvest the funding into other priorities. It simply cuts funding from the bill, shortchanging the military construction portion of the bill by over $73 million. It's irresponsible, it's dangerous, and I strongly urge my colleagues to oppose the amendment. I yield back to the gentleman.
The gentleman from Texas.
At this time, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Conley.
The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
I thank my friend and I thank the chair. Americans are not fighting and dying in Ukraine. Ukrainians are. And all they ask of the great country they admire and they want to emulate is that we help with equipment and training. Putin benefits from this amendment. Putin, a sociopath who is engaged in the most depraved behavior in our lifetimes, killing innocent men and women, targeting hospitals, targeting schools, showing no restraint. This Congress must stand with Ukraine. This Congress can never be seen as Putin's enabler, and that is what this amendment does. That's what's behind it. The author of this amendment has already said she wants to give zero to Ukraine. So we know the motivation behind the amendment. Let's reject it. Let's stand with Ukraine, and let's make sure Putin gets that message loud and strong with a forceful vote here on the floor of the House of Representatives. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose? The gentleman from Texas. Rise.
I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentle lady from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Perhaps my colleagues are confused. Ukraine is not a member of NATO. Ukraine has not been accepted into NATO. So why are they using defense of Ukraine for their argument for an additional $73 million increase for the NATO Security Investment Program? That absolutely makes no sense. And if you want to talk about national security, Mr. Speaker, let's talk about the American people's national security. My colleague across the aisle speaks of hostile nations and how they present a clear danger to America's national security. Well, you have to look no further than the southern border. The southern border is where hostile nations are invading our country every single day with poisonous fentanyl, which is murdering over 300 Americans a day. If there's going to be an increase in funding for the defense of any nation, it should be the United States of America's border in defense of American lives. And I would like to add on, Mr. Speaker, my position and the position of most Americans is peace, not funding the murder and death and continued foreign wars, defending other countries' democracies while completely ignoring our own. I ask the House to pass my amendment that keeps the spending level at the same level it was this previous appropriations bill, the same level. An increase in $73 million is another step towards funding World War III. It's another step in United States aggression over a country that is not even a member of NATO in the name of a NATO security investment program. This is absolute madness. It's outrageous, and I reserve.
The gentlelady reserves.
The gentlelady has the only time remaining. The gentleman from Georgia has the only time remaining.
Yeah. Gentlelady from Georgia reserved. Do you have any time remaining?
How much time do I have remaining? 1 minute. 1 minute. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll just wrap this up. It's very simple. We're at $32 trillion in debt. There's no need to increase spending over the level that it was last year. Americans are already spending $860 billion for NATO, for the defense of other nations. There's no reason to increase it by $73 million more dollars. My amendment's very simple. It's just asking to keep the appropriation level the same as it was this past year. I ask the House to support my amendment. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield.
Gentlelady yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Georgia. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chairs, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
I'd like to have a recorded vote, please.
Gentleman from Texas asks for the yeas and nays. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Georgia will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, pursuant to the House Resolution 614, I offer amendments in bloc.
The clerk will designate the amendments en bloc.
Amendments en bloc consisting of amendments numbered 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 22, 23, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, and 33. Printed in House Report Number 118-158, offered by Mr. Carter of Texas.
Pursuant to House Resolution 614, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Carter, and the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Wasserman Schultz, will each control 10 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Chairman, these are non-controversial amendments that are supported by both sides, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of this amendment. It includes 28 amendments, 2 bipartisan, 14 for Republicans, and 12 for Democrats. I'm glad to see that we can at least come together around certain aspects of this bill to support our veterans, service members, and their families, and the leadership of colleagues on both sides of the aisle. And I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yields back. Gentleman from Texas recognized. Gentlewoman reserved. Gentleman from Texas recognized.
I'm sorry. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Washington State, Ms. Gluesenkamp-Perez, who is here as an advocate on behalf of her constituents serving in the military as well as our veterans.
Gentlelady from Washington State is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of En Bloc 1. Following recent meetings with veterans in East Lewis County, I am deeply concerned about a number of issues impacting constituent veterans who receive care through the VA Puget Sound healthcare system. First and foremost, veterans in Lewis County have seen their access to care reduced dramatically in recent years. The 2021 closure of the Chehalis community-based outpatient clinic cut many veterans off from nearby care. Travel times went from around 1 hour to more than 2 hours to get to a VA Puget Sound facility. Not just that, but the wait times are horrific. I'm hearing from my veterans that they're waiting at times over 6 hours on the phone for it to be answered. In rural communities with sparse specialty and mental health care options to begin with, the closure of a full CBOC has put life-saving care out of the reach of our veterans. I offered 2 amendments that are included in On Block 1 that will hold the VA accountable for protecting access to care for veterans in rural areas like mine in East Lewis County. Amendment 15 would require the VA to submit a report to Congress on their efforts to ensure access to health care for veterans residing in geographic proximity to a Department of Veteran Affairs community-based outpatient clinic subject to closure. Amendment 23 will require the VA to update patient experience compare data published on their public website to break down data by county levels. This would give our body and Americans valuable insight into how patient experience at a medical center may differ based on location within the center's jurisdiction, not just the jurisdiction broadly. We can compare then, is it a rural issue or is it an issue with the center itself? In return for their service to our county, we have made a promise to our veterans that we must uphold. It is our responsibility to ensure they have the access to health care necessary to lead a full and healthy life after their time in the armed services has ended. I ask for support for these 2 amendments that will help increase transparency and hold the VA accountable for access to care for my constituents and other vets in rural areas. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Reserve the balance of my time.
She reserves. Gentleman from Texas.
Reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman from Florida.
Mr. Chairman, I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from the District of Columbia, Ms. Norton, who is here to stand up to make sure that our veterans get access to legal care.
Thank my friend.
Gentlelady from Washington is recognized.
I thank my friend for yielding. This amendment would allow the U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs to provide support to law school clinical programs and provide pro bono legal and support services to veterans, including assistance with disability claims and appeals and foreclosures. The House passed this amendment last year. There are already at least 22 law schools that have clinics devoted to veterans' legal needs, including William and Mary Law School, Veterans Benefits Clinic, which serves as a national model for this idea and was the first recipient of the Best Practice Award for the VA. There are many other law schools, such as the University of the District of Columbia's David A. Clark School of Law, that are interested in starting their own VA-certified clinics. More needs to be done to sustain and increase the number of these programs. I was a tenured professor of law and continued to teach a seminar after being elected to Congress. I saw the expert attention that clinical programs provide their clients. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, a concrete measure that would assist our veterans who put their lives on the line for this country. I yield back.
Gentlelady, time's expired. Gentlewoman from Florida.
I reserve.
She reserves. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady from Florida is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, we have, I don't believe we have any further speakers, so I'm prepared to close in support of the unblock amendment.
Yeah. Gentlelady is prepared to
Yield
close.
back the balance of my time.
Yeah. I'm sorry. Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from Texas.
I'm prepared to close.
Gentleman
Yield
yields
back.
Gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendments en bloc offered by the gentleman from Texas. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The en bloc amendment is agreed to. The chair understands that amendment number 21 will not be offered. It is now in order to consider amendment number 24, printed in House Report 118-158. For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
To ask Mr. Speaker.
Clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 24, printed in House Report number 118-158, offered by Mr. Bergman of Michigan.
Pursuant to the House Resolution 614, the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Bergman, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Michigan.
I yield myself 1 minute.
The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in strong support of my amendment to H.R. 4366. This amendment will ensure the VA conducts large-scale studies into the efficacy of drugs with FDA breakthrough therapy status to treat post-traumatic stress disorder through medication-assisted therapy trials. Every day, roughly 20 veterans take their own life. This number has stayed high despite our best efforts here in Washington. Fortunately, new breakthrough therapies have offered significant hope. Under the Trump administration, the FDA granted breakthrough therapy status for MDMA-assisted therapy to treat PTSD. Since then, privately funded research has demonstrated clear, positive results in treating previously untreatable PTSD with little or no risk to patients. This includes studies in cooperation with the VA for existence at the Bronx VA Hospital. Let me be clear, these trials are conducted with full FDA approval under medical supervision and in a safe clinical environment. Additionally, I yield myself another minute.
Gentleman yields himself 1 minute.
Additionally, because these medications are only ever administered directly in person or in a clinical setting by medical professionals, there is no potential for misuse. It is now time for the VA to do its part to expand research into those life-saving therapies and refine best practices for treatments for our veterans. If psychedelic-assisted therapy can treat a veteran's PTSD or prevent them from taking their own life, then we owe it to them to take an active role in researching these potentially life-saving therapies. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I reserve my time.
Gentleman reserves. Does anyone rise in opposition to the amendment? Gentleman from California, for what purpose does you rise?
Mr. Speaker, I claim this time in opposition, although I am not in opposition.
Gentleman's without objection, so ordered.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I also rise in strong support of the Bergman-Correa amendment. This amendment will push the U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs, the VA, to carry on large-scale studies into drugs like psilocybin, MDA, and others which have been designated as breakthrough therapies by the Food and Drug Administration. Why? Because we owe it to our veterans. All what you have to do is listen to veterans' testimonies. Veterans that have the invisible scars from the wounds they brought back from the battlefield. Challenges, psychological challenges. Psilocybin promises up to 80% success after one treatment of a veteran's challenge. And today, as the law stands, these veterans have to go outside the country to get treatment. That is no way, Mr. Speaker, to treat our veterans. Let's take care of business. Let's make sure the VA takes these tests, these studies, brings back data so that we can create a program that takes care of our veterans. Veterans that fought for our freedom, it's time that we continue and step up to fulfill our moral obligation to take care of them as well. I urge my colleagues to join us in voting yes on this amendment. I yield.
Gentleman yields back. Does anyone else seek recognition to speak? Gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I recognize myself for as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
And I thank my colleague and partner, Representative Correa. We have both worked long and hard on the commitment to our veterans in so many different ways. This is just one more example of Congress doing the right thing for our veterans. This amendment will unlock potential treatments that have been shown to actually cure PTSD, something current medicine and modern psychology have been unable to do. Give our veterans a chance to live a long, happy life that we all take for granted. I strongly urge all our members to vote for our men and women who have served in uniform, our heroes, and support the Bergman-Correa Amendment. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Michigan. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. In the opinion of the chairs, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 34, printed in House Report 118-158. For what purpose did the gentlewoman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 34, printed in House Report number 118-158, offered by Ms. Green of Georgia.
Pursuant to House Resolution 614, the gentlewoman from Georgia, Ms. Green, and a member opposed to each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My amendment, I'm asking the House to support, strikes the funding for the Office of Resolution Management, Diversity, and Inclusion. The Office of Resolution Management, Diversity, and Inclusion in the VA is charged with promoting woke DEI initiatives. My amendment would strike over $86 million of funding for this woke office, which provides trainings for VA employees to teach them about their implicit bias. Just for you to understand what implicit bias means, because it was something I had to look up myself, it is described in ACORN. Implicit bias refers to a person's unconscious attitudes about other communities that can affect their behavior to those members. Unconscious attitudes, we are funding $86 million for people to be trained about things they feel that they don't know they feel. This makes absolutely no sense for the care of our great veterans. Instead of spending millions of tax dollars on woke ideology, we should put that money towards making the VA an agency that actually helps our heroes and our great veterans who served our military and our country and desperately need good care. When I'm at home in my district and I speak to veterans there, that is what I hear them talk about to me constantly. Is their care that they want to receive at the VA, but yet they're failed so many times. Sick and injured veterans suffering with PTSD, depression, mental illness, and on the verge of suicide don't care if VA employees serving them have checked their white privilege. They just want to get the treatment that they need. Just for some examples for the House to hear about the type of training that happens in this DEI department that is costing the American tax people $86 million. A few examples are managing gender diversity in the VA, managing implicit bias. Remember, those are feelings you don't know you have. Valuing workforce diversity and workplace inclusion. Participating effective diversity and inclusion in the workplace for managers, supervisors, and team leaders. Understanding micro behaviors in the VA work environment. It's time to put $86 million to taking care of our veterans' health care needs. That's the right place to spend the money. At this time, Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
To claim time in opposition to the amendment.
Gentleman is recognized to speak in opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise to claim time in opposition to this discriminatory amendment. VA strives to fairly represent and support the communities that it serves, and all veterans deserve equitable and fair access to the health care and benefits that they have earned. Diversity and inclusion foster a healthy workplace environment and promote equal opportunity through smart outreach, retention, and education. Our veterans, despite the sponsor's denial of a more greatly diverse VA, our veterans increasingly are diverse themselves, and they deserve that. The bill already rejected the budget request to fund the Office of Resolution Management, Diversity, and Inclusion at the levels needed to support the department in 2024, and instead holds the office flat at the same funding level provided in 2023. And now this amendment seeks to eliminate the already inadequate funding in the bill entirely. What is so threatening about the Office of Resolution Management, Diversity, and Inclusion? This office, among many things it does, prevents harassment and discrimination problems. I can't imagine why we wouldn't want to combat that, why we wouldn't want to make sure that everybody is able to come to work or to be treated at the VA in an even-handed and fair way. It heads off costly legal problems for the VA and saves taxpayer money in the long term, which I thought was something that our friends on the other side of the aisle are interested in. I believe the real issue is that our friends on the other side of the aisle don't like the increasing diversity that is occurring in this country. And there's an effort underway as a result across all appropriations bills to excise that word and any policy related to it, to cut anything related to diversity, regardless of the purpose and need of the office. This is an inherently discriminatory, unfair, bigoted amendment, and I urge my colleagues to oppose it, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentlelady from Texas recognized. Sorry, from Georgia, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The great news for all of us here today, as the Constitution declared long ago, is that all of us are created equal. And it's time that we start acknowledging that in all of our funding, in all of our departments, and all across America, as well as our veterans are created equal. So we don't have to spend $86 million on educating everyone on how different they are. It's time to start treating everyone equal. As far as sexual harassment claims, private businesses all over the country are able to handle these without having special diversity, equity, and inclusion departments to handle sexual harassment. That's usually handled in human resources or among managers that can handle the situation. Management has always been a problem in the VA. We do not need to fund $86 million creating a big woke department that is actually already created. We should spend $86 million again towards helping our veterans. Our veterans have enough issues they faced. Not too long ago, there was a tragic story in Georgia where one of our veterans committed suicide while waiting for the care in the waiting office at the VA. This should never, ever happen. This type of funding, $86 million, again, should not go towards educating people about gender and gender bias, educating people about their skin color, educating people about how they think unconsciously without knowing how they think. These are the type of woke ideologies that divide and separate Americans, and veterans could care less about. They care about the care that they receive. They care about having their appointments. They care about their medical treatment. And they care about one another. And one of the things veterans care most about is the fact that they suffer with PTSD from all the foreign wars that they have been sent to and served in. It's time we take better care of our veterans and stop dividing America with identity politics. Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentlelady from Florida is recognized.
I yield back the balance of our time.
I'm sorry. Gentlelady yields back. Gentlelady from Georgia.
Yes, I'd like to yield 1 minute to Mr. Mass from Florida.
Gentleman from Florida is recognized for 30 seconds.
You know, I would say this. There's an attempt to divide the military. We see each other as brothers and sisters in arms. I come from the military, and I can tell you this. We don't care in the VA, and we didn't care on the battlefield if the person carrying us on or the person that we're carrying off is black or brown or white. We do have grooming standards, but I would say otherwise we don't care about the length of their hair or other things. The left fundamentally despises, in my opinion, that the military is this last bastion of best man, best woman for the job that exists in our country, and they're doing everything that they can in the VA and in the military alike to insert themselves and create division that otherwise does not exist there.
Gentleman's time's expired. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Georgia. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Mr. Chairman, I ask for a recorded vote.
Gentlewoman from Florida asks for a recorded vote. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Georgia will be postponed. Carol, you ready? It is now in order to consider amendment number 35, printed in House Report 118-158. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 35, printed in House Report number 118-158, offered by Mr. Boss of Illinois.
Pursuant to House Resolution 614, the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Boss, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise today in support of my amendment, H.R. 4366. My amendment would prevent any funds under the Act from being used to continue a VA current practice of sending a veteran's name to the FBI National Instant Criminal Background Check System, or the NICS list. Now, according to the VA rules, if a veteran or a beneficiary is appointed a fiduciary to help manage their VA benefits, their name is automatically sent to the NICS list. VA sends the veteran's name without finding that veteran a danger to themselves or others, and this is not done in a court of law. It is not done by a judge. It is not done by any person with legal authority. It is only done by a VA bureaucrat. A federal employee currently has the right to take away a constitutional right of our veterans. The same veteran who protected our constitutional rights are now losing theirs because they need a bit of help managing their finances. I have said this once and I'll say it again. Veterans should not be treated any different than every other American citizen. The mission of the VA is to care for those who have served. To me, it seems this practice is the opposite of caring for our veterans. Veterans have told me that this practice is a barrier for them to seek health care. They are so afraid of losing their constitutional rights that they will not go to the VA for their health care or benefits. There were just under 15,000 individuals reported to the last fiscal year from the VA. This fiscal year, over 8,000 veterans have already been reported to the NICS so far. This practice must stop. Now, I'm proud to have introduced my amendment that would prohibit the unlawful loss of constitutional rights to our veterans. Madam Chairman, I ask unanimous consent that the letters of support for my amendment from the American Legion, Gun Owners of America, National Rifle Association, National Defense Committee, Vets for Vet Leadership, Veterans Warriors, and the Catholic War Veterans please be entered into the record.
Covered by general leave.
I would like to thank Representatives Rosendale, Hudson, Desjarlais, Kamek, Higgins, Ogles, Miller, Boebert, Van Orden, and Kiggins for joining me on this amendment, and I encourage all of my colleagues to support it, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I rise to claim time in opposition.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to claim time in opposition to my colleague's amendment. During the process of applying for disability benefits, VA determines whether or not a beneficiary can manage their own financial affairs. If not, VA will assign them a fiduciary to protect the veteran. VA will only determine an individual to be unable to manage his or her financial affairs after receipt of medical documentation or if a court of competent jurisdiction has already made that determination. In assigning a fiduciary, VA must also report the beneficiary to the National Instant Criminal Background Check System, the NICS system, as under the law, they are adjudicated as mentally defective. This reporting prevents the beneficiary under federal law from purchasing a firearm. The program has a full due process system and veterans can file an appeal. This is an example of generating a controversy where there is none. The process of applying for disability benefits is entirely separate from the processes by which veterans receive VA health care. The Veterans Health Administration, which handles disability benefits, does not take away veterans' firearms. However, by implying that, quote, VA bureaucrats are going to take guns away from veterans, this amendment not only does nothing to increase access to care, it seeks to dissuade, its very introduction seeks to dissuade veterans from even seeking health care that they've earned in the first place. Moreover, this amendment deals with an authorizing issue and should not be debated on an appropriations bill. This is policy, not funding. So I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The
I'm
gentleman
glad that it was brought up that the claim is that the bureaucrats do not do this. It is only the bureaucrats that recommend to the next list, and then the Department of Justice does this. They take away a right of a veteran where any other citizen in this United States would have to go before a court of law where they would be found to be a danger to themselves or others. But yet, our VA, under the interpretation that they have made of an existing law, have decided that they will have a bureaucrat without due process take away the rights of our veterans. It is as simple as that. When I came here to this House, I found this out. As a veteran, I was appalled. What bothers me more than anything is the amount of veterans across the central part of this United States that choose not to seek VA help for the fear that they would lose that Second Amendment right, which they fought for that right and every other right that is under this Constitution. This needs to be straightened out. It is not gun control. It's not any issue like that. This is a veterans' rights issue. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Illinois reserves his time. Gentlelady from Florida.
Madam Chair, I yield 2.5 minutes to the gentleman from California, distinguished ranking member of the Veterans Affairs Committee, Mr. Takano.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Ms. Wasserman Schultz. VA is required by law to transmit the names of the beneficiaries, VA beneficiaries, to the National Instant Criminal Background Check System, which prevents them from buying a firearm. But let me make one thing abundantly clear. Under no circumstances does VA ever confiscate anyone's firearms. Seeking mental health care from the Veteran Health Administration will not result in a veteran's firearms being taken away. VA does not have legal authority to do so. Only under a discrete set of circumstances for a very discrete population does the Veterans Benefit Administration report veterans to NICS. Madam Speaker, the stigma around seeking mental health care at VA is a real one. It is also a multifaceted problem we are trying to tackle. Partisan stunts like this amendment make that fight more difficult because it leads to misinformation about the fiduciary program, a program meant to protect vulnerable veterans and beneficiaries. We had a legislative hearing on Representative Boss's bill on this topic, and it was abundantly clear that there were problems with that bill. Some of my colleagues are attempting to go this route through the appropriations process, which is harmful because it strips money from VA for political purposes. Madam Speaker, when we discussed this bill last week in the House Committee on Veterans Affairs, we also learned a great deal of concern about due process. But let me be clear on this point. There are already 6 avenues for review and relief that beneficiaries can use to challenge VA's determinations and remove their names from the NICS list. But those avenues are not widely used. In fact, I would challenge the chairman to show me where there's any veteran with standing that would even take this case to the federal court to challenge the whole process at VA. There are 6 avenues of review and relief. There is due process. And so what is the problem that this amendment is really trying to address? As I said in committee, Madam Speaker, no one on our side of the aisle asserts that the fiduciary program is infallible. No policy or program is. However, any change to a program or policy must be evidence-based and data-driven. And in the case of VA's fiduciary program, a program designed to protect the most vulnerable veterans from both financial and physical harm, we must be especially careful not to put more veterans at risk. Democrats are more than willing to have a debate on the merits of this program under those parameters. But this amendment is purely a political exercise that only seeks to put more veterans at risk by perpetuating stigma around mental health care, and it undermines VA's efforts at suicide prevention. And I yield back.
The gentlewoman from Florida.
I reserve.
You reserve? Yes. Okay, the gentleman from Illinois.
Yes, Madam Chair. I would like to answer 2 quick questions, and then I'll reserve again. Quick questions are statements are the fact is that no, the VA employee does not take the Second Amendment right and possess the guns. The Department of Justice does. They give the name to the Department of Justice. 2, whenever it was made, the statement was made that I have a bill to try to deal with this, the ranking member is totally correct. I do. because I'm going to do everything I can to make sure that the rights of our veterans are not taken away. With that, I reserve.
The gentleman from Illinois reserves. The gentlewoman from Florida recognized.
Thank you. I'm prepared to close.
The gentlewoman reserves.
I'm prepared to close. Reserve.
The gentlewoman from Florida has a right to close. So the gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
It is time for us to stand up for our veterans and protect the constitutional rights that they fought to protect. No veteran should use their Second Amendment right without due process of law. I urge my colleagues to join me in support of this amendment, and I will yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentlewoman from Florida is recognized to close. Okay.
Thank you,
The
Madam
gentlewoman
Chair.
is recognized.
Thank you. And how much time do I have, Madam Chair?
The gentlelady has 1 minute remaining.
1 minute. Thank you very much. I want to make it clear that the Department of Veterans Affairs has robust due process policies and regulations in place for incompetency determinations, and remind our colleagues that one of the 3 ways in which someone is denied an opportunity to possess a firearm is when they have been declared mentally incompetent. There are very robust provisions in the processes at the VA to ensure that there is due process in place. And on top of that, the VA has the ability to grant relief from disability in the event that clear and convincing evidence is presented that affirmatively, substantially, and specifically shows that the beneficiary is not likely to act in a manner dangerous to the public, and granting relief will not be contrary to the public interest. That is the kind of safety measure that we want to make sure that when you've been declared mentally incompetent, Madam Chair, that you are not able to get access to a firearm. Due process is important. Protecting the public and the individual is as important as well.
The
And I yield
gentlewoman's
back the
time
balance of
has
my
expired. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Illinois. Those in favor say aye. Those who oppose say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
Chair, I request a recorded vote.
Pursuant to the Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Illinois will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
I rise as designee of the gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Granger. I move to strike the last word.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
I yield to the gentlewoman from Colorado, Ms. Brobert.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise in favor of the en bloc amendment package, which includes 6 of my amendments that redirect funds from Biden's bloated bureaucracy to actually help our nation's veterans. Our men and women in uniform and our nation's veterans put everything on the line to defend this great country and our freedoms. They deserve the best care that America has to offer. Caring for our veterans should be a priority in our annual funding bills. That's why I drafted these amendments that transfer dollars from the federal bureaucracy to provide additional resources for veterans, including veteran mental health programs, medical and prosthetic research, the Board of Veterans Appeals to help reduce its backlog and process veterans' claims more quickly, grave sites for veterans in areas where a veteran cannot be buried in a VA national cemetery, the construction of state extended care facilities, and to the Staff Sergeant Parker Gordon Fox Suicide Prevention Grant Program, Veterans Telehealth, and Rural Health. Don't believe the lies on the other side of the aisle. The Republican majority is committed to fully funding our veterans' health care programs and funding veterans' benefits and VA programs. Earlier this year, they falsely claimed that Limit, Save, Grow would cut veterans' benefits, even though it didn't even mention veterans in the bill. And then the White House and the leftists falsely tried to claim that this bill cut veterans' benefits before it was even released. We didn't even have the text yet. Let me say this again. This bill fully funds our veterans and even provides an increase of $1.5 billion above the discretionary funding level contained in the fiscal year 2023 bill drafted by Democrats. The only thing this bill cuts is wasteful spending, and it ensures the department can no longer be politicized by putting veterans and their needs above a rainbow flag or pronouns. My support for our service members does not end when their service is complete. I am committed to ensuring that our nation's most precious resource, its sons and daughters, mothers and fathers who answered the call to serve in uniform, receive the essential health care and benefits they have earned. I applaud the committee for taking on this difficult task of prioritizing limited resources for our veterans. I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of my amendments as well as the underlying bill, which fully funds our veterans. And Madam Chair, with that, I yield back.
The gentleman from Texas.
Reclaiming my time.
The gentleman is
And I yield
recognized.
back.
Okay. There we go. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 36, printed in House Report 118-158. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The gentleman is recognized. Wait. Okay. The gentleman will suspend. The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 36, printed in House Report number 118-158, offered by Mr. Mast of Florida.
Pursuant to House Resolution 614, the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Mast, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume. I rise today in support of a bipartisan amendment. Did you want to? I didn't know if you were working to do something. All right.
Recognized.
Thank you, ma'am. I rise in support of a bipartisan amendment, and it's to do something simple. Give veterans access to every possible tool when it comes to the wounds of war, of which I am innately familiar. And the amendment is quite simple. It allows VA doctors in states with legal medical cannabis programs to discuss cannabis as a treatment option with their patients. And I would say this as clearly as I can. I have friends that are Rangers and Green Berets and SEALs and pilots and every other job in the military that I have seen find relief from sometimes the drugs, the narcotics that they have been prescribed in the VA or in the hospital, find relief from mental wounds that they face, find relief from physical wounds that they face. But what they face as well is a Department of Veterans Affairs that does not allow their primary care physicians, their post-deployment clinics, to discuss the medical treatment options and work with them through the paperwork for those medical treatment options that are actually available in their states. And if they're not working with their doctors to do that, then you have to ask yourself, who is it that they would be working with to do that for medical treatment legal in their state? This amendment, again, it would change that and make it the case that the Department of Veterans Affairs can assist those veterans for whom it is appropriate and recommended by their doctors that medical cannabis be a treatment option. And in that, Madam Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Chairman, I rise in opposition to this amendment.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
I understand the intent and that some states permit the use of marijuana. However, the VA doctors are required to comply with federal law. This amendment does not address that. I don't want to put them in in legal jeopardy. I believe this should be handled by the authorizing committees, and I reserve my time.
The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
I now yield 1 minute to the representative, Mr. Blumenauer.
The gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you. I appreciate his courtesy and I appreciate his leadership. I'm proud to lead this amendment with you, Representative Joyce Lee, to inject some sanity into our medical marijuana approach. Veterans in Oregon and across the country have shared powerful stories with me about how medical cannabis has saved their lives and given relief from wounds of war, seen and unseen. These veterans have also shared their fear about what would happen if they work with the VA doctors to incorporate their cannabis use into their treatment plans. The VA denies veterans access to this care option by preventing providers from completing forms in compliance with state medical marijuana programs. This is a shameful disservice to the men and women who put their lives on the line. The VA is forcing veterans to seek care outside the VA or self-medicate. Our veterans are paying the price for Congress' failure to act. That's why I'm proud to join Representative Mast in leading the Veterans Equal Access Act, and why I call on my colleagues to support this amendment, simple justice for our veterans.
Time has expired.
I reserve.
The gentleman from Florida.
I reserve.
Reserves. The gentleman from Texas is
Reserve.
Recognized. The gentleman reserves.
Yield whatever times she may consume to Ms. Wasserman Schultz.
The gentlewoman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I thank the gentleman for yielding. I think it's important to make clear that this debate is not about whether veterans in a state where it is legal can get access to marijuana. What it's about is ensuring that, and it's not even about whether doctors at the VA can communicate about those options with their patients, because they can. VA already does that. We allowed that several years ago. What it does do, and what this debate is about, is to ensure that because marijuana is still an illegal substance under federal law, if we allow this amendment to pass, it would potentially put VA employees, healthcare providers and other VA employees, at risk of DEA enforcement actions. That is not something that we can change with this amendment, no matter how much you might want to have this amendment move forward. So while some states might have legalized marijuana for medical purposes and allow physicians to prescribe it to patients, VA providers are still subject to federal enforcement actions, like through the Drug Enforcement Agency. VA has policies in place prohibiting physicians from completing forms, not from communicating with their patients. And they can't register veterans in a state medical marijuana program themselves, but veterans certainly can register themselves to do that. There is a concern that if legislation forced VA to change or stop enforcing its policies like this amendment is proposing, in the absence of systemic changes to federal drug policy outside the VA, that providers could be at risk of penalties or other legal action. The proper place for this discussion, Madam Chair, is in the authorizing committee, which my colleague, the sponsor of the amendment, serves on. Have a discussion and a debate over policy to change the federal enforcement action risk that we would be placing VA employees in if this amendment moved forward. Heck, move to the CJS Appropriations Subcommittee and prohibit DEA enforcement action. But this debate is happening in the wrong bill on the wrong topic, and so I oppose the amendment for that reason, while separately not opposing the idea that there are legal ways that veterans are able to get access to cannabis and marijuana. But we do have to make sure that we can continue to allow VA employees to be protected from prosecution as a result of the potential impact that this amendment would have. So I yield back to the gentleman.
The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Madam Speaker, how much time do I have remaining?
What is it? The gentleman has 2 minutes remaining.
I would yield myself 1 minute. And just to say this, my colleague from Florida, from the other side, just to point out where you are quite literally wrong. VHA Directive 1315 says this plainly. VHA providers are prohibited from completing forms or registering veterans for participation in state-approved marijuana programs. Says it very literally. My colleague is saying that, no, doctors can talk to them about this and they can deal with it. No, if a doctor can't help them with the forms and help them with registering it and help them with the dosages and the amounts and everything that goes on with very specific medical policy, then that's a pretty confusing conversation for somebody to have if they can't take it to that level. In that, I'm now going to yield a minute of time to my colleague, Mr. Joyce.
The gentleman from Ohio is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm proud to join my colleagues in leading this common sense effort to help our country's veterans access medical treatment. Research has shown that medical cannabis can be a safe and effective treatment in targeted pain management for PTSD, which unfortunately impacts many of our veterans. Despite their efficiency, bureaucratic red tape continues to deny veterans these life-altering treatments. In legal states like Ohio and 37 others, the federal government should not prevent a VA doctor from recommending a medical cannabis as a viable treatment option if they believe it will help their patient. As the son of a World War II veteran who was wounded and left for dead on the battlefield, I've seen firsthand the many challenges our nation's heroes face when they return home. We should all be resolved to help expand access to treatments for the medical challenges, both mental and physical, our nation's veterans experience. That's why I ask my colleagues to support this amendment to help eliminate barriers for alternative treatments and provide our veterans with the care they need to overcome the wounds of war. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I reserve.
The gentleman from Florida.
I reserve.
Reserves. The gentleman from Texas.
I'd like to yield time. No. I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Florida.
I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman is recognized to close.
From Florida or Texas?
The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Again, I'd just point out the merits of this. It is the fact in the VA right now that cannabis policy is extremely confusing. It does very literally say VHA providers are prohibited from completing forms or registering veterans for participation in state-approved marijuana programs. Those are conversations that you need to have with your primary care physician, your nurse practitioners, your others.
Your time has expired.
And this is the reason that that policy
The
needs to be
gentleman
changed.
from Texas.
Thank you.
Yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Florida. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. In the opinion of the chair, the amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 37, printed in House Report 118 to 158. For what purpose does the gentleman from Montana seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 37, printed in House Report number 118-158, offered by Mr. Rosendale of Montana.
Pursuant to House Resolution 614, the gentleman from Montana, Mr. Rosendale, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Montana.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in support of my amendment, Amendment number 14, which would prohibit the use of funds made available by this act from being used to enforce any COVID-19 mask mandates. Our country sends young men and women overseas for long periods of time, away from their family and friends at great risk to their physical safety. When they come home and become veterans, sometimes the VA refuses them the care that they have earned and that they deserve. This is unacceptable. I've heard from numerous veterans in my district that have been denied care over their unwillingness to wear a mask to protect them from a pandemic that has long been declared over using a method that has long since been refuted. Denying a veteran medical care over a personal decision is outrageous. We owe it to care for our nation's heroes to provide them with the best possible care, not stigmatize them over masking decisions. The COVID-19 mask mandates are also unfair to the employees of the VA. Most employees want to provide veterans with world-class health care, not enforce arbitrary, unscientific rules. The VA did loosen its COVID-19 masking requirements recently. However, they left much too much discretion to unelected bureaucrats. Again, the pandemic has long been over, and it's time to end all of the COVID-19 mandates. With that, I reserve.
Does any member claim time in opposition? For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
I rise to claim time in opposition to the gentleman's amendment, Madam Chair.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment would prohibit the enforcement of any COVID-19 mask mandate. However, the VA has already relaxed mask mandates, except in high-risk areas where patients could be put in danger by someone who has a respiratory infection. For example, the VA continues to require masks near chemotherapy units, transplant units, and emergency rooms. In other words, this amendment would override safety precautions put in place for the VA's most at-risk patients. It would block masking requirements near chemotherapy patients whose immune systems have been brutally weakened by treatment to fight cancer. It would block masking requirements in the vicinity of surgery patients where a dangerous respiratory virus could be deadly. It would block masking requirements near intensive care units filled with patients with severe, life-threatening illnesses. This amendment is reckless, and it would endanger the lives of our most vulnerable patients at the VA. I want to be clear. This amendment is not about a mask mandate at the office. It is not about a mask mandate at the grocery store. This amendment would block mask requirements at VA hospitals and healthcare facilities. How ludicrous could anything be? It is astonishing that the gentleman would suggest that in a hospital setting around vulnerable individuals, particularly those that are extremely vulnerable, that we would be prohibiting a hospital from requiring people to wear masks so that people don't die of an illness contracted as a result of being exposed to someone who might be carrying germs that they are unaware of. Our veterans have sacrificed so much for this country. It is our responsibility to protect their health, not to risk their lives for a political stunt. I urge my colleagues to oppose the amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Montana is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Unfortunately, the representative is either mistaken or intentionally spreading false information. Any parts or portions of the facility that previously had mask mandates for immune deficiencies or any other reasons would not be impacted by this mandate. Only mandates that are a direct result of COVID-19 are prohibited. With that, I would like to yield 1 minute to my good friend from Texas, Representative Self.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of Mr. Rosendale's amendment to remove mask mandates from our Veterans Affairs facilities. Last April, President Joe Biden signed the Pandemic is Over Act into law to decisively end the COVID-19 national emergency. Accordingly, hospitals and clinics across the country have rescinded their policies requiring visitors and patients to wear a mask. However, VA clinics continue to enforce the so-called sensitive areas, policy where patients must wear a mask while sitting in the meeting room waiting on his or her doctor. There is no reason for the VA to continue with this frivolous charade. Enough of the drama. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Montana reserves. The gentlewoman from Florida?
I reserve.
Reserves. The gentleman from Montana.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the medical center leadership will determine when it's appropriate to transition from standard to enhanced safety practices. This is the problem. Bureaucrats are continuing to make decisions not about sensitive areas, not about areas where we're prone to have immune deficiencies, but simply sensitive areas, and recommended national response by a team of subject matter experts due to future COVID-19 variants that threaten veteran staff and safety. This is not acceptable. Again, COVID-19 is over. These mask mandates, as a result of COVID-19, need to be eliminated. I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from Florida.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm prepared to close.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Montana.
I'm prepared to close.
The gentlewoman from Florida has the right to close. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Montana.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this amendment simply eliminates the use of funds by the VA for the implementation of any COVID-19 mandates and is long overdue. I ask my colleagues to support this amendment and the proper treatment and restore the proper treatment of our veterans. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentlewoman from Florida.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Extreme MAGA Republicans are once again trying to prevent people, trying to make sure that we have more people get sick rather than fewer. In a hospital setting with medical experts, neither of whom have spoken on this amendment today, it is imperative that we listen to medical experts. When you are in an intensive care unit, when you are receiving chemotherapy, when you are in a medically risky situation, ensuring that the people around you that come in from the outside don't get you sick and potentially risk your severe illness and death, that's a responsible medical policy. And what Republicans are proposing is to make sure that that the VA can't keep its patients safe. That's irresponsible in the name of the extreme MAGA opposition to doing anything to ensure that people don't get COVID. The stunning irresponsibility is surprising even for them. I urge my colleagues to oppose the amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Montana. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. It is the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
Madam Chair.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Florida recognize?
With that, I request a recorded vote.
Okay. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Montana will be postponed. Done? For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Chairman, I rise as a designee of the gentlelady from Texas, Mrs. Granger. I move to strike the last word.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
I yield to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Maldonado.
The gentleman from New York is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I thank my colleague from Texas. I just want to speak briefly to two amendments that were included in the Milcon Appropriations Bill. Specifically, one, Amendment 24 ensures the funding for Veterans Health Administration ensures that we're dedicated to assisting veterans with disabilities and those with mental health and substance abuse challenges. Of course, as a nation, we owe a great deal of gratitude to these men and women, and regardless of whether these are emotional or physical scars, this amendment ensures that we continue to provide appropriate access. Additionally, Amendment 25 ensures funding for the VA electronic health records, which of course is critically important to our veterans, that we continue to modernize this system to help transitioning veterans access and receive top quality care at VA facilities. At the same time, we need to ensure the safety and effectiveness of updating this program. The VA and Congress must work in lockstep to create a system that better serves our veterans and taxpayers. I thank my colleagues for consideration of these amendments, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New York yields back. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I yield back my time.
The gentleman from Texas yields back his time. It is now in order to consider amendment number 38, printed in House Report 118 to 158. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 38, printed in House Report number 118-158, offered by Mr. Roy of Texas.
Pursuant to House Resolution 614, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
I thank the chair. This amendment that I'm offering prohibits any of the funding in the Milcon VA appropriations bill from being used to carry out what I believe are unnecessary and unscientific COVID-19 vaccine mandates at the Department of Veteran Affairs. Now, there's been some confusion about this. Some people have said, oh, well, that's not really still going on. Well, I just got an email today from the VA saying, yes, it is. There still are vaccine mandates that are being carried out at the VA. And to the best of my knowledge, it is the last remaining federal vaccine mandate, and it needs to end. Most federal vaccine mandates ended in May of 2023 with the end of the public health emergency. The VA was one of the few agencies to leave the mandate in place. VHA Directive 1193.01, COVID-19 vaccination program for VHA healthcare personnel, outlines the policy and guidance for mandatory COVID-19 vaccination for Veterans Health Administration healthcare personnel is still in effect. The mandate applies to EMS personnel, nurses, nursing assistants, physicians, technicians, therapists, phlebotomists, pharmacists, health profession trainees, clerical, dietary, environmental services, laundry, security, maintenance, engineering and facilities management, administrative, billing, and even volunteers. If you want to volunteer at the VA, you better get a jab. The COVID vax mandate is unnecessary. It hurts healthcare workers. I believe it hurts health care being provided to our veterans. As of July 15th, 2022, the VA had disciplined some 74 workers that we know of, some of whom were fired. I do not believe the mandate is necessary to keep our veterans or the VA staff safe. The former CDC director has said that the vaccines can't do anything to prevent transmission. This amendment is about ending COVID madness once and for all at the VA and making sure that anyone who wants to provide medical care to our great veterans can do so, and I reserve.
The gentleman from Texas reserves. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I rise to claim time in opposition to the gentleman's amendment.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I can't really believe I have to say this out loud, but vaccines have been essential in reducing the severity of COVID. I would note that VA's vaccine requirement currently applies specifically to healthcare personnel, who are the people most in danger of not only contracting but spreading this disease, especially to the vulnerable patients that VA serves, many of whom are at high risk for the long-term effects of COVID. Additionally, at its highest point during this pandemic, VA had over 15,000 staff unable to work due to either infection or exposure, with over 9,000 of those clinical staff. That has a significant impact on patient care, and I think we should all agree that no veteran should be turned away from care because there wasn't a provider available to treat them. VA took extremely reasonable steps to protect its patients and its workforce, and we shouldn't be tying VA's hands when it comes to managing their workforce and pursuing workplace safety and protecting its patients. So it was a responsible decision to limit the vaccine requirement to care providers in clinical settings. And this amendment, if it passes, will ensure that more VA employees get sick, more of their patients will get sick, and there's a certainty that more people will die if we don't ensure that VA employees who treat patients are vaccinated. That is just common sense and should be understood based on the experience of the time we all spent battling the pandemic. So I urge my colleagues to oppose the amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves her time. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I would only respond to the gentlelady from Florida when she said it only applies to healthcare personnel. I just rattled off an entire list of virtually every known possible human being and job that could apply at the VA, and a whole lot of them aren't, in fact, healthcare personnel. I went through an entire list, including laundry, security, maintenance, engineering and facilities management, administrative, billing, even volunteers. Some of my colleagues have said, oh, this doesn't apply to the VA. Like I said, we reached out to the VA, and sure enough, they replied today, yes, the vaccine mandate still applies. Nevertheless, we get rid of the Medicaid, and we get rid of the Medicare mandates. Private sector's out there, they can do what they want to do, but the vaccine mandate has come and gone in terms of something that the American people believe we should tolerate. They want to be able to move about without having the fear of losing their job. And we've got people at the VA losing their job. We've got nurses that have given up their ability to practice. We've got it throughout our entire industry. We've got members of our military that have been held up from being able to be promoted and be able to advance. We got people at the VA. I've met with people who worked at the VA, some of whom who were facing losing their job. This should end. This madness should end. And that's what this amendment would do. It would ensure that no funding goes to continuing and perpetuating that mandate. And with that, I would yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentlewoman from Florida is recognized.
Madam Chair, I'm prepared to close at the appropriate time.
The gentlewoman has the only time remaining.
So the gentleman won't be speaking again?
The gentleman yielded back.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Chair. I think it's important to point out that it is not just healthcare providers that work in VA healthcare facilities. Maintenance workers work in VA healthcare facilities and interact with patients, and they move back and forth throughout the facility. Cafeteria workers, other people who are not healthcare professionals work in VA facilities in and around the most sensitive patients being provided with care in the most intense healthcare environments. They can infect people with COVID. They can infect healthcare providers who work at the VA, who interact with patients even more closely, and they can infect patients directly. It is a responsible policy to ensure that where there is a severely ill patient or someone who is extremely vulnerable and has their immunity lowered, as a breast cancer survivor, I can tell you that when you go through chemotherapy, which I did not, but I have obviously spent a lot of time on understanding what breast cancer patients and people who go through chemotherapy experience, your immunity is knocked out. So we're going to prohibit people who work in VA healthcare facilities from wearing masks to ensure that someone who's had their immunity system knocked out from being protected from an individual who might have COVID while they're at work. That is grossly irresponsible, and it would result potentially in people getting sick and dying from something other than what they're being treated for at the VA. That is the height of irresponsibility, and I can't believe that our friends on the other side of the aisle would be willing to risk the life and health of VA patients with this irresponsible policy. We have to make sure that in a healthcare setting, that people who interact with patients in any way are protecting the patients from getting sick. And that's why this amendment should be defeated. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to.
Madam Chair.
For what purpose?
I request a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas will be postponed. All righty. Start. Order to consider amendment number 39, printed in House Report 118 through 158. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 39, printed in House Report number 118-158, offered by Mr. Roy of Texas.
Pursuant to House Resolution 614, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes, and the chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
I thank the chair. I have an amendment that prohibits any of the funding from Milcon VA appropriated from being used to modify or remove any of the VA display of the original mission statement. Now, for just a quick second before I go there, I didn't reserve my time because I thought we were trying to move things along. I'm going to say, as a cancer survivor, and as someone who did have chemo, and as someone who was on Neulasta to deal with a weakened immune system, I was in a hospital and I wasn't being forced to wear masks and I wasn't being forced to take any shots. If I wanted to take the flu shot, I could. And we've got a CDC director who has said that this vaccine doesn't do anything to help the spread from other people to you. That's the whole point. That's the whole point. So yeah, we should get rid of the vaccine mandates. But on this, another amount of craziness from this administration. On March 16th, 2023, earlier this year, the VA announced it updated the 1959 mission statement from, quote, to fulfill President Lincoln's promise to care for him who shall have borne the battle and for his widow and his orphan by serving and honoring the men and women who are America's veterans. Now it is a gender-neutral version, quote, to fulfill President Lincoln's promise to care for those who have served in our nation's military and for their families, caregivers, and survivors. That is, it upends the quote that is directly from President Lincoln. The original mission statement is posted in roughly 50% of the VA's facilities. The VA has been working through replacing them over the last couple of months by directive. It's unclear how many displays are left. The Trump administration resisted calls to change the motto and put an additional 140 plaques at national cemeteries bearing Lincoln's quote because it's a good quote. It's an historic quote. The fact is, we should not use taxpayer dollars to allow this administration to unilaterally change the VA's historic motto and erase the words of President Lincoln in order to appease the radical left and advancing yet another one of their, cultural revisionist efforts. The VA's mission statement established in 1959 appropriately used the words of President Lincoln in his second inaugural address delivered on March 4th, 1865. Quote, with malice toward none, with charity for all, with firmness in the right, as God gives us to see the right, let us strive on to finish the work we are in, to bind up the nation's wounds, to care for him who shall have borne the battle and for his widow and his orphan. That quote is obviously came from a time frame in which we were concluding the Civil War. And it came a mere month, from my recollection and history, from when Abraham Lincoln was in fact assassinated. The speech was in part the basis of the Department of Veterans Affairs creation and declared mission. The department wants to continue to waste hard-earned taxpayer dollars to erase history and expunge Lincoln's words by replacing the VA's mission statement, all in an attempt to earn woke brownie points. I am thankful, of course, for the millions of men and women who have served valiantly in our armed forces, but changing the VA motto is just virtue signaling. We should be focused on providing the quality care and benefits veterans have earned in a timely manner. The average wait time for new primary care appointments within the 13 South Texas Veterans Health System facilities was 50 days. Veterans seeking their first appointment locally, the new Pecan Valley Clinic, an average of 98 days. VA clinic in the district I represent, in Kerrville, 23 days, and that's the shortest. This amendment, like my other amendments, is about restoring VA focus, not advancing a political agenda out of step with the majority of Americans. I reserve.
One from Texas reserves his time. The gentlelady from Florida. For what purpose does the lady from Florida wish to?
Madam Chair, to claim time in opposition to the gentleman's amendment.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
For 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In March of this year, VA announced it is updating its 1959 mission statement to fulfill President Lincoln's promise to care for those who have served in our nation's military and for their families, caregivers, and survivors. And that was a way to make VA a more inclusive and inviting place. VA's previous mission statement read, quote, to fulfill President Lincoln's promise to care for him who shall have borne the battle and for his widow and his orphan. VA is a place where all veterans should feel welcome, included, and cared for, and the previous mission statement did not adequately reflect the true veteran population. Only men were really reflected in the statement. Today, women are the fastest growing group of veterans, and it's about time that we are reflected in VA's mission statement. And I'm pleased that VA made this important and monumental change, honoring the past by making sure that we continue to make reference to President Lincoln's words and honoring the spirit of President Lincoln's intent, but also making sure that we truly honor all of our nation's veterans, not just the men who have served our country. So I urge my colleagues to oppose the amendment because this is exclusionary, and we want to make sure that the VA continues to be a more inclusive place and recognizes all veterans who serve. not just those that are men. So I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves the remaining time. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I would just reiterate the extent to which this motto came directly from a quote from President Lincoln in his second inaugural address at a particularly important and historic moment in our nation's history. That was the point. The literal culmination of the Civil War had occurred almost around that exact date, or was occurring shortly thereafter, and shortly before the president was to be assassinated, I believe in April, a month after this speech. And, to go back and edit this and then go around changing the VA to pull out a quote directly from Lincoln just, again, shows a lack of focus on what the VA should be focused on. That's the point of the amendment. Can we just get back to trying to figure out how to provide care and do what we said we're going to do for millions of veterans who are tired of waiting and having technological systems that aren't working properly, so they have trouble getting in and out of care and being able to use care in the private sector. There are lots of things we need to be fixing at the VA, and this is certainly not one of them. I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm prepared to close.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I think that I've made the point. I think the amendment should be supported. I think we should get the VA focused on what the people of this country want us to focus on, supporting the care for veterans, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentlewoman from Florida is recognized to close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think it's important to point out that the new motto that still is reflective of President Lincoln's beliefs and his promise is one that was developed after surveying veterans who receive care from the VA and their employees. So perhaps we should listen to the veterans who are served by the VA and the people who work with them every single day about the need for a more inclusive motto. The more inclusive motto says, and I quote, "To fulfill President Lincoln's promise to care for those who have served in our nation's military and for their families, caregivers, and survivors." Making sure that the motto of the VA ensures that all patients who are served there, all employees that work there, all of the surviving families who interact with the VA every single day understand that the motto applies to them, and the more outdated motto that dates back to President Lincoln's time is no longer reflective of who is served at the VA. So, I mean, this is 2023. It's hard to imagine that we are actually debating a motto on the floor of the House of Representatives and have a member of Congress suggesting that that motto should remain exclusive of women, instead of ensuring, as the motto voted on as a result of the surveys of VA employees and VA patients, more reflective of who the VA treats today. And so I urge opposition to the gentleman's amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to.
Madam Chair.
For what purpose do the
I
lady?
request a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Florida, from the gentleman from Texas will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 40, printed in House Report 118 to 158. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 40, printed in House Report number 118-158, offered by Mr. Roy of Texas.
Pursuant to the House Resolution 614, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Thank the chair. This amendment prohibits any of the funding in the Milcon VA appropriations bill from being used to carry out President Biden's executive orders on climate change. I was gratified to have offered a similar amendment and to see it adopted on the floor of the House with respect to the National Defense Authorization Act, what we call the NDAA. We believe that the United States military should have a singular focus, and that is also true for the Veterans Administration. It should have a singular focus, ensuring our veterans have the care they need, not advancing the climate fetish that is making us beholden to China for our energy needs, undermining our national security, undermining the very reason veterans put their lives on the line to defend this country. In August of 2021, the VA put forward a, quote, climate action plan, which includes indoctrinating VA employees with so-called climate literacy, pushing renewable energy consumption, sustainable buildings, and greenhouse gas emissions at VA facilities. Now VA is transitioning its fleet of over 22,000 vehicles to zero-emission vehicles. Now, mind you, our American public who want to go about carrying out their jobs and their livelihoods can't even afford vehicles anymore. We're clamping down on the ability of them to go purchase vehicles because we're limiting the production of the internal combustion engine. So we can have battery-powered automobiles that are being produced with lithium and cobalt and things being mined in Africa while children are being exploited and the Chinese Communist Party is being empowered. All while China, by the way, has got 1,100 coal-fired plants compared to our 250, and they're building 2 a week while we're basically doing nothing to advance anything with respect to reliable energy. Instead, we're putting all of our eggs in the unreliable energy basket, which makes us beholden to China, the Chinese Communist Party, and our enemies around the globe, rather than exporting liquefied natural gas and making us stronger. And again, the Veterans Administration ought to reflect the American people and our strength by focusing on its core mission, providing health care and providing benefits that are necessary for those who have served to defend our country. My Democratic colleagues apparently think you can power a VA hospital on wind and solar alone. And of course you cannot. It's not possible. Anybody who looks at it and looks at the data and see, you know, on a windless, cloudy day, how are you powering a VA hospital? You're powering it with fossil fuels. You're powering it with what little nuclear power we have, given that we've been unable to build a nuclear plant, by far the most reliable non-CO2 producing energy in the world. We haven't been able to do it since the 1970s because of the regulatory infrastructure in this country. It's absurd. My colleague on the other side of the aisle go around ballyhooing about carbon dioxide, and the one reliable energy that you could do has been prevented through regulatory morass for the better part of my entire lifetime of 50 years. Instead, they go around producing wind and solar, which more indication, more information comes out about how horrific it has been for the planet, how horrific it is for children throughout this world mining those minerals, how empowering it is for our enemies, and here we are trying to turn the VA into essentially a promotion of the climate agenda for the radical left. I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
To claim time in opposition, Madam Chair.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Amendment, despite the wildfires, smoke-covered skies, life-threatening heat waves, and extreme weather we now face nearly every day in the United States, this amendment would hamstring our ability to address the accelerating threat of climate change. The scientific consensus is clear, and we need to get serious about preventing further damage by transitioning to clean energy sources while also working to mitigate the costs we already bear today. The Department of Defense has repeatedly recognized that climate change is a direct threat to the U.S. military's readiness, mission effectiveness, and their resilience. From rising sea levels that can flood coastal installations to more frequent extreme weather events that can damage our military infrastructure, these climate-related effects put our security at risk. I mean, don't take my word for it. Just look at the news. Just yesterday, the news reported that the ocean temperature in South Florida was more than 100 degrees. Yesterday, 101.1 degrees to be specific, in Everglades National Park in Manatee Bay. You know what happens at temperatures like that? At temperatures like that, we start seeing massive coral bleaching. It is not coral bleaching, high temperatures, sea level rise. Those are not someday things in Florida. They are right now things. In 2018, a Category 5 hurricane devastated Tyndall Air Force Base in Florida, necessitating billions of dollars to repair and rebuild. And we can only mitigate against those costly scenarios if we can acknowledge that the changing climate and increasing extremes we must adapt to are real. Further, climate change directly impacts the health of our most vulnerable veterans. Increases in extreme heat, extreme weather events, and disease pose a threat to those who've served, particularly those who are older, who have pre-existing conditions, particularly those who have respiratory conditions, which often older veterans do. The policies targeted in this amendment provide a path to help us future-proof our military, incorporate climate risk analysis into military planning, enhance our energy security, address the health effects of climate change, and reduce our dependence on fossil fuels. The gentleman from Texas might want to wish away or amend away global warming and climate change and its effects, but that simply isn't possible. And this amendment would result in leaving our military woefully unprepared and our nation on a path towards climate catastrophe in decades to come. I urge opposition to the amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Texas.
Well, I'll just reiterate the extent to which we are turning over our national security to our enemies. 80% of the solar panels installed in the United States come from Chinese firms. 7 of the top 10 wind technology turbine manufacturers are Chinese firms. China controls 77% of EV battery manufacturing. The fact is, our national security is dependent upon our ability to produce liquefied natural gas, export it, be able to use the God-given minerals that we have in this country, oil and gas, to be able to power the world. There are some almost billion people on this planet who really have no access to electricity, some 3 billion who don't have access to reliable electricity and energy, and all we're doing is constraining the ability of the world to produce the energy necessary for human flourishing. We are all committed to trying to help improve the environment. Governor DeSantis in Florida has made enormous strides in improving the Everglades in Florida and received notoriety for doing so. In Texas, we have the most wind production of any state in the country. But you have to beg the question as to whether that's a good thing or a bad thing if you don't have enough fossil fuels to back up the wind and the solar. But my colleagues on the other side of the aisle want to live in unicorn land and pretend that you don't need energy to power up the buildings in which we live in order to make us be able to exist in this planet and actually have human flourishing in the face of weather and the conditions that we have to live through. With that, I will yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentlewoman from Florida.
Madam Chair, I'm prepared to close.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you. It's astonishing to me that our friends on the other side of the aisle are fossil fuel warriors. I mean, that's what this is all about. This is about big oil and fossil fuel supporters and making sure that the coffers continue to be filled. It is absolutely irresponsible. It is essential that we make sure that we are preparing and that we are aggressively pursuing making sure that we can stave off and mitigate the effects of global warming and climate change. These are not risks that are somewhere in the distant future. They are happening right now. Madam Chair, in my own district, in neighborhoods in South Florida, during the king tides in particular, you have sunny day flooding because the sea level rise is nearly unstoppable at this point. And that is costing us precious resources that we should be spending on other quality of life issues. And yet the gentleman's amendment would further prevent us from being able to mitigate the effects of global warming and climate change. It's dangerous, and in particular, as it relates to our military. It puts our national security at risk. It puts the health of our service members at risk. And we need to make sure that we can continue to aggressively pursue protecting our national security interests, which is why on both sides, no matter who's in charge of the Department of Defense, that the Department of Defense continues to pursue policies that will ensure that we can mitigate against global warming and climate change, because they understand the risk to our service members and to our safety. So with that, I urge our colleagues to oppose this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. For what purpose?
With that, I ask for a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas will be postponed. Now, in order to consider amendment number 41, printed in House Report 118 to 158, for what purpose does the gentleman from Montana seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 41, printed in House Report number 118-158, offered by Mr. Zinke of Montana.
Pursuant to House Resolution 614, the gentleman from Montana, Mr. Zinke, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Montana.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to ask my colleagues to support my amendment to ensure the Department of Defense has the flexibility and authority to supply adequate power to defend this country and win in battle. It's ironic that we're here today, and I can't believe we're talking about it, but we are. It's the latest rule by the Biden administration to force the DoD to only use electricity for power and heating without backup, without any regard to situation terrain, technology, or supply chain is absurd. Let's talk about energy security and what it looks like. First 2 years of the Trump administration, from 8.7 million barrels a day to 12.5 million barrels a day. We went from being energy vulnerable, dependent upon our allies and potential adversaries, to being energy independent and in some places dominant. Oh, by the way, we lowered emissions. We lowered emissions. You know why? Because America does energy better, cleaner, more efficient than any other country on the face of this planet. Let's talk about the Biden administration and what this does. It puts our national security at risk. First, let's talk about supply chain. So, on the EV world, where are the minerals mined? Who controls the minerals? The processing, the manufacturing? Who controls the solar cells? The components that make up the EV world? China. It's ironic, the moment we become energy independent, we are now moving to more dependency on our allies and what could be our adversaries. Secondly, let's look at the cost. How much does it cost in the world we live in? We're looking at budgets and savings and future. So what this does is it raises the cost of construction. And there's no answer to the supply chain. Just on mining critical minerals alone, it would take a 2,000% increase for 20 years to meet the demands of the energy batteries today. And yet this administration puts this rule in, and oh, by the way, good luck mining in the United States. Good luck. The only thing this administration is approving is gravel pits. Let's talk about the environment and disposal. Where do 90% of the solar cells go today? Landfills across this great nation. How about the turbine blades? How about the batteries? Where are the batteries going? How do we remove the toxins? You know what? There's no answer. There's no answer for supply chain in the processing, manufacturing, and there's no answer in the disposal. 90%, and I agree with the gentlewoman from Florida, our oceans are precious, absolutely precious. You know, 90% of the plastics in the ocean comes from 4 rivers in China. 90%. And I can go a list of the environmental atrocities in China. So, Madam Chair, I ask my colleagues to vote for America and vote for American energy and stop this absurdity that's going to cost lives because we won't be able to power this country. You think we're having problems now? Ask the United States Navy. that has to pull out of San Diego, the fleet. You know why? They don't have shore power. Because the grid is not set up for it, and we are dangerously moving to vulnerability. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield.
The gentleman from Montana yields. The lady, for what purpose does the lady from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I rise to claim time in opposition to this amendment.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This executive order is a whole-of-government approach for addressing climate change by reducing greenhouse gas emissions and transitioning to clean energy and sustainable technologies. It ensures that we set responsible targets for how what we invest our federal dollars on, incentivizes the private sector to expand on new technologies, and it creates unionized jobs. We cannot turn a blind eye to the extreme heat, flooding, and wildfires across this nation. We are seeing the impacts of climate change in real time. In South Florida, like I mentioned earlier, where yesterday we had 101.1 registered temperature in the oceans in South Florida, from California to Vermont and across Republican and Democratic districts. If we want to leave our planet better for our children and our grandchildren, then we must strategically invest in products that improve energy and water efficiency, that reduce emissions, and generate clean energy. We need a coordinated, government-wide approach to ensure that there's no duplication of effort or unnecessary red tape that disincentivizes public-private partnerships. This amendment prevents that. The focus on elevating fossil fuels and thwarting the advancement of clean energy will not help this nation build a strong economy for the future. So I urge my colleagues to defeat the amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman had the only time that was remaining.
Okay, Madam Chair. At the appropriate time, I will offer a motion to recommit this bill back to committee. If the House rules permitted, I would have offered the motion with an important amendment to this bill. My amendment strikes Section 258, which prohibits funding for abortions and the implementation of the VA's interim final rule on access to reproductive health care. My Republican colleagues want to make abortion illegal nationwide. Section 258 of this bill furthers that mission, putting women at risk and making it harder for veterans to access health care. Let's ensure that doesn't happen. At the end of the debate, I will insert into the record the text of this amendment. I hope my colleagues will join me in voting for the motion to recommit.
Does the gentlewoman yield back?
And I yield back the balance of my time.
Now what? All right. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Montana. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to.
I ask
for what purpose?
Ask for a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Montana will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I move that the committee now rise.
The question is on the motion that the committee rise. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the committee rises.
Madam Chairwoman.
Yes, sir. Mr. Speaker. Now you want me to read it? The Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union, having had under consideration H.R. 4366, directs me to report that it has come to no resolution thereon.
The Chair of the Committee of the Whole on the State of the Union reports that the committee has under consideration House Bill 4366 and has come to no resolution thereon. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess, subject to the call of the Chair. Thank you.
Pursuant to House Resolution 614 and Rule 18, the Chair declares the House and the Committee of the Whole House of the State of the Union for the further consideration of H.R. 4366. Will the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Van Dyne, kindly take the chair?
Do I do it right now? The House is in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for the further consideration of H.R. 4366, which the clerk will report by title.
A bill making appropriations for military construction, the Department of Veterans Affairs, and related agencies for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2024, and for other purposes.
So when the Committee of the Whole rose earlier today, a request for a recorded vote on Amendment number 41, printed in House Report 118-158, offered by the gentleman from Montana, Mr. Zinke, has been postponed. Keep reading. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, proceedings will now resume on those amendments printed in House Report 118-158, on which further proceedings were postponed in the following order. Amendment number 1 by Mr. Ryan of New York. Amendment number 2 by Mr. Ogles of Tennessee. Amendment number 3 by Ms. Green of Georgia. Amendment number 4 by Ms. Green of Georgia. Amendment number 35 by Mr. Bost of Illinois. Amendment number 37 by Mr. Rosendale of Montana. Amendment number 38 by Mr. Roy of Texas. Amendment number 39 by Mr. Roy of Texas. Amendment number 40 by Mr. Roy of Texas. Amendment number 41 by Mr. Zinke of Montana. The chair will reduce to 2 minutes the minimum time for any electronic vote after the first vote in this series. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on Amendment number 1, printed in House Report 118-158 by the gentleman from New York, Mr. Ryan, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 1, printed in House Report number 118-158, offered by Mr. Ryan of New York.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device, and this will be a 15-minute vote. So on this vote, the yeas are 394, the nays are 119. The amendment is adopted. All right. Read this all the way through. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 2, printed in the House Report 118-158 by the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Ogles, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 2, printed in House Report number 118-158, offered by Mr. Ogles of Tennessee.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number have risen. A recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote.
All members voted. Does any member wish to change their vote? On this vote, the yeas are 99 and the nays are 327. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 3, printed in House Report 118-158 by the gentlewoman from Georgia, Ms. Green, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 3, printed in House Report number 118-158, offered by Ms. Green of Georgia.
The recorded vote has been requested, so those in support of the requested recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number have arisen. A recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 83, the nays are 347. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 34, printed in House Report 118-158 by the gentlewoman from Georgia, Ms. Green, on which further proceedings were postponed, on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 34, printed in House Report number 118-158, offered by Ms. Green of Georgia.
The recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of requests for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. All members voted. Does any member wish to change their vote? On this vote, the yeas are 204 and the nays are 227. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 35, printed in House Report 118-158 by the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Bost, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 35, printed in House Report number 118-158, offered by Mr. Bost of Illinois.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of a request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 228 and the nays are 206. The amendment is adopted. The unfinished business is the request of a recorded vote on amendment number 37, printed in House Report 118-158 by the gentleman from Montana, Mr. Rosendale, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 37, printed in House Report number 118-158, offered by Mr. Rosendale of Montana.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 223 and the nays are 211. The amendment is adopted. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 38, printed in House Report 118-158 by the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by a voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 38, printed in House Report number 118-158, offered by Mr. Roy of Texas.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. If a sufficient number have risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 224 and the nays are 210. The amendment is adopted. The unfinished business is the request for recorded vote on amendment number 39, printed in House Report 118-158 by the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 39, printed in House Report number 118-158, offered by Mr. Roy of Texas.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having arisen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 221, the nays are 212. The amendment is not adopted. Is adopted. I knew that. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 40, printed in House Report 118-158 by the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 40, printed in House Report number 118-158, offered by Mr. Roy of Texas.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having arisen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. This vote, the yeas are 220, the nays are 214. The amendment is adopted. The unfinished business is the request for recorded vote on amendment number 41, printed in House Report 118-158 by the gentleman from Montana, Mr. Zinke, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 41, printed in House Report number 118-158, offered by Mr. Zinke of Montana.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. The members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 222 and the nays are 212. The amendment is adopted. There being no further amendment under the rule, the committee rises. Okay.
Is it my turn? Mr. Chair. Me?
House on the State of the Union has had under consideration H.R. 4366 and pursuant to the House Resolution 614, I report to the bill back to the House with sundry amendments adopted in the Committee of the Whole.
The chair of the Committee of the Whole on the State of the Union reports that the committee is under consideration the bill H.R. 4366, and pursuant to House Resolution 614, reports the bill back to the House with sundry amendments adopted in the Committee of the Whole. Under the rule, the previous question is ordered. And a separate vote demanded on any amendment reported from the Committee of the Whole. If not, the chair will put them en gross. Continue. The question is on the adoption of the amendments. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. The amendments are agreed to. The question is on engrossment and the third reading of the bill. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
A bill making appropriations for military construction, the Department of Veterans Affairs, and related agencies for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2024, and for other purposes.
Right now? The House will be in order. The House will be in order. Members can take their discussions outside. The House will be in order. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have a motion to recommit at the desk.
The clerk will report the motion.
Ms. Wasserman Schultz of Florida moves to recommit the bill H.R. 4366 to the Committee on Appropriations.
Pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 19, the previous question is ordered on the motion to recommit. The question is on the motion to recommit. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Speaker?
The gentlewoman from Florida.
With that, I ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on the question are postponed.
House will be in order, please. The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, the House is not in order.
The gentleman is correct. The House will be in order. The House will be in order. The House will be in order. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate recent Camden County High School graduate Evelyn Sanford for winning a national championship in architectural drafting at the Skills USA National Leadership and Skills Conference in Atlanta. Sanford, who is 18 years young, captured the gold medal on Saturday, June 24, 2023. She faced nearly 50 other competitors from across the U.S. in the architectural drafting competition. In August, she will graduate with an associate degree in drafting technology from Coastal Pines Technical College. Sanford has an impressive resume, already working as an intern at the Charles W. Day Design, which is an architectural firm in Brunswick. In addition to her award, Sanford earned $2,000 in scholarships, which she will put toward her next educational endeavor, a degree in architecture from the Savannah College of Art and Design. I would like to take the time to congratulate Ms. Sanford on her championship and wish her the best of luck in all her future endeavors. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from New Jersey is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I rise today in honor of a great American. And I want to say at this point in time, well done, my good and faithful servant. I rise to recognize the keeper of the mace for the United States House of Representatives on this day, Joyce Hamlin, who has been a caretaker, a defender, a person that has kept this House in order, a person who knows the rules better than most members, and has also been a friend. She's helped me with doctors. She's talked to me when I've been in bad shape. She's kept me warm out in the hall. She is a consummate servant for this House. For 35 years, she has given her life to the United States House of Representatives. And I am deeply moved on this day, which is why I did my 1 minute from here, so I could address her and look her way and say, well done, that good and faithful servant. There is no one who is more serious about the business of this House than Joyce Hamlin. She will be missed. I know it's bittersweet for her as well. I know there are days that she can't wait till she leaves, but as she thinks about it, it's not a happy day. So let me just say, continued success. You've earned this retirement. You have earned this retirement working with the members that you probably have had come through this House. So God bless you. Thank you. And may the Lord keep you. And I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to commemorate the 50th anniversary of the historic Clinton County Fair. For half a century, Clinton County has brought local artisans, talented agriculture professionals, and an eager community together, and I would like to acknowledge and celebrate the fair's success. With the humble beginnings as a horse and pony roundup run on donated time in a horse ring near Pine Creek, Pennsylvania, the organizers of the small event had big aspirations. Turning the simple livestock show into a full-fledged agriculture extravaganza would be no small feat, accomplished through the hard work and the gracious efforts of volunteers. In the years to come, the determined Fair Committee and their community fought through red tape, battled funding ordeals. After many years of hard work, they emerged with a fully fledged fairground and all the resources to put on an impressive display of local agriculture. Today's annual Clinton County Fair is a testament to hard work, determination, and strong values that are essential to both rural communities and our nation. By funneling resources into local agriculture economies, farmers and families alike reap the benefits of collective effort. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to revise and extend my remarks.
Does the gentlelady ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute?
Yes.
Without objection, the gentlewoman from Texas is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Most of you have probably never heard of Cedar Hill, Texas, but you know their story. A gunman walks into a hospital, which should be a place of healing, and instead inflicts immeasurable pain and trauma. That is the story of Cedar Hill on July 25th, 2023. A terrifying day for my constituents, but an ordinary day for America, at least the America of today, where guns are gods and people are pawns. The America where the gun lobby wins and we, the people, lose. People lose their lives. They lose a sense of sanity, and we all lose a sense of security. Make no mistake, when the radical right wins, we, the people, lose our rights. They have no clue what it means to be truly pro-life. If they did, they'd write or at least support legislation that meets the moment, a moment full of death and destruction that is crying out for solutions and sanity. And with that, I will yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As we know, the Chinese Communist Party poses one of the greatest existential challenges of our time. Under President Xi Jinping, the CCP has made its intentions perfectly clear: supplant the post-World War II international order created by the U.S. and forge a new world order led by China. Clearly, the Biden administration is distracted from that. Time and again, its admin has projected weakness on the world stage and gotten bogged down by policies that only serve to divide our people and other silliness. We can't afford to drop the ball in this matter. We must get tough on China, restore American greatness on the world stage by projecting strength, not weakness. The CCP is only becoming more and more aggressive. I'll bring you, here's a few examples. First, the issue of exit bans placed by the CCP on American citizens, including some of my own constituents. This behavior by the CCP needs to stop. We must find solutions for this dire issue facing American citizens. I was also pleased to support legislation prohibiting the CCP from acquiring American farmland, frequently near important military installations. So we must deter any threat to Taiwan as well as Japan. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
I seek to be recognized, speak on the floor for 1 minute, and reserve the right to revise my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I grew up in Pacoima, California, a working-class neighborhood that was unjustly targeted by the justice system. It's a community that I currently am proud to represent. Kids like Jerome Dixon was wrongfully incarcerated as a child and locked up for 20 years because he was pressured into giving a false confession after 25 hours of interrogation without having an adult or a parent present with him. He spent 20 years of his life behind bars for a crime that he did not commit. For over 25 years, I've worked to fix a broken system that has prioritized stuck-on-stupid incarceration over proven effective rehabilitation. That's why last week I announced a Second Chance for Justice package with my colleagues Congresswoman Kamala Gardev and Senator Cory Booker. These bills further invest in youth development and crime prevention programs. They will make our communities safer and reduce expenses for taxpayers and demonstrate a real commitment to treating children with dignity. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting these common sense bills. We owe our children a system that works with them, not one that is out to get them. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
Unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman from Ohio is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, this year we recognize the 100th anniversary of the Equal Rights Amendment. Today I rise to commemorate as well the 60th anniversary of the Equal Pay Act of 1963. Women in our nation have made great progress in the fight for pay equality over the past 6 decades, but it's not nearly enough. We must close the gap. Women in Ohio earn 79 cents for every dollar a man earns, and that is unacceptable. This pay gap has an impact on women's ability to excel in the workforce, pay for basic necessities, and build retirement savings for a successful future. This pay disparity has remained relatively stable over the last 20 years, but this status quo will continue unless we work to close it. We must ensure equal compensation across the board and rightfully pay hardworking women their hard-earned dollars. Women are invaluable members in every workplace and deserve equal compensation for equal work. Let us prioritize closing the gender pay gap once and for all and lift up mothers, sisters, grandmothers, and daughters in our workforce. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman from North Carolina is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, last week a tornado ripped through Rocky Mount, North Carolina, severely damaging one of Pfizer's key facilities. We are grateful there were no fatalities, and we thank God for the first responders who ensured our community's safety. Even during times of adversity, Pfizer's CEO, Dr. Albert Bourla, made an extraordinary commitment to continue operations in Rocky Mount, the heart of North Carolina's 1st Congressional District, guaranteeing job security for the employees at this site and contributing to our local economy. The decision to stay and invest in Rocky Mount preserves the livelihoods of thousands of employees and sends a powerful message. As the recovery process continues, I genuinely appreciate the vital role Pfizer plays not only in the Rocky Mount community, but across the East, America, and the world. And to the businesses and residents affected by this natural disaster, please know I will stand with you, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Address the House for 1 minute and ask unanimous consent.
Without objection, the gentlewoman from Texas is recognized for 1 minute.
Well, I too rise today to salute our friend and patriot, Joyce Hamlet, because it's a surprise for some of us who wish that the news was not accurate. But I cannot miss an opportunity to call her a historic figure in this House. Joyce made history as being named the custodian, the protector of the Mace. And I can assure you, she handles this historic responsibility with grace, firmness, leadership, patriotism, and a love of country. I do want to say that Joyce was a hero on January 6, 2021. It was Joyce's face that we looked at to get the original charge of getting to safety, of ensuring that the doors were closed. I heard her voice. I saw her pointing, giving instructions to make sure that as members finally discovered that we were under attack, that we would be safe. She did not move to protect herself. She stood fast to ensure that members had the right information to be able to be taken or to rush to safety. Her family loves her, her grandchildren. We don't realize that she has a wonderful responsibility of her grandchildren, and they have grown up under her, and I have watched that happen. And so, Mr. Speaker, let me finally say this, that we will lose a great American, and I hope as she goes in another direction, there will be others blessed by this grand dame, if you will, and this great American, as I said, and a person who will always love this institution, and we will always love Joyce Hamlet and respect her for her service to the nation. God bless you, and God bless the United States of America. I yield back.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Johnson, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the subject of my special order.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, we are just 2 days away from the August district work period, and on Friday, our colleagues will return home to our 435 districts across this great country. I know on the Republican side, everyone will be holding town halls and roundtables, and they'll meet with constituents and business owners. They'll be with the people that we represent here in the People's House. And we have so much to relay to them. This has been a busy 7 months in this Congress, and House Republicans have passed a lot of important legislation. We're keeping our commitment to America that we ran on in the last election cycle. Here's a short list: the Lower Energy Costs Act. We passed that. It unleashed American energy production. The Secure the Border Act is the most comprehensive border security package ever passed by the United States Congress. The Parents' Bill of Rights ensures that parents have a seat at the table. The National Defense Authorization Act, which is full of important priorities for the people and pushes back on radical leftist policy in our military. There's so much more. I could spend the entire designated hour going through the list of major accomplishments.
The House Republicans also, by the way, ended the COVID-19 national emergency. We rescinded 2 backwards D.C. crime bills. We've conducted rigorous oversight of an administration that has played fast and loose with the rule of law. Not long ago, just one example, discussion of the Hunter Biden laptop was literally blocked on social media. I mean literally. We have a 155-page federal court opinion and the landmark litigation, Missouri and Louisiana v. Biden, where the court looked at volumes of evidence and deliberated for months and issued a preliminary injunction order explained in this 155 pages, where the court says, the facts show very clearly, that the Biden administration and its agencies, including the DOJ, the FBI, the CDC, Department of Homeland Security, and others, were engaged in a sort of whole-of-government censorship effort. They censored and silenced and suppressed the viewpoints of conservatives, specifically online. They met routinely with the social media companies and told them to pull down voices and messages they disagreed with, so-called misinformation, which none of them obviously can define. They blatantly violated the Constitution, the First Amendment, and the court said, if all these allegations are true, and that's what the facts show, that it is arguably the most massive attack on free speech in United States history. That's what the court said, not Republicans. So we've been on that. We've been investigating that. News organizations just a few months ago called members who dared to question the narrative about the Hunter Biden laptop as conspiracy theorists and extremists. Now, though, thanks to the work of our various committees, not only has this information been verified, but we have uncovered a wealth of information, not only linking Hunter Biden to illegal activities, but very likely the president himself. We'll take this time during the August work period to continue to share all these important facts with the American people, and I am encouraged that people are following these developments and they're demanding accountability. Mr. Speaker, we have a great lineup of Republican members here tonight to speak during our hour, and I am happy to yield first to my good friend, the gentleman from Wisconsin and former Navy SEAL, Mr. Van Orden.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. This week, the House will consider the Military Construction, Veterans Affairs, and Related Agencies Appropriations Bill. As a former Navy SEAL and a combat veteran, I'm proud to support this legislation. It delivers on our promise for a safer nation by providing the Department of Defense with the facilities they require, and our promise to protect those who have protected our nation by fully funding the Veterans Affairs Department. Additionally, it helps rectify 2 grievous wrongs that have been committed by the Department of Veterans Affairs. The first, they're politicizing this budget process, and second, the appropriations process, rather, and the second by trying to subvert the Constitution and remove veterans' Second Amendment rights. As Republicans work to responsibly raise the debt ceiling, the Department of Veterans Affairs told Americans in a press release that Republicans wanted to gut those benefits for those that served our country, and this was simply not factual. When I returned to my district, I held a roundtable for my fellow veterans, and then at an American Legion in Sparta, Wisconsin, a 96-year-old Vietnam veteran named Don told me that he was terrified that he'd be losing the veterans that he earned during his service. The Department of Veterans Affairs fear-mongering with Don and all of our veterans to score cheap political points is unacceptable. The Veterans Administration is subverting our vets' Second Amendment rights by sending the beneficiary's name to the FBI's National Instant Criminal Background Check System, or NICS, whenever a fiduciary is appointed to help a beneficiary manage his VA benefits. So if a veteran cannot balance their checkbook, they could potentially be barred from buying a weapon. And as a result of this, many veterans have decided to not go to the Veterans Affairs Committee. In the VA committee hearing this week, to hear Chairman Boss bill the Veterans Second Amendment Protection Act, a witness testified that as December 2020, federal agencies have contributed 263,225 records to the background check system, of which the Veterans Administration is responsible for 98.1 of the total number. I am a 100% service-connected disabled veteran. And make no mistake, the Milcon VA appropriations bill fully funds our veterans' health care, our veterans' health benefit programs, and many other Veterans Administration programs to the tune of $800 million more than Joe Biden put in his budget request. It eliminates the funding for the veterans Office of Public Affairs in direct response to their politically motivated false claims about budget cuts. So, my number one priority when I entered this body is to prevent veteran suicide. And by scaring veterans away from going to the Veterans Affairs facilities, that is not forwarding that goal. So I urge my colleagues on the Democrat side and the Republican side to support this bill, and I thank you very much for this time, and I yield back.
Thank you, my friend. Thank you for your service to the country and for your expertise on this. Greatly appreciated. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to yield next to the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Rose.
Thank you, Chairman Johnson. And Mr. Speaker, for the first time in my entire tenure in Congress, the U.S. House of Representatives will be considering two appropriations bills this week that cut wasteful spending. Now, before the fact checkers come after me, I'll go ahead and say that I'm sure it's been done before, but not in my time in Congress, which up until this year has been done under Democrat majority control. Now, here are just a few of the wasteful Washington programs House Republicans are aiming to cut in the appropriations process this week. In the military, construction, Veterans Affairs, and related agencies appropriations bill for fiscal year 2024, House Republicans prohibit using funds to promote or advance critical race theory. No taxpayer dollars should have ever been spent on this harmful, divisive, and anti-American theory. The bill prohibits the Biden administration from implementing, administering, or enforcing any of President Biden's executive orders on diversity, equity, and inclusion. The executive branch should be focused on hiring our country's best and brightest, not on checking a certain box. The bill even rescinds billions in funds like $1 billion for rural clean energy programs created in the Inflation Reduction Act on Green New Deal climate initiatives. Not only are these bills cutting wasteful Washington spending, but they are also advancing many conservative principles Tennesseans can be proud to support, like ending mail-order chemical abortion, directing the USDA Secretary to take action to prohibit the purchase of agricultural land by those associated with China, Russia, North Korea, or Iran, or even prohibiting funds for the Wuhan Institute of Virology. Mr. Speaker, all in all, I believe these are good provisions in these two bills. House Republicans are doing the good work on behalf of the American people to responsibly fund the federal government, cut wasteful spending, and return the focus of our government back to where priorities should lie and not the woke initiatives of Green New Deal Democrats. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Thank you, my friend. Some great points you made there. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to yield next to the gentleman in the seersucker from Texas. It's really hot down there. My good friend, Mr. Babbitt. Dr. Babbitt. Dr. Babbitt.
Thank you, my good friend from Louisiana, Chairman Mike Johnson. Mr. Speaker, there's no doubt about it. Wokeness is destroying America. The proof is all around us. It has managed to seep into our schools, our businesses, our publications, and nearly every other nook and cranny of our great society. Even our military is prioritizing diversity and inclusion over strength and readiness. Schools are teaching critical race theory and revisionist history over truth and fact, brainwashing our kids with a leftist doctrine on what to think instead of how to think and formulate ideas for themselves. Agendas to defund and demonize police officers are hindering departments' ability to hire new personnel and to protect their communities. Radical climate change policies are decimating our energy sector. The foolish push for electric vehicles is increasing our dependency on an enemy like Communist China. Liberal judges are refusing to prosecute violent criminals and enabling this tsunami of a crime wave that is washing over our nation. The continued exploitation of programs like humanitarian parole is worsening the border crisis and allowing millions of illegal aliens to enter the country on the taxpayer's dime and making it more likely that we'll be hit with another terrorist attack like 9/11 or even worse. The list goes on, But the fact remains that the left's woke policies that plague our nation, and we must find a remedy before the damage done becomes permanent. By using common sense and merely putting American interests first, many of the policies in the two appropriations bills that are currently being debated and voted on this week work to eliminate these woke and disastrous policies. And unsurprisingly, my Democrat colleagues across the aisle strongly oppose these common sense policies and changes. But the American people know better. No longer should we fund the Wuhan lab responsible for unleashing COVID-19 onto the world. No longer should we allow those with ties to the Communist Chinese Party, to Russia, North Korea, or Iran to purchase U.S. farmland. No longer should federal funds be used by the Defense Department to enforce critical race theory and other DEI policies, and sidetracking our military from its primary mission to destroy our enemies and to keep us free. These are just a few of the ways that House Republicans are prioritizing the nation's needs over a political agenda that throws merit and ability out the window. We must remain steadfast in our mission to loosen this disastrous grip that wokeness has had on America for far too long. Our national security, our food security, energy security, and overall sovereignty and our national survival depend on it. And with that, I thank you and yield back. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Dr. Babb. And you're right that woke agendas had a corrosive effect on the culture. I was reading a story today, new Gallup poll, only 18% of 18 to 34-year-olds are now extremely proud to be an American. I mean, it's just shocking.
Tragic and sad.
That's the result. Ideas have consequences. Mr. Speaker, I am happy to yield next. We'll go from Texas all the way up to New York. Gentleman from New York, Mr. Langworthy.
Thank you, Chairman Johnson and Mr. Speaker. As we consider H.R. 4368, the Agricultural Appropriations Bill, I want to shed light on a critical issue that impacts the lives of millions of Americans and has the potential to transform our rural communities for the better, and that's expansion of rural broadband. In an era defined by information and technology, access to reliable, high-speed internet has become a fundamental necessity. It empowers individuals, educates our youth, grows businesses, and connects us to the world at large. While urban areas, they've experienced the benefit of a connected world. Our rural communities have been left behind in the digital divide. Due to the lack of adequate broadband infrastructure, these communities face countless barriers to accessing the same opportunities and resources as their urban counterparts. By investing in rural broadband, we can bridge this divide and unleash the full potential to our rural communities. It provides economic empowerment by opening doors to new markets and allowing small businesses in rural areas to thrive and compete globally. It encourages innovation, creates new job opportunities, and revives local economies. It also provides our children in rural areas who are often left behind with new opportunities for education and enables lifelong learning for adults, offering access to online courses and vocational training. And as we saw during the pandemic, reliable internet will allow rural residents so they can access essential telemedicine opportunities with their doctors. This is just a small picture of the life-changing effects of rural broadband. It's not just a matter of convenience. It's an investment in our collective future. It's a commitment to empowering all Americans equally, regardless of where they live, with the tools that they need to succeed in an increasingly interconnected world. I'm proud to support the fiscal year 24 Agricultural Appropriations Bill that includes these critical investments to take rural development and rural broadband to the next level. And I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Very important points. It's hard to be connected at all if you don't have broadband, and it's related to health, education, every aspect of our lives now. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to yield next to the gentleman from California, Ms. Lamothe.
Thank you, my colleague from Louisiana, Mr. Johnson. Appreciate you leading this once again as we communicate with American folks the good things we're getting done around here. And that's important. The communication, the openness of the House to the people is a critical element and something we were missing for about 2.5 years around here as the COVID disaster, exacerbated by government action as a disaster, hit this country. Indeed, overreaction has cost us so much economically, so much to the goodwill and the mental state of many of our people. You know, look at the damage that was done to our school kids as they lost basically 2 years out of their lives. And I think that'll be damage that's done to a generation that I don't know how quickly that's going to recover. But we here, Republicans in the majority in the U.S. House, have worked towards restoring people's faith in their government by allowing them to participate. Opening the House, the gallery once again. I could have people from my district here tonight that right wouldn't have been seen just not that many months ago. And so our committee process, open to the people, instead of being done by Zoom or some other effect. Indeed, very important, because there's nothing like being in the room with people, to have your witnesses there and have members be able to look at each other and have a dialogue across the way instead of on the internet where you know what the distractions are there. So just reopening the House and bringing it back to the people and open to the people. Tours, people are able to see their capital and just be amazed by what the founders had in mind when you feel the history here of what it's about. But importantly, the policy we worked on this year, the Lower Energy Costs Act. Now, I can't even describe how important energy is to our economy, our way of life, for our culture. All of our forms of energy have made us competitive and strong around the world. It helped us win World War II. It has helped us to become the most competitive and strongest economy ever, until we see the damage being done currently by the Biden administration, stopping pipelines, stopping traditional forms of energy, driven by oil and gas. Yes, there's always going to be a place for oil and gas. And what we look at energy projections around the world, it's only going to go up in all the other countries except for the ones that are hamstringing themselves with this Paris Accord business. So energy, a cornerstone of a strong economy and our way of life and our culture. Oil and gas is part of that. Nuclear energy is something that needs to be continued to cultivate that, and the new technologies coming with that. It doesn't have to be a scary thing, oh, the nuclear waste, or it's going to have a meltdown. No, nonsense. These are things that can be continued to be improved on if we have the will to do it. Congress needs to move in helping to fund the type of research, and also the permitting process needs to be streamlined so that these projects can move forward. As we know, with windmills and with solar panels, they don't work all the time. You have to wait for the wind to blow, or the sun to come up, or the clouds to go away in order to have those forms of energy. With nuclear power, with hydroelectric, like right now they're trying to tear down dams because of dubious environmental regulations and thoughts in my district. Natural gas, these are cornerstones that you can rely on 24/7 as base load power. So what we're seeing here with this forced conversion to electric vehicles, electric stoves, taking away your gas stove. Look how mad people are going to be at home when they have to cook in a way that doesn't fit how they like or what they're used to or what's efficient. And the latest crazy thing, banning gas generators, is something Biden administration, it seems like they're just copying the craziest of my home state of California. Now, what's a generator for? It's for making electricity, generating electricity. How do you generate electricity? Well, you don't use other electricity to generate electricity. It has to come from a different source, whether it's going to be hydropower, again, what I listed, or a personal generator. It's going to be either gas or diesel or maybe hooked up to your propane tank. It's absurd what's going on. We need to continue to have an energy policy that helps Americans, helps us thrive, and House Republicans are going to keep fighting for that because it makes sense and it makes us stronger. So I appreciate the time to help remind people this is where things really come from, where our economy comes from, our freedom, and our basic lifestyle. Thank you.
Thank you, my friend. There's so much wisdom coming out of California. I think we'll stay with the theme. I got another gentleman from California, one of the most intelligent and thoughtful members of the Congress, Mr. Obenelty.
I thank my colleague from Louisiana for yielding, and I want to talk for a few minutes tonight about a critically important bill that we're debating on the House floor this week. It is one of the must-pass bills for us this year. The appropriations bills for military construction and funding for the Veterans Affairs, MILCON VA we call it. This will establish funding levels for these critically important programs for the next fiscal year. The job of crafting this legislation was particularly problematic this year because many people have heard about our commitment to fiscal responsibility and about the dire consequences of our inability to reduce federal spending. Our deficit this year will be almost 6% of our gross domestic product, 6% of everything our country makes just in deficit spending. Our national debt this year will be the highest it has ever been in the history of our country. And it's going to get even worse if we don't get this problem under control. In fact, the Congressional Budget Office, in their 30-year projection, says that 30 years from now, at the rate we're going, our national debt in current dollars will exceed $1 million for every American household. That is clearly an unsustainable fiscal trajectory for our country. So the Appropriations Committee had the nearly impossible task this year of honoring our commitment to our veterans and fully funding the Veterans Affairs and our Veterans Health programs, while at the same time honoring our commitment to cut wasteful government spending and our commitment to fiscal responsibility. Mr. Speaker, I am very proud to say that our colleagues in the Appropriations Committee have pulled off that seemingly impossible task. The bill we're considering this week fully funds both the VA and our veterans' health care programs. In fact, it funds both of those programs at levels hundreds of millions of dollars more than the levels requested by the President, because that's what's required to meet our commitments to our servicemen and women. And yet, at the same time, it makes very meaningful reductions in wasteful government spending on other non-essential programs. It also accomplishes some things I'm particularly excited about. It funds a program to modernize medical records at the VA. It also funds the expansion of the Arlington National Cemetery, which is something that I think is a meaningful honoring of the promise that we've made to our veterans to be able to be buried at Arlington if they so choose. This program is an incredible demonstration of the commitment that the folks in this chamber have to honoring our promise to our military servicemen and women, and I urge everyone to support it and to thank our colleagues on the Appropriations Committee for their hard work on this. I yield back.
Thank you, my friend. He never uses notes when he speaks either. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to yield next to the gentleman from Georgia, good Southern gentleman, Mr. Collins.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, I rise today to discuss the fiscal year 2024 Agriculture, Rural Development, Food and Drug Administration, and the related agencies appropriations bill. Specifically, I want to highlight the work that this legislation does to rein in wasteful Washington spending while strengthening our rural communities and protecting our food supply. See, Georgia is the #1 state for poultry, and this bill reins in harmful regs that dictate how poultry and livestock producers raise and market their animals. This bill also prevents the purchase of land by foreign adversaries, and I want to repeat that. This bill will prevent the purchase of land, U.S. land, by foreign adversaries, countries like China, Russia, North Korea, and Iran. You know, and let's take China, for instance. You know, China owns 384,000 acres of American agricultural land. As a matter of fact, they've even got land that is close to one of our air bases in North Dakota. That poses a national security threat. Not just that, but a food supply threat. And finally, this year's agricultural appropriations bill reins in Washington spending and D.C. bureaucracy by directing the USDA to focus state hiring efforts on assisting rural communities and producers. So with that, to my colleagues in the House, as we continue to discuss and debate this appropriation bill this week, let's focus on our commitment to the American people and protect our agriculture industry. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, my friend. Very important priorities for Louisiana as well. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to yield next to the gentlelady from Iowa, Ms. Miller Meeks.
thank you to my colleague for yielding me time. This week, or very soon, we'll be voting in support of House H.R. 4368, Fiscal Year 2024 Agricultural, Rural Development, Food and Drug Administration, and Related Agencies Appropriations Act. Supporting Iowa's farmers and rural communities is especially important as 1 in 5 Iowans work in the agricultural industry. This bill has many highlights that do just that. It continues very critical investment in agricultural research, rural broadband, animal and plant health programs, prevents the purchase of agricultural land by foreign adversaries, and directs the USDA to focus hiring efforts on state and county offices to assist producers and rural communities. Additionally, it reins in harmful regulations that dictate how poultry and livestock producers raise and market their animals. That's especially important to Iowa due to the fact that we are the #1 hog producer in the country and in the top 10 producers for both cattle and turkey. I urge my colleagues to support the bill. Another bill that we have taken up is H.R. 4366, Military Construction, Veterans Affairs, and Related Agencies Bill. The Department of Veterans Affairs' mission, as listed on their website, is to fulfill President Lincoln's promise to care for those who have served in our nation's military and for their families, caregivers, and survivors. As a 24-year military veteran and a family of military veterans, that mission is one that I wholeheartedly agree with, and I understand the importance the VA has for so many former service members in our nation. This bill, very importantly, provides $299.496 billion for the Department of Veterans Affairs. It fully funds the health care programs, fully funds veterans benefits and VA programs, and also includes funding for electronic health record modernization initiatives. Most importantly, what I'd like to point out is in contrast to what the Secretary of the VA said earlier this year when he politicized the VA by sending emails to veteran service organizations that the Republicans were going to cut funding. This cuts no funding to veterans or veterans benefits. That still remains at the VA's website and should be removed, and apologies should be issued. The appropriation bill that the House Republicans passed this week fully funds the VA, prohibits the use of funds for anything that is not beneficial to running a smooth and efficient department. Veterans in my district are experiencing enough struggles accessing care from the VA, and the President's politicization of the department is not alleviating those concerns. We did the right thing by passing this bill, and I'm proud of the Republicans for both cutting spending and fully funding our veterans benefits. Thank you, and I yield.
I want to thank you, Dr. Miller-Meeks, for clarifying the record, for your expertise, for 24 years of service in the U.S. Army as a nurse and a doctor. I really appreciate your good word on that. Mr. Speaker, happy to yield next to another gentleman from California, another gentleman who's overqualified to be serving in Congress, one of the brightest we have, Mr. Kiley.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of prioritizing veterans in our federal budget by fully funding VA programs, fully funding health care for veterans, and fully funding veterans benefits. The veterans funding bill before us this week accomplishes each of these 3 objectives. First, the bill fully funds VA programs. It actually increases the VA budget by $18 billion over last year's funding level. In concrete terms, this means more tax dollars spent on critical care for veterans, including fully funding care for vets exposed to Agent Orange, burn pits, and other environmental toxins while serving our nation. The bill also provides the necessary funds to revamp and enhance the effectiveness of the suicide hotline for veterans, and provides funds for the Electronic Health Modernization Initiative, which will ensure a seamless transition between receiving care at a DOT facility while on active duty and receiving care at a VA facility after discharge from the military. Second, the bill fully funds health care for veterans. $138 billion is allocated to address the health care needs of our retired servicemen and women, including over $20 billion for veterans to receive quality care at non-VA facilities. Finally, the bill fully funds veterans' benefits. $181 billion is allocated to ensure that every benefit that was promised, every commitment that was made, is fulfilled by the federal government. Mr. Speaker, we have an obligation to ensure our veterans receive the care they need and the benefits they have earned. Today's bill achieves exactly that by prioritizing veterans in the budget, and as a result, it has my support. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 43368, which directly benefits my constituents in Plumas County by funding a critical high-speed broadband project in the A15 corridor and Valley Ranch communities in eastern Plumas County. In the 21st century, access to the internet is essential. It's essential for students to participate in online learning and access educational resources, for patients to receive needed telemedicine services, for workers to find job opportunities and engage in remote work, and for citizens to engage in open dialogue and participate in our representative democracy. Too often, our rural communities are neglected and lack the basic telecom services necessary in today's economy and society. That is why I prioritized funding rural broadband for my constituents in the federal budget, and I am proud to report that a project I submitted to provide $4.2 billion in funding, or $1 million in funding, to the Plumas Sierra Rural Electric Cooperative is included in the funding bill that will be voted on by the House this week. This funding will enable the Plumas Sierra Rural Electric Cooperative to construct middle and last mile fiber optic networks to provide high-speed internet to rural residents in the Valley Ranch and A15 corridor communities in eastern Plumas County. Rural households will finally be able to participate in online education, telemedicine, and remote employment opportunities that for too many are out of reach today. Emergency personnel who are dependent upon internet-based communications will be able to communicate with one another to strengthen emergency response services. Perhaps most importantly, high-speed broadband service will attract new residents, homeowners, and businesses to the region to continue to ensure the vitality of Plumas County for many years to come. Ensuring our households are equipped with high-speed internet is imperative for an increasingly technological society. And leaving behind those in rural communities is a detriment not just to our local economies, but it's a disservice to our youth and the vitality of their education. Today's bill is an important step forward in addressing the existing gap in broadband services for my Plumas County constituents, and it will have direct, tangible benefits on their lives. For that reason, I support H.R. 4368. Thank you, and I yield.
Thank you, my friend. Mr. Speaker, I am happy to have had so many of our colleagues here tonight to share not only about these important appropriations bills, but also to recount some of the many really important legislative victories and oversight responsibilities that we fulfilled here in the first 7 months of this Congress. So as I said in the opening, when we all go home now for this August district work period, we have a very important story to tell the American people. We'll continue to share the facts. We'll continue to encourage them by the good work being done here. And the other thing we have to do, of course, is to continue to defend and support their faith in our institutions, because right now the faith in those institutions is at an all-time low. We thank you for the time this evening, and I yield back the balance.
Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities towards the President. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Soto, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise tonight to recognize an incredible longtime labor leader in Florida, a man who spent so much of his life to improve the lives of working families throughout the Sunshine State, and a man I call a dear friend. Robert Michael, or as we knew him as, Mike Williams, was born on October 27th, 1950, in McIntosh, Florida, to Rob and Martha Williams. Mike's father worked in the paper mills and relocated his family to work in North Carolina, in St. Mary's, and Georgia, where Mike graduated from Camden County High School in 1968. Mike lettered in football
and basketball during all 4 years of high school. He was a pretty tall guy. He excelled in academics, represented his school at Boys State, participated in debate club, and in his senior year served as the student council president and quote-unquote Mr. CCHS, along with several other superlatives. After attending Georgia Tech and Abraham Baldwin Agricultural School for a brief time, Mike packed his acoustic guitar, backpacked to Europe, and then returned home, only to head out west to Colorado. To support himself, Mike worked several different jobs, reflecting, I quote, "I worked many temporary jobs in the service and construction industries, living paycheck to paycheck," unquote. Mike returned to Florida and began his career as a construction electrician with the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, otherwise known as IBEW, at Local 177 in Jacksonville. During his time at the local, he chased work for years, traveling around the country in a travel trailer. For Mike, holding a union card meant having dignity and respect. On the job, with a living wage, health care, retirement benefits, education, and training opportunities. Mike learned early on in his career that for far too long, far too many middle-class families had difficulty with basic workplace rights, and that they remained out of reach as they struggled to pay rent, put food on the table, and seek medical attention. Quote, "Becoming a member of the union meant finally having my hard work pay off by creating an opportunity for achieving personal goals and being able to provide for my family the way I wanted to. And it meant having the opportunity to achieve the American dream, a dream that so many wanted to take away today," unquote. After working his trade for 15 years, Mike decided to take on leadership roles with his union by running and being elected to become the business manager of his local. 8 years later, Mike went on to serve as president of the Florida Building Trades Council, increasing the presence of the Florida building trades during the legislative session in Tallahassee and building a powerful voice for construction trades statewide. Mike understood the impact a voice on the job can make on the lives of working people. But it wasn't until his trip to Colombia with the AFL-CIO's Solidarity Center that he understood the global imperative of worker solidarity. During the trip, Mike witnessed the damage both corporate and government forces could inflict on the rights of workers and the dangers of living in a state lacking the institutions to help combat these abuses. He saw violence and hatred directed at those who were trying to organize for better living conditions and to make a better life for their families. The trip solidified Mike's commitment to fight for all working people. In 2009, he was elected president of the Florida AFL-CIO. During his term, the Florida AFL-CIO expanded its powerful legislative and political advocacy by introducing Working Families Lobby Corps, a program where union members travel to Tallahassee daily during the legislative session and directly engage with their lawmakers. This program continues to be a central force in building coalitions between labor and community organizations. His efforts are still thriving and carry on the vision that he saw for all working families. Mike also attended the vision of labor to represent all workers by fostering new alliances with community, immigrant, and faith-based groups. To enact that vision, Mike spearheaded the creation of Fight for Florida to communicate the labor movement's message to the broader public. Fight for Florida started as a website and blog that evolved to engage people and content creators outside of union membership on social and economic justice issues, with the primary focus of informing the public that the Florida AFL-CIO, what they do is for every working family. As a Florida native, Mike understood the impacts that hurricanes can have on our communities and residents. Mike was hugely instrumental in organizing and participating in hurricane relief efforts in Florida and for other neighbors in the Southeast. He coordinated with various entities, including the Teamsters, to move goods, as well as FEMA and the National AFL-CIO to supply and staff these efforts, often traveling to the affected areas himself to distribute ice, water, food, formula, and diapers. Later in his tenure as president, the AFL-CIO appointed Mike to their Racial Justice Task Force Advisory Committee, joining other union leaders from across the country to help combat racism in the ranks of union members and their locals. As someone born in the South who attended segregated schools, as a Southern white gentleman, this left a profound impact on him, reinvigorating his resolve for equality and justice for working people facing hardships due to discrimination. Mike leaves behind his loving partner, Jeanette Jet Netwall, daughters Amanda Williams of Saukville, Wisconsin, and Susan Williams of Asheville, North Carolina, grandchildren Zane Tinney, Ethan Williams, and Haley Wilson, sisters Jane Buffkin of Locust Grove, Georgia, and Beth Tom Mason of Riverview, Florida, brother Mike and Lori Williams of St. Petersburg, Florida, and many nieces and nephews. Beyond his dedication to fighting for the rights of working families, Mike was a man of diverse passions. Whether strumming his guitar or relaxing on his beloved boat, a 1985 Chris Craft Constellation, he found solace and joy in the simple pleasures in life, almost always wearing one of his iconic tropical Florida t-shirts and button-down shirts. Joined by his loving partner, Jet, he cherished precious moments watching the mesmerizing Florida sunsets and embarking on unforgettable road trips, never failing to advocate for his fellow union members. Mike often visited picket lines and organizational efforts in support of those in need. His absence reverberates through the labor community in Florida, as his unwavering commitment inspired a generation to carry forth his legacy and fight tirelessly for the rights of working families in Florida and beyond. Mike will sorely be missed, but his transformative impact will continue to shine brightly and guide us in the pursuit of a fairer and more just society. Mr. Speaker, I had the honor of serving nearly 10 years in Tallahassee, both in the State House and in the State Senate. And Mike and I worked on a lot of battles together, working to help those who served our state in administrative capacities, working for first responders like our cops and our firefighters and EMTs, working for our teachers, and so many other civil servants to protect pensions so that they can retire in dignity. We fought for better pay. We fought for better benefits. And we fought for safer working conditions throughout the Sunshine State. But when I got here to Washington in 2017, I made sure to always remember our roots. And I'd go back to visit them every year in Tallahassee during session. Some years were good, some years not so much. But we always fought side by side to improve progress. I remember so many issues starting to happen while we were here in Congress that we'd work on together. When the Sunrail was being expanded, and plans were made to expand it, as well as Brightline, high-speed rail coming from Miami to Orlando. And when we worked on Amtrak issues together, I remember being the first one to sit in his office and let him know the high-speed rail was coming to Florida and how we needed to make it safe, make it economical, and make sure that people were being paid fairly and had the opportunity to unionize should they want to. And then, Mr. Speaker, after a tough couple of years, Mike got to see President Biden get sworn into office. After 4 years of tough situations with labor. And he saw us have the most productive session in 50 years. We passed giant laws out of this very chamber. The American Rescue Plan, the Infrastructure Law, the CHIPS Act, the PACT Act, and the Inflation Reduction Act. We got to talk about so many of those issues, but particularly for him, as an electrician, as an IBEW guy, as a building trades guy, the infrastructure law was of particular importance to him. A generation of so many Americans from sea to shining sea will have work to do to upgrade America, to make sure all of our bridges, all of our roads, all of our highways, all of our water systems, all of our utility systems, which Mike would be most particularly proud about, as well as rural broadband, so many other areas, so many jobs, such a way to invest in the future. But also a lot of the clean energy projects coming to Florida and around our nation to help boost solar, wind, nuclear, hydro, so many areas he cared deeply about. And the CHIPS Act, which is bringing a record number of manufacturing starts in our nation back. We've seen a doubling year over year of new advanced manufacturing centers coming across the nation. And the good news, Mr. Speaker, it takes thousands, hundreds of thousands of construction workers to help make these visions for our country a reality. And Mike always remembered our veterans. We have so many members of the AFL-CIO who served in the military. So I remember getting to talk to him proudly about when we passed the PACT Act, helping so many veterans coming back from Iraq and Afghanistan, those facing terrible injuries from burn pits, and the veterans from Vietnam who still weren't getting their benefits finally done in this critical legislation, landmark legislation to help our veterans. And of course, he definitely had a smile as President Biden talked about these major laws and that they're going to provide good paying union jobs. Of course, this is a fight now for the next generation. So I'm going to miss him, Mr. Speaker. And I know so many of my colleagues will as well. I also have some remarks from Representative Wasserman Schultz that I'd like to mention and also submit for the record. Quote, Mr. Speaker, with a heavy heart, I rise to honor the remarkable life of the recently departed Florida AFL-CIO President Mike Williams. Starting as an apprentice, he became an electrician, working the temporary service and construction jobs and living paycheck to paycheck like so many workers do, seeing the critical value of job protections and livable wages. He devoted his life to the labor movement, first as a rank-and-file member for 15 years, before becoming business manager of his Jacksonville local IBEW 177. Later, he became president of the Florida Building Trades Council, and in 2009, Mike was elected president of the Florida AFL-CIO, where he served distinctively until his death. A natural-born leader, Mike revitalized Florida's labor by fostering new alliances with communities, with the immigrant community, and with faith-based groups. Tall, with a contagious smile, he told it to you straight and always brought a worthy cause and compelling case for workers to the Capitol. Direct and trustworthy, he was a man of standards whose shoes will be hard to fill. Mike's empathy, dedication, and compassion will sorely be missed, but his legacy, impact, and all that he brought must never be forgotten. May his memory be a blessing. Mr. Speaker, I had lunch with him just in April when I was there for legislative session. We talked about how he was looking forward to doing his summer boating that he'd do every year. He'd go all the way up the East Coast and then through the Great Lakes, down the Mississippi, and back out around. Other times he would go to the Keys or to the Bahamas or to other areas. And I'm deeply saddened that he lost his life doing something he loved. But he got to see so much and meant so much to so many folks on my team and throughout the state legislature and the Congress. And so, Mike, we pray for you, and we hope you rest in peace. God bless your family. And Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the Chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Grothman, for 30 minutes.
Well, we have a few issues that ought to be debated here on the floor, brought to the attention of the news media to help them with articles that would educate the American public a little bit on issues of importance. I haven't spoken on Ukraine lately, but I will point out that Congress has not received a briefing on what's going on in Ukraine since December. That is way too long to go on the first significant land war in Europe in over 70 years. So I will ask the Biden administration to send its officials over to allow members of Congress to at least get their opinion as far as what is going on. As I've said before, this war should not be that difficult to end. Ukraine has the second lowest birth rate in the world. The Ukrainians, who have such a shortage of young people, should be especially ready to end this war. The Russians also have a low birth rate, and even prior to the war, a lot of young Russians were immigrating. Over 2 years ago, before the war started, I was in San Diego, and in the San Diego sector, the Border Patrol and the immigration folks told me during the prior 2 weeks or month or whatever, in that segment, only in the San Diego segment, the second largest personality to be crossing into America was Russians. So you have two countries with shortages of people. It should be ripe for reaching some sort of settlement. I think the United States is perceived to be, maybe rightfully so, overly partisan in this war, but somehow we should be prodding the Israelis or Turks or French or somebody to reach a conclusion here. For one, on humanitarian terms. I mean, for whatever reason, it's hard to find exact numbers of people who die in this war. I mean, I'm old enough to remember the Vietnam War. They could give you the number of Americans who died, you know, right down to the individual digit. but for some reason, you get wildly different numbers on the number of people who are dying. But either way, it's a significant number of people dying, and the Biden administration should be looking for a way to wrap it up. It wasn't that long ago that we seemed to have good relations with both of these countries. The longer it drags on, the more we drive Russia into the arms of China, which isn't in anybody's best interest. And it's a little frustrating that we are not giving a rationalization by the Biden administration why we wouldn't try to end this. And the American press maybe ought to spend a little bit of time asking the Biden administration whether they feel there is any end to this war. So in any event, I would call on the Biden administration to give us a new update in the auditorium, and I would call on the press corps to start asking, is there any time when we're going to end this war? The next issue that I think I should bring up with, because they keep talking about it on the news without giving us any new information, is the transgender situation. Usually when we talk about it with regard to biological men going into the women's locker room or biological men competing in women's sports. However, I think a more significant question is, why are there apparently more transgenders now than during the rest of my life? And it seems to me the Europeans have reached the conclusion that one of the reasons for this wave of transgenderism is people keep talking about it on TV. People keep talking about it in academic settings. And the more one talks about it, the more people begin to think that this is perhaps the route they should go. I talked to someone about a month ago, 6 weeks ago, who is, I guess, what I'll call a recovering transgender, a woman who now regrets it, had the surgery, breasts removed at age 15, the whole ball of wax. And it's not something that would have occurred to her, but she found something on the internet which informed her that maybe the reason she was unhappy is that she really was a boy. And she went down the path. She went to these gender reassignment doctors who apparently make a living on this. They talked her into the idea that, yes, the reason you are an unhappy little 13-year-old girl is because you're really a boy. She went through testosterone treatments. She went through puberty blockers, and eventually even had her breast cut off, which is a true tragedy. Now she regrets it. But I think the thing we ought to take out of it, and I've read this in other places as well, people who are, nobody should ever be mean or that sort of thing, but people who are overly solicitous or overly accepting of this transgender lifestyle wind up encouraging more other people to adapt this lifestyle. And every study out there shows these people wind up very, very, very unhappy and miserable, and sometimes even wind up committing suicide. So I would hope that the American Press Corps would put a new narrative out there rather than just persuading people that this is all a positive development. They ought to talk about where people wind up who wind up going through the surgery. They ought to spend a little bit of time talking about why does it appear there are so many more transgender people today than there were 30 years ago. And the answer is obvious. It is presented favorably as a lifestyle for a lot of young people. And when it's presented favorably, a number of young people get on the internet, read about it, decide to adapt this lifestyle, which is obviously only going to lead to misery, and which does lead into misery. So I would ask the press corps to be a little bit more open-minded, or publish a little bit more as to why we seem to have more transgenders in the past. Is it, like the Europeans have discovered, a matter of the more we talk about it, the more we have people like this? And maybe then we will realize that the goal should not to be to have dramatic surgeries on young people's bodies. The goal should be on kind of pushing this kind of to the side and not have so many people adapt the transgender lifestyle in the first place. The next topic I'm going to take up, which we haven't taken up this session, but I think should be taken up next session or sometime in the near future, because it has such a big influence on America, is that of the breakdown of the family and the lack of fathers in homes, which is bad not only for the children, but it's bad for the father as well. In the 1960s, in which I think was maybe the biggest domestic policy blunder in this country's history, under Lyndon Johnson, tons of money was aimed at families with children, but because the percent of poverty was determined by your income level, as a practical matter, this money was conditioned upon not having a man in the household. In other words, if you had mother and father both working in the household, by definition they were not in poverty. But if father was somewhere else and mother was alone, say with 2 or 3 kids, and mother did not have a job, she was considered in poverty. This program said that if you are in poverty, or the programs, the Great Society as it was called then, they should have called it the War on Marriage. Under the War on Marriage, people who did not get married were given free housing. They were at the time, something they've dialed back on a little, given a check. They were given free food. They could be given free education. They'd be given free medical care. And given all these free things, basically what they did is they set up the family without a dad as a self-contained unit. We had only 7% of the births in the United States in the beginning of the 60s were born without a mother and a father in the home. Now we're over 40%. I think, well, there are parents of all backgrounds doing yeoman's work, doing a tremendous job raising their children, and we don't want to denigrate them at all. But the statistics would show that whether you're looking at crime rates or educational achievement, depression, children in general are happier with both parents in the home, because not everybody is up to raising kids in that environment. It would have to be blind not to realize the reason we've gone from 7% to over 40% is the Great Society and all these programs in which to get benefits, or you do get benefits if both parents are not around, and almost always that means the man is not around. Other programs like Earned Income Tax Credit, which was, I think, not a very good program thought up by the Republicans and Jack Kemp, were also conditioned upon getting the check. You don't want to have 2 parents working in the household. So I would hope that we would do a subcommittee or something on this problem, get back to the good old days where depression and youth suicide was less than it is today, drug use a fraction of what it is today. In order to do that, we have to change the incentives that were put into place by Lyndon Johnson. This, by the way, was known by the end of the 1960s. I hate to cite this study because it's so oversighted, but Patrick Moynihan, by the late 60s, had pointed out what a disaster it was to have incentives in which the father wasn't in the home. So this is not new things I'm talking about today. We knew this was a mistake by 1967, by 1968, by 1969. But Congress, either because they did not have the will or because there is a radical element that Black Lives Matter represents, in which an element, a Marxist element, wants to get rid of what they call the Western prescribed nuclear family, and this is certainly a way to do it. But for whatever reason, we have not adequately changed the incentives in the 1960s, made a little feint to the right direction under Newt Gingrich and Bill Clinton in the 1990s, but since then it's all been downhill. And I think we have to ask ourselves, was it a good idea to do all we could to set up the single parent as the sole parent in a child's life? And I realize this is a little bit different than a divorce situation, a little bit different than a widow situation, but there is no question there has been a dramatic decrease in the number of men in children's lives beginning in the 1960s. I want to point something else, too, about this issue that a lot of times people don't take into account. And this is something that George Gilder, who was a great sociologist, he's still alive today, but he wrote a book called Wealth and Poverty in 1980. At the time Ronald Reagan was sworn in, the book received a lot of positive press at that time. It's now been forgotten. But what Gilder pointed out is not only are these two parents important for the child, it's important for the man. Because a lot of times the man's self-worth comes from, just like the woman's self-worth, comes from raising children. It's the most important thing in life. And because we had all these welfare programs in the 1960s, you have a lot of families without men in the families, and the man have no purpose, which is why I think you see so much crime lately, so much drug abuse, because I think a lot of these men who are supposed to get self-worth out of children have kind of been kicked out of their home, because if they actually did try to work and support their family, they may be materially less well off, or their children would be materially less well off than if dad wasn't around at all. So, and like I said, that goes for all the different benefits. There is a benefit called Section 42 housing, in which people taking advantage of Section 42 housing, not only do you have to be in poverty to get it, but Section 42 housing is frequently superior in quality to what people who are not on government programs get. Because Section 42 housing is usually very new housing, because the government pays for so much of the housing or to build the housing. People build Section 42 low-income housing nicer than regular old apartments that are being built now, but that would be an example of a bad program that has bad results. The next topic that I would like to take up, the final topic, which I seem to address every week, but I think we should address again, because every one of these appropriation bills that comes before this place is subject to debate either on this floor or in the Rules Committee with regard to diversity, equity, and inclusion. And this country has, for the last 50 years, at least with regard to universities, it looks like it's going to end, or to a degree end, because of a recent court decision, but for 50 years, we've had programs designed to hire people or promote people or fire people or let people into colleges and universities or give businesses government contracts based on people's race and gender too. There are two rationalizations for this, but the press never spends any time determining whether these rationalizations are right or wrong. One rationalization is that certain groups of people were discriminated against all the way back to slavery days, and more recently, Jim Crow, that sort of thing. And the other rationalization is that in a workplace setting, diversity is a good thing, and that we should therefore force or mandate businesses to hire people based on where their ancestors came from 200 years ago. First of all, the idea that we owe people something, when you look at the people who are beneficiaries of these programs, many of them do not have any ancestors who were in America prior to the institution of these programs. Okay? If somebody, say, who was black from Jamaica, immigrates from the United States in 1965, after Jim Crow ended, well after slavery, is there any reason why that person should receive preference? Recently, the Biden administration has tried to give preferences to what they call North African or Middle Eastern people. So if I come here from Egypt or Syria or Algeria today and I'm not even a citizen, according to the Biden administration, we should make sure, kind of weigh in on companies, universities, I think they would like to weigh in on admissions, and make sure we get preferences to people from Algeria or Syria who are not even in this country yet. I don't know why we don't have that debate. We also ought to have a debate whether we ought to add a new so-called minority group of North Africans and Middle Easterners. With regard to diversity, I think we also have a problem. I guess the idea behind diversity is a pure racist would say that someone's view of the world or the way they tackle a job is going to be dependent upon where their great-great-great-great-grandparents came from. Now, I reject that idea. The idea that if I were to, I'm not, but the idea that if I had a great-grandparent who was born in Peru, I would have a different view of the world than my next-door neighbor whose great-grandparents were from Germany. That's kind of a racist thing on its face, but that is what the diversity argument boils down to, that we should look at people not on their viewpoint today, not on their personal experiences to this point in life. If we have two people who both grew up in Chevy Chase, Maryland, in houses next to each other, and one was 1/4 Mexican and one wasn't Mexican, that they would carry different viewpoints into the workplace. And it was important to get both viewpoints, even though perhaps the person from Latin America had never been to a Latin American country in their life. But the idea behind this program, and by the way you self-identify as to what your group is, the idea behind the program is it's important to get the viewpoint of somebody whose grandfather or great-grandfather happened to be from a different country. Again, even though in the case, say, of a Latin American, people would not even know that that is true. But this is a rationalization used for these rather high-handed programs that, as a practical matter, causes both the government people who are hiring and businesses who do business with the government to hire based on ancestry. I want to point out, and I was actually talking to somebody from India today, Indian ancestry. He wondered about this program because he was from India. And in India, there are many different subgroups that sometimes don't get along. And he thought the United States was kind of alone and that we got along so well. It was such a wonderful thing we have going here. Why in the world, with us getting along so well, would we try to duplicate what countries like Nigeria or Sri Lanka or Iraq, why would we try to duplicate what they're doing in other countries where the elections are contests between ethnic groups? But these diversity, equity, and inclusion programs are designed to cause people not to view themselves as an American, but view themselves as a Cuban American or a Mexican American or a Asian American or a Pacific Islander. In other words, they are going to view themselves when they vote and at other times as a representative of where their ancestors came from, perhaps even decades, if not centuries ago. I am afraid one of the reasons for these programs I ran across recently, I heard of someone who, I don't really like the phrase, but would today be considered by people who are proponents of these programs as a person of color. And this person because they were from south of the border, their employer, once they asked them where their ancestry was, I don't know, before I was in an elected position, the places that I worked, we never asked people where their ancestry was, but nowadays we ask them. And this large employer decided to hold breakout groups of people based on their ethnicity. You know, we're going to have the black group meet over there, and we're going to have the Hispanic group meet over there, and we're going to have the Asian group over there. And what happened is the diversity consultant, an occupation which shouldn't exist in America, by the way, the diversity consultant tried to tell this person that they were put upon and how they should think because they had an ancestor from south of the border. Now think how ridiculous that is. This person, who was just a fine, regular American, never viewed themselves any different from anybody else, is being told, because of where their ancestors came from, south of the border, that they ought to have certain beliefs, including certain political beliefs, which I think is the reason why the Biden administration is pushing this sort of thing. They want to tell people that if you're from Mexico, or you're from Colombia, or you're from Nigeria, or you're from India, that you are put upon and that you ought to have certain political beliefs. It is better to cut this thing right away. We have a shortage of people, workers in this country. The idea that we have people going to college to be diversity experts is appalling. I am glad my colleagues again and again are trying to take these diversity, equity, and inclusion bureaucrats out of the federal bureaucracy, but there are way too many of them in the bureaucracy of individual big businesses around the country, as the wimps who run these big businesses feel that they have to kowtow to the diversity lobby, this special interest group, and they are instituting these programs by themselves. So I think it is time we had a public discussion here as to whether this whole diversity, equity, inclusion thing makes any sense. And I can go through topics that should be brought up by talk show hosts, by service clubs, what have you. Should we identify people by where their ancestors came from? And because they self-identify, should we be identifying people by where their great-grandmother or great-grandfather came from? That's an interesting question. If we are going to give preferences based upon where your great-great-grandfather is from, should we see if there's any true diversity there? Before you say, you should take my contract ahead of the other guy's contract, or you should hire me ahead of the other guy, tell us, what do you bring to the table because your great-great-grandmother was from Mexico? How do you think different than the other guy? Let's have that discussion. We're not having that discussion. Should you, again, be able to self-identify? If I'm 7/8 German and 1/8 Mexican, is it right that on the form I can put down that I'm a Mexican and I should be able to say, I bring the view of Mexican Americans to my engineering firm? They can also talk about, in certain jobs, what possible is the benefit of diversity. If we're talking about an engineering job, is the way I engineer the building of a bridge any different because I'm 1/4 Mexican? That doesn't make any sense. But that is the position of the people who push these programs. So let's have a discussion of that. Another discussion is, before this we get this divisiveness going on forever, how long is this going to happen? This began in earnest. I think John Kennedy had something, but it really began in earnest under Lyndon Johnson in 1965. And at the time, I'm sure nobody in a million years dreamed that we would still have this stuff almost 70 years later, 67 years later. Should we have a discussion? How long are we going to do this? And again, let's have a discussion. If part of this is supposed to be a way to make up for past sins, why are we giving benefits here to people who may not even be citizens yet? You know, people who just moved here from Syria. Should that be considered a different sort of person subject to benefits? Let's have a discussion there. But in any event, I hope as we write more and more about the Supreme Court case and preferences in college admissions, I hope people begin to ask some of these questions as to whether or not they make any sense at all whatsoever. So in any event, I leave here hoping that our news media and this Congress spend a little more time updating themselves on what's going on in Ukraine. I hope they spend a little bit more time wondering as to whether we have this transgender crisis even a little bit, just because we talk about it, and if we weren't talking about it so much, we'd have a fraction of the number of transgenders in the first place. I think we should spend some time looking at the premise that the diversity, equity, and inclusion is built upon, and answering questions like, should we be adding Egyptians and Syrians to the mix? Should I be able to label myself a minority if I'm 1/4 of a minority? Should I be able to myself picked upon if my parents have given me $5 million? These are questions that should be asked on the diversity level. And I think we should be asking, is it time to stop government programs which have resulted in an increase in fatherlessness from 7 to 40%. Programs, I think, which hurt people and particularly hurt men, have been around since the 1960s. There's no reason for these programs to continue forever. Thank you very much, and I move. Oh, I don't move. Okay, thank you very much. I yield the remainder of my time.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the Chair recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Santos, for 30 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to address an issue that we can no longer ignore. The Chinese Communist Party has manifested all over South America, and most importantly, overpowering the United States in every single one of those relationships. Today, I will be talking about Brazil, the largest economy in South America, the 10th largest economy in the world, and the 4th largest food producer in the world. We have much to gain from our relationship with Brazil, but we still need to act. Now, the CCP has seized its opportunity to assert its dominance. China is the largest trading partner of Brazil, Chile, Peru, and Uruguay, and the second largest trading partner for many other countries. According to the American Enterprise Institute, China's global investment tracker, Chinese entitled investments a total of $148 billion in Latin America and the Caribbean countries between 2005 and 2022, with Brazil accounting for 44% of those investments, a total of $66 billion. Energy projects accounted for 62% of the investments, and metal mining accounted for 21%. The database also shows that the Chinese construction projects in Latin America and Caribbean countries were valued at $68.6 billion over the same period, mainly in the energy, 50%, and transportation, which is another 30% in those two respective sectors. The CCP has metastasized to the extent that it influenced the 2022 presidential elections in Brazil and successfully reinstated a convicted criminal into the presidency. We must remember that China has even gone so far as to support a veto of a 2019 U.S.-backed resolution in the United Nations calling for free and fair presidential elections globally. Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva, also known as Lula, is the current occupier of the presidency as a direct result of the CCP's successful attempt to destabilize Brazil. Let's be clear. The honest Lula, a man deemed unelectable by the Brazilian courts due to his conviction for his involvement in one of the most significant political corruption scandals in Brazil's history, which subsequently led to the demise of the country's economy. In doing so, he has weaponized the judicial system in Brazil to launch an assault like never before, persecuting political opponents, silencing the media, and targeting everyday civilians. Lula has shielded himself behind the nation's highest court, which his ally, Justice Alexandre de Moraes, granting his every wish. You see, most Americans are quick to judge Brazil as a third world country and pass up its value as an ally. This is only the beginning of the end for Brazil, our once great ally. I want to make sure that the American people understand that value. However, being the first Brazilian American to serve in Congress, I hope and hold that Brazil will stand firm. When Americans fought in World War II, Brazil was the only South American country to send troops. 50,000 men from Brazil fought alongside U.S. allied troops. I present that fighting spirit on the House floor today, Mr. Speaker. I want to stress that Brazil's population yearns for a capitalist market similar to ours and appreciates our world-leading example for democracy. Today, Brazilians suffer high inflation, arbitrary laws, and absolute devastation regarding infrastructure and health care. I'm calling on my colleagues to urge President Biden to suspend all foreign aid to Brazil until a review is conducted via the United Nations to assess the humanitarian crimes taking place under the power of Lula's tyrannical regime. While we have an arrest warrant for Nicolas Maduro, the murderous Venezuelan dictator, it should come at no surprise that Lula parades him and hosts him with official visits, legitimizing him while undermining us. With this kind of egregious behavior as an elected official, it is only natural that we ask why Lula would align with some of the world's most monstrous dictators presently in the crosshairs of U.S. sanctions or conflict. Brazil is not the only country impacted by China's election interference. The Maduro regime has become reliant on China for disinformation campaigns and social control programs, including ID cards that serve as scorecards of loyal Venezuelan citizens to the regime. When we examine who funds Venezuela, it is none other than China. Through their insidious and smoking mirror charades towards world domination, the CCP has titled the Belt and Road Initiative, aka the BRI, a lending gambit that grants China's over 140 allied countries billions of dollars under the pretense of economic integration and interconnected development. It is only a matter of time before Lula leads Brazil down the same path. This is the perfect example of the kind of destabilization the CCP is known for, preying on countries via substantial and corrupt leading while ignoring global labor and environmental standards for their own economic gain. The CCP will stop at nothing to reach their goal of world domination, and as time goes on, we have fewer opportunities to preserve Brazil's achievability and viability as our #1 trade partner and ally. Lula is nothing more than a repressive and destructive tyrant who aligns with underhanded puppeteers to make his case for power. Lula is actively parroting CCP propaganda, saying we are prolonging the Ukraine-Russia conflict for commercial gain, undermining us at every single turn. Not to mention the BRICS agreement created under Lula's direction by former impeached President Dilma Rousseff, whose main goal today is to undermine and replace the US dollar as the global currency. Mr. Speaker, as the first Brazilian elected to this chamber, I urge my colleagues to assist Brazil in restoring democracy and stop legitimizing the Lula regime today. We must ensure that an honorable and bona fide government can be installed and lead the country forward and out of the clutches of the CCP. This serves as great benefit to us Americans, all of us in this body, all of us in this country, to keep a good relationship with our fellow ally, Brazil. A meus amigos brasileiros, força Brasil. Estamos juntos nessa. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Does the gentleman have a motion?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House do now adjourn.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow for morning hour debate.